Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello ladies and gents, and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 WCI edition. Really glad to have you with us today for this tournament. And well, again, I'm being joined by Toxic, my co-analyst for those next 3 days, where we'll be covering EU and NA matches. How are you doing, Toxic?
I'm doing great. Let's hop into the brackets, since there is some changes compared to last time. We will have all teams actually starting up in the upper bracket. We will have the non-invited teams facing off in a match first, right? And then we will have match 3 and 4, which is the winner of match 1 and 2 against the other teams.
And we have like an interesting team called Hit and Run. I mean, they have been playing in the past, but they had pretty good chances, I would say, in their roster. Some new players I'm really keen to see them play later on against the winner of the match number 1. Match number 1 being the first of the day, Cashback against Aurora. What's your take on that? Cashback is pretty new, but their performance was pretty great in the group stage.
I mean, you talk about the group stage, and I've watched that. Aurora was not really performing that great. However, Daki was very persistent on Aurora, having trained a lot for this tournament. And we have seen teams like Invil in the past not perform great in the group stage, but then go on to win a tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see if Aurora can pull something like that off. However, I personally would tend more to the direction of Cashback winning that match.
Okay, we also have some drops prepared for the next 3 days. This is pretty special, Toxic, because we are having the Friday covered also. That's due to the fact that we have NA and EU matches to cover. All of the EU matches will be covered, not all from NA, if I'm not mistaken. As you can see, we get pretty interesting stuff. The most interesting is going to be on Sunday with the mystery drops, but this is pretty solid overall.
Yeah, in the mystery drops, you will be able to grab either 1 day of premium, the Strength of Spirit style, the Zhong Shui style, the Lansan C, the T26E5, or the WZ121 GFT. So if you are lucky enough to get one of these premium tanks, congratulations to you. Those are going to be very cool to play on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked a bit about Cashback against Aura, that being the first match of the day. We can probably take a look at the community prediction between those two teams and have the teams line up. I mean, it's not showing just yet, but Cashback, this is a pretty new team. I don't know any of those players, but they are performing great. And the community prediction, 67% for Aura, 2/3 of the viewership going for them. Do you tend to agree with that? You said probably the opposite.
I mean, as you said, Cashback, the players are probably not that known, since as far as I know, those are players that came from the CIS region. And Aurora has just recently won a tournament, but in another format, in the 15 vs 15 format. So I can understand why the predictions are the way they are, and we'll have to just see if the community is correct or if the result will be more leaning into what I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a great clash between those two teams, and now we'll get some deeper detail about it with the pick and bans, and also the analysis and the knowledge of our casters, Kihan and Daki. Yeah, we also have to cover something, Toxic, just before going to the casters. We have to say a huge thanks for MillionPugs for covering and sponsoring this event with us. You have also the commands that you can use in the chat to get some extra information. Basically, you can get a lot of interesting loot in-game by purchasing things online, so that's great to check out. And that being said, Toxic, now I guess it's the time to get to the casters to introduce our first match of the day, Aurora against Cashback. Who's going to take it? Kian and Daki, give your opinion about that, please.
Well, hello there and welcome to day one of the WoT7, sponsored by MillionPugs. This is the WCI edition. Does roll off the tongue, doesn't it, Ducky?
Yeah, it definitely does. And we're going to be seeing who gets to go to China, but also important to mention is it's not just about who wins this tournament, Kihan. It's also about who gets to go forward into the wildcard tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not only will the winners of both EU and NA get the tickets already to the LAN in Shanghai, that's going to happen in November, there will be another chance for the teams that don't make it this weekend. I think in like 2 weekends, August 12th and 13th, we will have the wildcard tournament in between the EU, NA and APAC regions, where the teams placed 2nd and 3rd respectively in their regions will be able to book their tickets if they manage to win that one. That all being said and done, though, I think we have a match on our hands. It's going to be a fairly new team, Cashback. Not a lot of people had them like in their mind when it came to qualification and group stage, but here they are under their captain White Profi.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting team. I recognize like one name out of them, which is always a bit interesting, right? They're not a very familiar team, but they, of course, performed, right? They first had to go through the qualifier system to then make it into the group stage, where they, again, made it through to make it to the playoffs. So it's going to be interesting to see how this team plays out. And especially for Aurora, this is an interesting one because you can have a good idea of how a team plays and how they tend to do, but on a team that you haven't seen before, it's always a kind of different because you don't know exactly their playstyle or what they like doing or some of their tendencies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of those teams will have been able to watch the replays from each other from the respective group stages and also later stages of the qualification. That being said, though, Aurora, a well-known name and even the winner of the last 15v15 tournament, earning their golden fists here, and definitely a lot of individual player skill amongst those 8 players. However, so far in 7v7 tournaments, they haven't really been able to realize that potential and convert it into something meaningful, yet lacking a 7v7 victory.
Lacking a 7v7 victory, but until last tournament, they were lacking a 50v50 tournament win as well, Kihan, you know. So that's just the way it is. They are not as good in 7v7 as in 15v15, I would say. Toxic agreeing with this as well, but I did tell Toxic as well, like he mentioned, that they have trained a lot. They've put a lot of time and effort into this tournament, but I think that goes for every single one of these teams that is participating. Compared to, not to discredit, but a normal WoT7. There's a lot more on the line here, a lot more to play for as well to make it to that LAN finals.
Yeah, exactly. That all being said and done, I think we can go into the pick and ban that has obviously been done in between both of those teams. There has been a slight change to the last tournament. Mines has been added to the map pool, now meaning we have 9 maps in total. And we are starting with a ban, first of all. Steps getting taken out by Cashback, Aurora not wanting to play Ghost Town. This means we are going to start with Prokhorovka, Cashback's pick, but Aurora chose defense. Then we're headed to Sand River, Aurora's pick, where Cashback opted for the offense. Moravanka ban, Tundra then, where Cashback would be attacking first. That is kind of normal because Tundra is considered to be attack-sided. Cliff and Mines then taken out, leaving Himmelsdorf as the potential tiebreaker in this best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the maps, it's already immediately like a really map that can make or break this series. I will Prokhorovka. I think it's a map where you can win 2-0 or go down 2-0. Sand River a bit harder because there are a lot of teams that will struggle on the attack because it's a map that lends itself to one rotation. Then you have to make your move. So I think Proko will be very, very important for both these teams because Tundra is not going to be the decision maker IMO. That's really just a map that I usually label as 1-1 because it's really just bad if you lose your attacking round on that map, because you are yet still favored. We say that, and then teams end up losing their attack. That doesn't really change my opinion, though. But I think Proco here will be very, very important for Aurora. And for Cashback, of course.
I mean, it is going to be the first map played. It is going to be important for both those teams. That being said, though, Prokhorovka can be an interesting map because, yes, while the defender can sit back and like try to camp it out, good teams will know to take map control, to use the entirety of the 8 minutes at their disposal to just methodically take position after position until there's just nothing left for the defender, and then they just die because they get spotted. So most teams on Prokhorovka actually opt for a pretty aggressive defense. Try like maybe all in that 1-2 line. We've seen that a lot in the past, but that can be quite risky as well, depending on how the attacker actually sets up. So
I think you saw it in the group stage, Key, that you spectated. You saw a lot of 1-2 pushes. It's CS-IS-7 combination. I think Aurora was one of those teams as well that did it, right? Pushing double IS-7 with double CS behind him, down 1-2 on the defense. Seen that quite a bit.
Yeah, and here we go with the casters' predictions. Me, Insane, and Toxic all on the Cashback hype train. Meanwhile, Dakilzor waving the Aurora flag. You said you talked to some of their team members that they had been training a lot. Personally, I'm still not convinced by what I saw in the group stage by them, but Inbil has been mentioned as an example. Group stage doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. That being said, though, lineups in this first game here is going to be Aurora versus Cashback. Aurora bringing double IS-7, triple S-Conk, and double CS.
Double CS to round it up. Cashback, on the other hand, STRV, double CS 63 from their own, and S-Conk and the triple IS-7. So Aurora, but really with that large hold-on potential, that those slow but highly mobile S-Conks.
Yeah, indeed, and already we do see that 1-2 line commitment by Aurora here, the double CS being used to push that double IS-7 just ever so faster into the positions. Cashback going with a lot of tanks actually over the rails here. That is 2 to 3, leaving only 3 tanks in that 1-2 line, but one of them is an SGRV, the double IS-7, making it into the ditch. One shot, though, connecting onto Magnus. I don't think they're going to go further. Jakifa also taking one in the IS-7.
This is a really good opening here for Cashback. If you look at it, Liberty, also take a look at the CS's HP. We always say if it's 2,000, they probably have spotting equipment. All of the CS's in this match having that 2,000 mark. But Cashback here with this split, with this opening, has really put the pressure onto Aurora immediately.
Yeah, Feely,
they're already taking a 6. I mean, look at the surround.
Yeah, Feely was able to give like 1-2 shots into those IS-7s in the middle, but that's not going to remedy the fact that basically the entirety of the map is being controlled by Cashback. You have that basically that surround stretching from the southwest towards the northeast of the map, and now we see the rotation by Aurora coming in, but a lot of their tanks are actually spotted doing that. Feely with another good shot into Profi, and now Supporter needs to be careful because that is 4 tanks by Aurora that are very close to him. He recognizes the danger, though.
Yeah, I think Aurora here also recognizes the danger of being surrounded, and that's why they're stacking on a 6 with those tanks. They were looking to do a repush, but now they found Profi and that IS-7. We talked about him, you mentioned him already. He's a little bit stuck in between those buildings, not much cover. I mean, buildings are one thing, but they can be destroyed. Now Coyote and Liberty pushing up on 2, but you can already see Alex and Jakifa making a rotation there in the IS-7 and CS respectively. Coyote, I think, realizing this, now starting to back off Profi, trying to get safe, and Feely with the tanks from A6 doing a good number on him. Now, though, Cashback has to be careful. This 1-2 presence, it could cost him.
Exactly, the 1-2 presence here. I think the CS already starting to drive back. And indeed, Feely, they're taking his first hit in the game. He's already done a truck ton of damage towards Profi here, who is down towards 1,000. And now Lika trying to help his CS body in that A6 position. Meanwhile, Sexy Block making sure that Feely is not able to turn his turret away from the S-Conk. And now we'll have to see. Cashback, they had a good opening. They took a lot of positions, but they bled a lot for it as well. Now they're taking the ditch in E2, F2 with an IS-7 though.
Yeah, but like, look at this. Good shot there from Licker on towards rerolls. Damage from behind. That's from the hole. That's from Coyote. That's from Liberty. And the fact that they re-established 1-2 for Aurora was good, but now they're forced into another repush because they keep getting surrounded. Chakafa leading the charger in his IS-7 up and over, turns the third, hits the shot. Alex now coming as well with Baron to help the in-game leader to try and pick up this IS-7, but it is costly. They had a 1000 HP lead. They're now back even again. Alex speaking over, takes a ton as well. Baron can't do it again, so Chakafa shuts it down. But now the CS on 1-2 line, Kihan, look at how much space he has taken and how much it had cost Aurora.
Yeah, Feli there with another good trade against Block there in his S-Conk. But that CS63 and C2, it just makes the map so open for the side of Cashback. You can see even the STRV coming close now. And as soon as A6, as soon as the low HP tanks get spotted, it's going to spell disaster here. Block there with another trade against Feli, reduced down towards a 2-shot. And Magnus, you can see him here just getting obliterated for this rotation. And Baron as well, also caught on the cross down towards a 1-shot. He's going to take one more by Liberty. And that STRV from the back lines is for sure going to enable Cashback to take the northwestern corner. Disaster strikes for the team from Germany.
Yeah, disaster is striking, and you could see though that Cashback pressure, Aurora was reacting well to it, but then they got the hole in E2, and I think E2 really shut down Aurora here. It's not over just yet. Alex re-pushing onto Liberty. He's going to win that 1v1 against the CS, and he's going to keep himself as a 2-shot, but you can see in the meantime that the STRV is thriving at the CS63. Not the greatest engagement in an STRV to go against an CS. Supporter here might be falling against Jakafa as well, especially because he bounces that shot. Jakafa about to be reloaded in his IS-7. He gives a big one on towards the CS63. Now rolling down, trying to stay alive. And actually, Aurora here, Kihan, might be coming back into this one. Supporter with a good kill. And then as well, Profi shutting down Alex on 1-2. Huge kills actually for this match.
Yeah, Old King's recognizing now it's do or die for him, but he takes so much on this cross here. Profi, though, not able to pick it up. Instead, it's going to be Iset with that STRV from the backlines from downtown. And now Feli, the German superstar, together with rerolls, have the work cut out for them. But with tanks all around them and not a single one being on a one-shot that's actually reachable for those guns in the S-Conks, this is going to be a 1-0 for Cashback.
Going to be a 1-0 for Cashback indeed, but it was really, really close. But again, Cashback did the initial move. It was good. It took away the eastern part of the map. Aurora rotating then, right, to try and relieve the pressure. They found Profi, but then leaving the E2 hole for Aurora actually cost them so much. Because from the E2 hole, once they controlled it, you could see that the I7, which was in there, which was Coyote, right? He got a shot on, who was it? One of the S-Conks. I think it was rerolls, right? And his S-Conk on A6, because he can't stay safe from that anymore. So E2 was super important here for Aurora to not let go of, because one, the I7 hit it, and then the CS from the bushes also able to hit it.
Yeah, so both teams actually here going face-to-face with one another. Both teams with the chance to take down the round here, but Cashback able to close it out. And I think really what broke it completely for Aurora, you mentioned it, it was that ditch, and also the fact that the CS, it doesn't have a 121mm gun. It cannot overmatch the STRV. So yes, while the engagement might actually be very, very annoying for the STRV, because that tank really never wants to push, it's even more annoying for the CS, because you have to hit that cupola frontally.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback here was leading the game, IMO. Always making the moves, always forcing Aurora to react. And the first two reactions from Aurora were good. Repushing towards A6, again, countering Profi, right? Then retaking 1-2, but leaving E2 the hole was the one mistake. I think that really opened the game for Cashback.
All right.
But so, even then, though, like, even if they keep E2, like, they were really still in a rough situation, though. They're constantly surrounded, always forced to repush.
This now means that after the first round on Cashback's map pick, we are at a 1-0 scoreline. Obviously, in a best-of-7, still a long way to go, but not the best start for the team with high hopes for Aurora here. That being said, I mean, they're not going to be feeling too threatened. It is Cashback's map pick. Cashback, on the other hand, are going to be very, very happy with themselves. Yes, it was a bit of a bumpy ride, but that might be even better for your like psyche in such a game, because like if you feel like you don't really have to work for it, it doesn't feel as valuable as if it is like a close match and you're like you can really shove it into the face of the opponent.
Yeah, we're all this tournament experience talking about how winning a close game is better than winning a... Let me tell you, winning a game and dominating your opponent is far more rewarding than a close game. Because a close game is stressy, but if you know your opponent never has a chance, it's pure domination. And that gets into their mental.
Well, at least from watching, I can say the close games are much more fun than the raw stunts,
For you.
Yeah, I never said anything else.
Not for the players. Definitely not for the FCs.
But yeah, that being said, after one round, a little bit of insight into how Cashback likes to play now. We haven't seen them like really anywhere on the official streams, but it seems like they play a fairly active game.
Yeah, but what I didn't like from Aurora there is like their opening. I kind of could have predicted that after watching the group stages and how tendent they were to play 1-2 line. Was not really a surprise, no?
Yeah, I mean, you could even see that the SRV was directly getting sent towards that 1-2 line. If he plays correctly, then he doesn't really get spotted, except if one of the IS-7s tries to run through and like actually proxy
Unless it's
the
near
TD.
you and he doesn't use a tree at the way.
That's why I said if you actually play correctly there. Yeah, I had exactly that unfortunate instance in mind when speaking about this.
You know, once I sent 6 to 60s on 1-2 line to go spot him, he never got spotted. It was unfortunate.
Anyway, Aurora coming into round number 2, looking to equalize the scoreline. Triple ISM, 1 S-Conk, 1 CS, 1 SRV, and the T100.
T100 to round it up. Cashback and SRV, double CS, and S-Conk and triple IS7 on their defense. Now, the T100 has to do some major spotting for Aurora to make this work on their attack. You see not too many teams use this anymore, right? Because of the fact that CS kind of does the same. Not as good, but it's a better combat tank, right?
Yeah, exactly. The T100, lower alpha, lower pen, just worse gun overall, and that is exactly why it's fallen a bit out of fashion with teams, because the CS, if it's like standing still, if it has low noise exhaust, even CVS, then it can spot those pesky T100s somewhat reliably at least. That being said though, Supporter driving towards the eastern part of the map here, we'll have to see if he actually gets the information. He does see one of the tanks crossing over, and well, there isn't more crossing over, so he has all the info needed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he knows that I7 really is the fastest tank that Aurora can have, because you can also see that Baron was spotted in the middle in the meantime, right? And Baron was in the other CS, which is the fastest tank. The SRV could have made it on the hill, however, it is always very unlikely that the SRV can be found in the hill area. He's almost always at K2, either at K2 or K7. Now, Alex pushing up in 1-2. He has Liberty in front of him. I'm kind of curious how this will work. Kind of curious what Liberty's equipment is as well, for that matter, on that CS. Like, how far does the spotting go?
I mean, once again, the 2k HP on the CS63 indicating
yeah,
full
but
spotting
you know,
equipment.
they could still have a RAM or optics and CVS instead of like optics CVS low noise. You know, there's a little bit of like room there.
We'll have to see if the observers will actually be able to show us the CS equipment. I'd personally also love to see it. That being said, the T100, I think right now Alexandros, he doesn't really seem to be wanting to go further forwards. Obviously, like, he doesn't have a lot of HP either. He's basically a 4-shot for anything on the field here. So him driving further forwards would be, yeah, maybe a huge gain, but it is also a huge risk. And with 6 minutes still to go, maybe he'll take that risk later, but not for now.
Yeah, like I said, it really depends on what setup. Okay, so Liberty is really full camo build and spotting. So you have the low noise exhaust, the CVS, and the optics. I don't know exactly what it's going to do against the T100 or how far they could spot each other. I think if the T100 goes slow, he might be able to outspot the CS, right? Maybe they would spot him slightly further. But if the T100 goes semi-fast, I don't think that he will outspot the CS before he also gets spotted. You know what I mean, Key?
Yeah. Also, it's notable that the CS was already turned towards the 2 and 3 line, so he's never gonna die.
One more thing. CVS is more powerful against moving targets than stationary targets. So technically, Liberty has the advantage in that.
Even though the T100 retains the camo on the move, but yes.
Yeah, but still, it still works better against a moving target than a standing still target. So Liberty has a higher penalty on Alex, but we'll see, then. Like, their move has to come at some point, right? We are already down towards the later stages of this round. A lot of time has been wasted. In my opinion, not too much info has been gained either. Like, what do they know? What does Aurora know about the outside of the IS-7 in the mid?
Yeah, not really a lot, right? And that is kind of an issue because they've spent like almost half the game now with essentially nothing. I mean, yeah, Feely took a shot of damage. That's not the end of the world, however. What is the end of the world is that Cashback, with that very, very passive approach, are currently...
Did Alex push up a little bit?
Yeah, I think he went up like 50 more meters.
Yeah.
But
I was looking at the minimap. I was looking at the SCFE, and I look back at the minimap, and I'm like, I swear the T100 was further away.
That's not a lot more than 50 meters. So either Liberty is going to get spotted now, or they're just going to proxy spot each other, which would be crazy. And there comes the proxy spot, and Alex just taking a truck ton of damage. And I don't really understand why was he making that move at that point in time? Because
trying to find some info key. Time, time is a thing.
Yeah, but there was no one behind him able to shoot really, except for one IS-7.
Maybe he just got optimistic. Honestly, I think he would be better on the right side of the road, and just spotting the A-line crossing, because you can do that by not going too far. But Aurora is going to have to deal with it. They lost Alex in the T100. He did not pay off what his life was worth. Coyote there taking 1-2 shots from the SRV CS on the hill. He did not spot Old Kings and Feely crossing over in their IS-7s. Now he will find them, give one big one, 461. Feely looking for the shot on Coyote, does not connect. Old Kings starting to climb, does not make it either. Now this double IS-7 has established this part of the map, Kihan, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Aurora has a whole lot to do and a whole lot of HP to go through before they can even get potentially on towards that cap. 1-2 line, we see that IS-7 of Magnus taking K1. He's just going to be facing off against the CS. Coyote not having a good time in his IS-7, but still though, Kian, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Time is ticking.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and losing that T100 in the 1 and 2 line also means that basically Cashback, with that full spotting CS build, they can just move up there and just gain ground, while Aurora don't really know what's going on there, simply because they only have an IS-7 currently. Yes, the CS is moving to cover as well, but Jakifa already in that STRV being this far forward just signals the stage of despair that the Aurora team is probably currently in, because time is running out. The STRV has to come, but he cannot angle against 3 tanks at once. Jakifa melting away like ice in the sunshine. And now Feely and Old Kings once again trying to reverse, trying to engage against Supporter, but time is of the essence. And even if they managed to win their engagement currently, Cashback still has 2,000 more HP.
Yeah, Cashback does have it's over, Key. I'm so sorry. It's so over. It has been for about 2 minutes. Also, T100 died, and they really didn't find much on the east. Like, they found the NI7. But then, after that, they would have to dig out the CS Supporter, right where he is. And then you had the sexy block in A6. Not A6, A8 in that holdout, right? And they were losing 1-2 in the meantime, so F6 wouldn't counter A6 anymore. So the SCV could play there for free. It'd be so hard for Aurora to get through this. I mean, they're trying their very, very hardest. I just say that in this game, they wasted so much time for really not much whatsoever. I mean, they're doing well on the trading department. Like, they're keeping, toe for toe, but if you only have 4 minutes left, you're going to make a mistake.
Exactly. And the fact also that the T100 just completely did not pay off. With that tank enters the game, it's basically you sacrifice half a gun for the possibility of outspotting, but that wasn't really there. Liberty just, you know, or was it Liberty sitting there? No, it was
Yes.
support. Oh, Liberty. But yeah,
No,
basically
it was Liberty.
it just did not pay off, right? The T100 got spotted, got blapped, and then Aurora just had lost the western part of the map just like this. And yeah, they did well on the trading department, you said it, but in the end, just one tank for free out of the game. Then they weren't able to really create overmatches in the eastern part of the map as well. So 2-0, and we talked about it before the match, like Prokhorovka could be the make it or break it map for either team here, and it seems like Cashback made it so far.
And Aurora was not good on this. I mean, I'm sorry. First round potential, I guess, but the second one, nah. A T1, you bring a T100, you have to find something with it. I mean, I understand that it's hard against like CSs, but you waste 4 minutes with a T100 and you don't really do anything. I'm not blaming Alex. It could be the general strategy that's at fault here, you know? That he's told to go sit in 1-2, and what can he really do?
Yeah.
For Cashback, it was perfect, right? Your opponent doesn't do anything for 4 minutes.
Yeah, you're just sitting there, casually chilling, and then you get the T100 pickup for free, so you're gonna be even more chilling. It's rough right now for Aurora. I mean, obviously the silver lining, if either of the or when either of those teams lose the match here, is that they're gonna have a second chance. They are gonna drop down towards the lower bracket, but you don't want to start off like this. You definitely don't.
No, especially because you spend so much time preparation into it, right? So you want to start off strong. You want to at least have a feeling that you're able to make it at bare minimum to the wildcard tournament. I think that is the goal that all of these teams set out to begin with, Guy, is make it to the wildcard tournament. That is the first step. Winning, it's a nice bonus, right? Because then you don't have to go to the wildcard tournament. But securing a slot there, it is so important that it really has to be the aim. But now Sun River coming in, it's another map that could be 2-0, but I don't really see it happening.
Yeah, Sand River obviously being a different kind of beast. It's set in the desert, which means there aren't going to be a lot of bushes around. That being said, we have seen T100s being used there in the past, but I think once again they've fallen kind of out of fashion. The CS with a spotting build is just the better choice because it offers, I mean, more mobility even, more firepower, more HP. It can actually like take a hit and not be half HP after it. So yeah, Sand River, we're gonna have to see. I don't think, even though Sand River has been in the like in the pool for a while now, I don't think it's been completely figured out by the teams. A lot of them seem to be like spray and pray, just, you know, throw everything towards the 2-cap and see what the defenders make of it. But maybe that has changed since the last WoT7 and now.
We'll see. Sand River is one of those maps. You have that 8 minutes limit, right? Which means that you can split in the beginning as an attacker. You can feel out a little bit what is happening, what is being done, but then you have to make your move. It is a large map. Rotating from K-line all the way back to A-line, it takes you a minute minimum to do it. So if you want to, like, it takes you a minute to get there, a minute back. Let's say 5 minutes left, you have to make your move. We don't really have a choice then to rotate, and I think a lot of teams struggle to make that final decision of where do we go now, what do we approach, and then run into some bad push.
Yeah, and slowly but surely 2-0. If Cashback managed to get the next round, they're already on match point. That's obviously something that Aurora will want to avoid here at all costs, because, like, yeah, 2-0, you still have a pretty good chance of coming back. 3-0, I mean, it's happened before, but it's highly unlikely. So maybe we'll see the first point on the board here. I mean, it is Aurora's map pick, which, yeah, basically indicates they wanted to play it, and they wanted to play it with a 60 TP, a BZ75, double 277, a Batchat, a Mino, and an STRV.
Mino and STRV. Cashback, on the other hand, double BZ, double IX7, an S-Conk, an E5, and a CS63. Minotauro on San River. Could be north. Could also, you could also put that in a K0, you know. But I feel like it's more like north orientated than Mino.
We're gonna
Never
have to
mind.
see. Yeah, he's going south.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could put him at G0, K0. There's a lot of positions there that could work for him.
Meanwhile, for cashback, we have the CS63 driving towards the middle. One IS-7 is going to passively hold north. Block there in the S-Conk is also going to drive in. But first of all, we'll have to see what supporter actually finds in the south or middle of the map, rather. Currently not a lot.
Currently not a lot, and the Bachelor of Fury not finding too much either. He spots out across the ridge, the 277 pushing through to take some control over A-line. Fairly standard so far on that part of the map, and the Mino is actually playing anti-E8. Okay, so Aurora is doing kind of a turtle here, I would say. I think that's a fair adjustment or assessment of the situation. You gotta be careful with these though, because you can really easily get surrounded, and in my opinion, a simple F9 push ruins the Mino because he gets shot from the middle.
Yeah, he still has the possibility to essentially fall back. I don't think he would completely die, but he would take a lot of damage. That being said, Profi now getting spotted out in his IS-7. This should signal to Aurora that rerolls in that Mino might be in danger. One shot connecting onto the IS-7, and mind you, they haven't seen the Mino yet. He might still be in K0 for all that they know.
Yeah, now the BZ is getting spotted out, though. BZ's taking a lot of damage there. One of them down to 1.5. They got spotted out by the Mino. Looks to be, the BZ still going here, still crossing over. They're doing that F9 move very early. I like it still. I mean, they paid for it, Gihan, but they have taken position.
Yeah, we can see the IS-7 here obviously unable to push currently. The SGRV though with Jackifar getting spotted out. So we'll have to see if he takes a lot of damage here. Oh, immediately down to 346. That's not what you like to see. He's going out of siege mode. He's getting out of there completely as he doesn't want to bite the dust. And now as the dust settles, Cashback once again ahead in the HP department.
Ah, it was a personal level misplay, Kihan. I'm not sure how else to put it. In the STRV, you always have to be aware of your angles where you could get spotted from, right? So getting spotted and going down to 346 HP, it's not good. Luckily enough, it's the STRV key. He's going to be playing in the back. Anyways, Coyote, though, pushing up on this AB line in his I7. He's going to find double Aurora tanks. This might be a little bit too much for Coyote. He had that position, left the position, and now is going to get absolutely battered by Feely, by Magnus. Not sure what prompted this from Coyote, but he's not having a good time whatsoever. I mean, Philly's just having free pickings on the back of that I7, and I don't think even Coyote did a shot of damage on either of those two. So now the HP lead firmly back in the favor of Aurora.
Yeah, the Batchat there paying absolute dividend for the team in yellow here. And Profi, you can see the problems there with engaging that Minotauro. Yes, the IS-7 has a strong turret, but the Mino does as well. So the thing going in Cashback's favor now is actually only the cap, being down 2k HP, being down a tank. And yes, the SGRB for Aurora lost a lot of HP, but if there's any tank you would want to survive on a one-shot, then that's the SGRB. Now Magnus there already smelling blood in the water, pushing into that middle block there, completely taken aback, even misses his shot. Magnus with a good one into block here, who's down towards a one-shot, and the Batchat just has 3 rotations now. The CS is nowhere to be seen.
It is not good for Cashback whatsoever. I think the only left play they had was to block the 277 from spotting the cap and pushing the Mino as well, and blocking it off that way so the CS can just sit on the cap. But now the CS pulled away, which leaves Magnus to run away as well. Philly has G1. I mean, something could be done here for Cashback, but the time is starting to be a bit of an issue, and Philly has so much map control.
Yeah, exactly. The only redeeming factor for Cashback currently is that the CS is still full HP. That means Feely would need a blow-up or a fire to be able to clip him out. But as soon as the CS essentially takes 1 shot of damage, then he's going to be in big trouble. Liberty there with the E5 taking another hit here. And I think rerolls in the Mino just started the complete clip reload. That might be unfortunate timing, though, because the double BZ, they're inching ever closer.
Yeah, but the Baron is also covering that in his own big old BZ there in the back, which may discourage the Cashback boys from really attempting a peek, attempting a play there. And you can see the i7 coming back now to start clearing out F1, but again, 3 minutes. This is very reminiscent of Aurora on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, the second one, right? We have seen a lot of time pass by without really, anything happening for the attacker. I mean, yes, they lost one IS7 because he pushed from like A1, which against an unspotted Batchat is always very problematic. There another shot going into Liquor there. Not sure if it was the Mino or the BZ from the back, but he also has to back off. And now the IS7 in the south getting spotted. This is going to signal to Feli that he can still hover around, but he shouldn't commit for the time being because he himself doesn't have the info on the BZ either. He can assume that it is the, on the CS. He can assume that the CS is in the cap currently. He doesn't know for sure though, and I think Aurora, they've just had about enough here in the eastern part of the map. They're starting to engage Liquor. They're taking the first few shots down towards 650. Baron though with a big bounce, taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile the 60 TP getting engaged. Old King's also down to 710. Aurora, they need to make this work here on the 0 line if they want to win the game.
Yeah, but it's still such a lead for our Aurora. Even the SRV got back up on the balcony, peppering them from behind. They lose the second BZ. The CS will be soon to follow as well, as Aurora is shutting down this game. Not waiting for the time to run all the way down, making their own moves to pick up cashback. And cashback there, I think that IS7 going from A1 can against an unspotted Batchan. He knew a 277 crossed through. Not sure what that was, because until then, Cashback looked to be in a decent position, right? They had the CS capping, they had nobody to spot him. Alex would have to overcommit at some point for it and take a lot of damage. And then the i7 made a move.
Yeah, and that move cost them dearly, right? It cost them the A1 control, which means the Batchat could then flank around towards the south of the map. It cost them an entire tank as well. Yeah,
because the S-Kunk was over peaking to shoot, and when we saw him again, it was 600 HP.
Yeah, so signs of life now coming out from Aurora on their map pick here. Score still obviously 2-1, but they're going to be quite happy with how this one went. 7-1 the scoreline here in this game. And yeah, Coyote, he didn't do a single shot of damage with his IS7.
Jakova, they're lucky to survive though.
Definitely.
That was an individual failure. And the SRV always have to be aware of what could spot you, right? And if the only thing you have to do is shoot, basically, you should be aware of that. However, it worked out for them. But to go back on your point of signs of life, I feel like this was more, how do I say it, Cashback giving Aurora a really, really big freebie, and Aurora being able to, you know, capitalize upon that than anything else. The turtle from Aurora, I think, could have lost against this, the way they played it. And that's worrying.
I mean, if the SRV actually dies there, and if the IS7 doesn't make the move, then it suddenly starts looking very, very good for Cashback, right? Because Feli cannot do the big rotations in the Batchat then, just threatening everywhere, hovering around, and if he finds a low HP tank, he can just clip him out. So, yeah, I do agree with your assessment that that Cashback, like, they did sort of make the mistakes that then enabled Aurora to win the round. But on the other side, it takes two, right? If one team makes a mistake, the other team needs to be ready to exploit it.
I mean, if Aurora didn't exploit this one, I'd be worried for their sakes. They're still down 2-1. And, you know, signs of life. It's very possible Cashback picks up the next round. I'd say never can be a 1-1 map in a lot of cases. That we're going 3-1 into Tundra. And for Aurora to be looking good here, they need to win the next round, because I don't see them win 2 on Tundra. I don't see it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Sand River is still their map pick. We did just see them take a round on it. I mean, it was not without, like, nitpicks that we could do, but in the end...
Nitpicks? They almost lost an STRV for free. What do you mean? That's still... Bro.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I am still very worried for Aurora here, because so far we've seen Cashback playing well on Prokhorovka. Sort of Aurora, they're faltering a bit under the pressure. And yeah, in this first Sand River, it was more like Cashback making the mistakes, and yes, Aurora were there to take that advantage and convert it into a round win, but I would be surprised if we see big mistakes like this not being taken advantage of at this point in the tournament. Anyway, though, Aurora coming into this round with quadruple IS7, 1277, and double CS.
Oof. Cashback, double 60 TP, 4 IS7s, and a bad shot. That's heavy.
That is indeed.
I mean, Aurora is also heavy, right? They have those 5 Russian heavies, the 4 IS7s themselves, and the 277. But even then, man, double 60 TP. 60 TP is not a fun thing to play against with an IS7 key. It really isn't.
I mean, yeah, you don't really... You need to essentially overpeak onto the IS7 to do damage, and by doing that you obviously open yourself up, and if you just play turret against turret, the IS7 at some point, sooner or later, is gonna hit that cupola. That being said though, very aggressive move by Alexandros here coming out, rerolls, and one more IS7 also driving into the middle. They're getting spotted fairly early, but I don't think they're too concerned about it yet. We'll have to see if one of these 60 TPs is going to be able to give a big old shot into one of those crossing tanks. I said there right now in the bat chat, opting not to reveal his position yet though.
No, he doesn't want to get spotted out. Right now he's just getting the information, spotting out the tanks, and it's a big old turtle from Cashback as well, with the double IS7 holding 9-0 line, and then double IS7 holding north and just a 60 TP as the meat to block off, and it's a good shot there on towards Jackify. I think that was from one of the IS7s, the one from the base probably. Now they've established A8. So yeah, Cashback here just kind of like, if you mirror them against each other, they're doing exactly the same thing. Like, look at it. No team's really progressed past the middle of the map that much. A1, again, taken by Aurora. This will be a very popular position. But both teams just kind of feeling it out. You know, if you look at it, they're kind of just chilling, both of them.
That being said though, Sexy Block taking one more shot here. Jackify has taken 2 over the course of the start of this game here though. Rerolls trying to spot out Profi meanwhile. And now I think we're probably going to see an engagement in the south, because there is an IS7, a 277, and a CS. The CS has seen the IS7 of Liberty before that, though. Another shot there going into Supporter in the 60 TP, but that big old super heavy obviously has a lot of HP to play with.
Yeah, 60 TP doesn't really care about taking one shot, as long as it doesn't happen more often. That IS7 at K9, the one you see there, he's an early warning system. He will spot whatever's pushing up to him, and since the rework of K0, right? As K0 got reworked, I mean, it was possible before, but it's even easier now to dip back into the hole, right? So you will see him either be turned around already or ready to turn and just fall back into the hole. So he gets the info, you're forced back. It's just not really a fun scenario, a fun engagement to go for. But Magnus now pushing up, and his I7 takes 1. You have Liquor here in his I7 as well, facing off against Magnus. I gotta say, so far, Kihan, I don't see it for Aurora. I don't see the approach back in there. Not going to win in the north. They have triple I7 there, Aurora, I think that is, and a CS. They're facing off against double 60 TP, an IS7, and another IS7. It's just not a fight that they're really gonna win. In the south, they will be spotted so early that they can't do anything from there really either.
Yeah, we can see now Magnus here trying to get more information, possibly even a shot into a 60 TP cupola. I think the 60 TPs have both switched to HE at this point, but that is some info there, right? Magnus being pushed up, rerolls constantly spotting and being spotted. I mean, yeah, Alexandros is not spotted here, but I think Cashback in the north, they definitely have the amount of tanks required to shut down any kind of attacking attempt. And it seems like Aurora is not going for that 1-2 punch, right? Push A-line with one IS-7 to bait a rotation, and then push K-line with the hit squad of 277, IS-7, CS-63. They're rotating the IS-7 and the 277 currently. And
look at Cashback in return.
Cashback seems to be very well set up for this.
I mean, they know time. The Sound River works this way. well, if they don't push this out at like the 4-minute mark or 4:30, they don't have the time to clear it. They don't. It just takes too long. So you know that it has to be through the north then. I think you mistook me earlier when I said IS7 and 60p. It's really annoying to play as an IS7 against a 60p, not vice versa. The gun is too bad to hit like Cupola did. You can shoot it 15 times, you're gonna miss it 11 times, 12 times minimum.
Old King's now pushing the IS-7 here with his 277, but do they really want to cross over? Because they would be taking 1500 to the face.
Not spotted though, because Liquor's not looking at that, because Liquor's looking 8 line. It's not that bad. They might want to force an overmatch against the 60 DPs. 60 DPs is an annoying thing to get an overmatch against, but they were not spotted pushing up, so Fairly going to be leading the charge here in his IS-7. One miss from 160 DP already. A big connection from Profi though. Supporter now trying to pull back towards the outside, but there's a CS63 waiting for him there. He's going to have to be careful, and this is actually pretty good from Aurora, because there has been a gap in the spotting for Cashback, but Supporter does make it over without taking too much damage, and Jackify in return absolutely exploding. And this is the issue with going for these 60 DPs. They have so much HP, so much armor against these guns without stabilizers. They're not going to be hitting too much. And that's CS in the middle, now getting pressured as well by the bot shot by the I7 rotating over, and now North overpiece coming here from Aurora. But they tried to force the issue, and yes, they were unspotted doing it. So but those 60 DPs just too damn healthy to really do anything against.
Yeah, and now we can see in the bottom left the Batcher currently engaging the CS63, who needs to dip because it took a shot of damage before. Baron down to 811. Old Kings also taking huge amounts of damage for crossing over here. Rerolls now trying to lead the charge. It's not gonna really happen either. And Cashback here still with a 4k HP advantage. Aurora trying with a desperate push here in the north to make something, to make anything happen here as Baron goes down to the Batchat. And now Alexandros here is gonna try to pick up Liquor. It's going to be Magnus to secure the kill, and now Block is going to find himself in a sandwich against 3 enemy tanks, but Cashback, they still have so much HP. Aurora, though, they do have the guns currently.
Aurora has the HP in a second as well. A good shot there from Sexy Block. On towards Rerolls, takes him out of the game, and then you could see the issue there, Kian, where Rerolls was Coyote died as well. Coyote out in no man's land by himself. Aurora found the pick on him, and this allowed them to be in a 4v3 right now, only because of Coyote's bad positioning. Because once Coyote dies, you know, the other two, they don't really have DPM either. The 3 of them would be undefeatable. But 2 versus the 3-4 tanks that Aurora sent, now that becomes a whole different kind of a ball game, right? And as a result, they lost the North actually because of that play from Coyote, which wasn't worth it. And now, a good shot there though from Supporter on towards Alex in that CS63. He's sure to die now here in a second towards Fairly probably. The bat shot on the run. 40 seconds left here for Cashback. They want that match point. Liberty facing off against Magnus. Old Kings moving to try and help that. Another big shot there from Supporter on towards the CS. Alex does shut him down now, but a bat shot on the run. On the move, he does get spotted out, but 27 seconds left. Liberty will fall, and it's going to be all on ice there to survive for another 20 seconds, but the smart decision from the bat shot. He does what French tanks do best, run away, hide away, and take it away, as Cashback look to put themselves on match point here against Aurora, but it was by the skin of their teeth at the very end.
Yeah, Liberty here in the IS-7 is probably going to fall towards the end of this match, but we see Iset here in the Batchat is going to triumph as the time runs out, and Cashback put themselves on match point.
Yeah, ice in his veins, dude. Ice in his veins. I mean, I think he realized as well that, you know, had to run. They were probably all screaming, run. And he did that. He survived. And sometimes that's all it takes. But again, Cashback had this game. But this, you saw where Coyote went, right? He kind of just died. Like, he got overpeaked by the guys from A8. And then, you know, that 2k HP lead is all really cool and all. If your tanks are starting to die one by one because they're outnumbered, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Aurora was very able and very willing also to create those overmatches, to just melt tank after tank after tank. I think the North overpeak, or the North aggression by Aurora, was maybe a bit late. Then again, they were driving into crossfire. The 60 TPs were still threatening from the outside, so they probably felt like they couldn't really do it earlier. And then again, you said it with the IS-7, even if the 60 TP is not hold down, it has a lot of out of
an
bounds
IS-7.
angles. The IS-7 doesn't have the most accurate of guns. It has APCR instead of heat, so you're not going to be able to penetrate those auto bounces. Yeah.
I mean, the 60p, bro. Shooting at a lower player with 60p is kind of annoying on a lot of terrains on Sand River, because if you hit slightly lower, you hit his belly, and you don't bend the belly of the 60p, and you hit slightly higher, and you just auto ricochet off. But a gun without stabilize is yes, it's very hard, and this is trouble for Aurora, in my opinion. 3-1 down, going into Tundra, and Cashback is attacking first, right?
Yeah. Cashback attacking first on an attack-sided map on match point. This could spell disaster for the team of Aurora. Cashback, meanwhile, they are going to be happy with how this match went so far, taking their own map pick 2-0, going 1-1 on the opponent's map pick. So smooth sailing so far for them. And yeah, we said it before, Tundra being considered a 1-1 map. We need something here now from Aurora. Maybe something unusual. I know that during the quali and group stages, some teams played some very unusual strategies, some all-ins from the defending side of Tundra, because they probably thought that over a longer game they wouldn't really be able to win it, so they were trying to surprise the opponent with an all-in strategy and then snowball it down. That can always work, but it is obviously a risk, and the question is it a risk that Aurora is willing to take, being faced with the match point?
Aurora's gonna have to win on the defense. The good thing is, if they win the defense, they probably feel pretty confident about a tiebreaker. The bad thing is, if they don't win the defense, well, they lost. You know? This is trouble. I think for Aurora, this is as a player, I'm not sure how they're feeling right now. It's like you put all this time and preparation into, and in your first match, you're getting kind of washed out by new kids on the block. You know, it's not really a good feeling.
And on the other side, I mean, we have to give it to Cashback. They are looking very, very strong. They did a few interesting mistakes on Sand River, but Progorovka looked extremely solid. And now heading into Tundra, they are going to be attacking first. They're going to be happy with that. Aurora trying to stay alive in the upper bracket, though, and doing so with a Mouse, an S-Conk, a VZ, double Batchat, and double Mino.
And double Batchat, double Mino, Cashbacks, VZ, S-Conk, double 277, double I7, and a 60 TP. That double Batchat for Aurora.
That's pretty old school. Also, the thing is, like, Aurora brought 5 autoloaders this game. Yes, the Minotauro, I mean...
It doesn't count, dude. It doesn't count. It's no, no, dude. It doesn't count. It may as well not have a clip, right? But yeah, the double Batchat is interesting because it's immediately down a lot of HP, right? Look at it. I mean, already down 2,000. And Cashback seems to just like want to push, and I think Old Kings might be in trouble here already.
Yeah, Old Kings doesn't see the flood of purple that's currently headed his way here. Rerolls trying to prepare the battlefield. Old Kings taking one in the Batchat by the 277, I believe. Does see the VZ now, does see the 60 TP, is in the open though, does find the entirety of the enemy team. I think the 277 just missed a shot here, but that
I told you Old Kings might be in trouble, and he definitely was. Cashback, look at the double Batchat. They don't care. They don't care about these gimmicks, these tanks that Aurora is picking. Double Batchat, all right, we'll just push straight in the south. And what do they find? A little Batchat all by himself. A freebie if I've ever seen it. And Aurora is starting this game one tank down. Cashback literally couldn't care less about what Aurora's bringing in tanks.
Yeah, we can see the rotation coming in now by the remaining Batchat. Feli here trying to gather a lot of ground here. They are trying to surround, essentially, the Cashback team and then trying to snowball them down. 2 tanks currently in the cap, but obviously with the immediate threat of a 3rd tank just getting sent there. And now Feli is going to open up on the S-Conk. Is going to miss his first shot, though, as the 277 seemingly starts to push him, and he doesn't have the clip potential for this. So Feli now once again on the run here, while the 277 tries to get on towards him. Feli, they're missing another shot, is going to convert his last one, but the fact remains that Cashback has more HP. They're dealing more damage even currently. Jakifar apparently caught out in his VC.
Yeah, in his VC there, tank with IPM and no fire extinguisher either. He will not live as Coyote puts him out of his misery. And I think the boys from Cashback are about to put Aurora out of their misery on their first match. Either it's going to have to be stronger and better when Aurora comes back, because Cashback seems to be the opponent too strong for them. And that is a big worry for Aurora. It's back to the drawing table. Yes, there is still 5 tanks standing for Aurora. And no, they're not going to win with that, most likely. If they win this key, it would be a miracle. An absolute miracle. It's not happening.
Yeah, you can see the plays that Feli is doing there, trying to do the hero plays with the magazine of the Betcha. Its number of shells is limited, so was Feli's time on the battlefield. He does get picked up. Now the focus shifts on towards one of the 2 remaining tanks by Aurora in this match here. The mouse is getting pummeled down from what feels like every direction. Look at that, even with a bounce from the IS-7, but it's going to be blocked to pick him up. And now Magnus, the last tank remaining here, does get removed from the game, meaning Cashback are going to take the first match very convincingly 4-1.
4-1, I mean, good opening from Cashback. Like, literally doesn't care. They see double bad shot, they're like, okay, we can push south straight and just win on the fight, probably. If you go as a group, that's exactly what they did. If they found a fight in the south, they would probably win it. Just because of the sheer number of HP and guns that they're throwing at it. The Minos would be annoying, but they would probably just leave the Minos alive, just kill everything else. And they even found Old Kings there. And yeah, I think Old King's only way to run is by turning straight left towards the K-line key and then down 1-2 line. He tried to run straight. Now, would he live if he turned left in the beginning? Not sure, but you know as well that it's a lot less exposure time for that.
Yeah, well, he did get 5 first spots, but it's not going to remedy it for him. I mean, in the end, if...
I think Old Kings forgot that he's not playing for Battle Pass points.
I think none of the players here in that match are currently there for the Battle Pass points. But yeah, all of this being said and done, obviously congratulations to Cashback for winning this match here. 4-1. Very, very convincing scoreline. We're going to see them later today again. Meanwhile, the team of Aurora, we are going to watch them tomorrow. And that all being said and done, Ducky, I think for the time being, that is quite enough from the 2 of us. I am sure that the analysts are very itching to say what they think about this match. So I guess it's...
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks guys. And Toxic, good performance from the side of Cashback. They're going to be moving in the next round of the winners bracket. And we have Aurora actually going down to the losers bracket. Convincing victory. What's your take on it?
I mean, I don't want to spill the beans, but I predicted a 4-line score 1 for Cashback. So I'm not too surprised. You just saw in the group stage that though Aurora has prepped, there is some, I don't know, there's some just player mistakes that cost them matches. We saw it here again. We had Old Kings getting picked in the last match. We had Jakifar with a fumble or 2. That's just not stuff you can have in a 7 versus 7 match, because if one player messes up, that's already 1/7 of your team, compared to in a 15v15 where it's just 1/15.
Yeah, we'll get to see that in the replays later on. But first, let's take a look at the brackets. Toxic. The second match of the day is going to be also interesting. It's in the winners bracket. We'll get to see the team of Cashback play later on. It's going to be the match number 3. What's your take on the next match?
I'm not sure. I think what teams is it again? You will have to remind me here, or let me look at my sheet real quick.
Grupa
We will
Speed,
have Grupa Speed
against
versus W.
Yeah, yeah.
So W played in the same group as Aurora.
Mhm.
They actually lost, I'm pretty sure, 4-3 in the group stage. So I do expect Grupa Speed to come out ahead here.
Yeah.
I don't really think that W had a great showing.
Okay.
I mean, I said Aurora didn't have a great showing and they won versus W, so that kind of tells you the story already.
I mean, I think W is an interesting team. I mean, the main player in there that we know is probably Frugo, that is mainly managing the team. Grupa Speed, though, very experienced, always performing in those 77 tournaments. And now there's a big stack with the WCI edition. We have to remind that the team winning this tournament is straight up qualifying for the WCI, which will happen in China later on. And the top 2, top 3 is also getting qualified to an extra qualifier for an extra spot for EU. So that's going to be interesting to see how those teams perform. W Grupa Speed, we can probably take a look at the community prediction to see what the viewership is, who the viewership is going with. But I guess Toxic, that Grupa Speed, with their experience, they're probably gonna take the victory there because W, they're still a team that is pretty much building.
I mean, there's one thing that we can't just skim over for W, though. They have Hannes.
Oh,
And we all know Hannes is probably the self-proclaimed best EBR player on the server. So that's one thing they got going for them. However, as far as I know, the EBR is banned in this tournament, so he's gonna have to try and specialize somewhere else as well, you know?
yeah, definitely. That being said, we can actually take a look at the replays, I guess, to summarize and analyze what happened between these two teams. We're starting on Prokhorovka, Aurora against Cashback, and you could see that at the start, Cashback, they had a great start with the full map control on their Prokhorovka attack.
Yeah, and throughout these replays, I would like the viewers to kind of always look at the time left on the first clip, because here we had Cashback in the attack, and we were at 5:25, so this is already a pretty early opening, especially for a map like Prokhorovka, which gave them time later on. And we'll see Aurora doing the mistake of not doing that very often. But here in the start, we can see the repush from Aurora to try and get back some map control.
I mean, they were kind of forced to go for it because they were completely boxed in and surrounded by the side of Cashback. But at the end of the day, Cashback, they managed to establish the E3 position to crossfire A6. That was a good play, or I was forced into repushing, but drawn into crossfires around A6, A7. And then Cashback, they ended up winning the 1-2 and the 9-0.
I mean, Aurora really just giving up a lot of position early game. Here in the next match, what's actually very interesting, I think a lot of people would think that Liberty and Alexandros proxy spotted each other.
Yeah.
But actually, Alexandros spotted him at like 51 or 52 meters just before. So technically, it would have been possible to outspot, but really, practically, that's impossible because you don't know where the enemy is. But we see what I talked about earlier. Aurora does their first move, and we're already at 3 minutes.
And what a first move it was, because it was basically the tier that dying against like few shots on that CS, so that was like a perfect trade for the side of Cashback, and you could see they were comfortable afterwards on their defense. They established not too deep in the 1-2 lines, they kept some control over the water side, and Aura, they tried, you could see that pushed a bit desperate from the side of the STFV, but at the end of the day, good defense, solid play from Cashback.
I mean, all they really have to do here is set up in a way for Aurora to waste time, which they did perfectly. Next match, however, a little bit of a fumble. Coyote just deciding to not stay at A1, but instead to push, dying in the result and just opening up the entire map for Aurora. Philly's free to rotate wherever he wants and just shoot the enemies in the back, as you can see here from F1.
Yeah, I think this was the first major mistake from the side of Cashback. They could have held their spawn around D2 is this I7, and you could see at the end of the day, Aurora, they were the ones that, on their defense that managed to completely surround them. You could even see the 6TP joining over the mid. And after all, they used those things to re-push over the 9-0. You have also the Kefani's S3V. He dropped very low at the start, but at the end of the day, he was remained alive and doing some good damage from up there.
I mean, for the SRV, it doesn't really matter how much HP you have. You can always just shoot. In the next match, we have, again, it's 3 minutes, and Aurora makes their first move. They push into 260 TPs, those very meaty tanks that are very annoying to play against because you have to aim very well for their lower plate. It's a very slim angle to shoot at, and you're in an IS-7, your gun is not really accurate, so both of them getting out here at a lot of their HP left, and Jackifa just dying in return. This is one of the individual player mistakes that I was talking about earlier. He should have just pulled back and let the other guys keep peeking.
Yeah, I mean, the use of those 6TPs was pretty good from the side of Cashback, and you could see from the side of Aura, it was a bit all-in on that base too. They had an idea, they went for the picks, but the damage was not there. The 6TPs, too much misses, maybe a bit of RNG happening for the side of the German team. And at the end of the day, I have to admit that it was very, very close between those two teams. We expected Cashback after the initial trades to have a good lead, but Aura almost making it back. And at the end, we had Tundra, and what a start it was from Cashback, actually managing to catch Alking in his patch shot.
Yeah, another kind of mistake here, running very late. Basically just one tank down, also your clipper down, so you don't just miss your rotation potential in one of your fast tanks, but you also miss this, like, what is it, 1950 potential damage in like 10 seconds. And from there on, playing a defense is very hard, especially since Tundra is attack favorite anyways. And for Cashback, it's really just about bringing it home, getting into some good positions and finding the trades, and then just overrunning them with the HP advantage they have.
I think they had the perfect opening actually, taking down the bad chat almost freely at the start and having the cap pressure to force all of those things from Aura to close up to actually take them down afterwards. Perfect attack from the side of Cashback, taking the victory, full 1 victory. We have to say that it's pretty deserved, maybe a bit of a mistake on their step attack. With this I7, but that's still a minor mistake. It's gonna be pretty hard for the next match, I have to say, because they're going to be facing one of the favorites of this tournament, Hit and Run. What's your take on it?
I mean, Cashback had a great showing in the group stage, and they showed up very, very strong today. But looking at the Sand River, they were a bit shaky, right? They played it 1-1, but even their victory was a time victory. If it was unlimited time, they would have lost that match. So I feel like maybe for them it's really about the maps that they are playing, so I'm very keen to later on see the picks and bans, because their Prokhorovka showing was just so dominant.
And we can take now a very quick look at the community prediction for the next match, second match of the day. We talked about this team slightly, W against Grupa, and the community prediction is pretty even, but a bit more viewers going Grupa's way.
I feel like the predictions are kind of fair in a way, because we do expect Grupa to be better. The W just has a lot of names that are well known in the community. You mentioned Frugo, we have Ali, iTalks, Hannes. Those are really players that a lot of people know from like previous tournaments. So this is going to be an interesting match, definitely.
Yeah, well, Toxic, that's probably enough from the two of us. We're going to have our casters now give their insights about that second match of the day on top of the pick and bans. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back to match 2 of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 12. It's the WCI edition, and we are gonna head into a match in between an international team and a Polish one. W taking it on against the Policja Grupa Speed. First of all, we have the W team here under their captain, the Polish Diamond, Frugo.
The Polish Diamond! A diamond that's really still very deep in the Earth's crust in that case. We haven't figured out the binding capabilities yet to the battery. But yeah, Toxic said something, and I'm gonna sound very harsh when I say this. These people are very well known to us and a lot of other people in the community, but they're not known for winning. Outside of Hannes,
Yeah.
they're well known. They keep making it to groups. They keep making it to playoffs, whether it be 50v50, 7v7, but they just don't win, Kihan. They don't win. They make it, and that is it. I'm sorry. For this team, you want to see something, right? A finals at the very least. I don't know if that's like harsh or rude, but it's just like you can show up as many times as you want to. At some point, you have to deliver.
Yes, and there is a certain sense of consistency that can be positive in the way that they, very often qualify to the playoff stages, but the consistency can also be negative, as in they never really make it to the finals. They're never really able to take it on against these S-tier teams of like Opur. On the other side, we have Grouper Speed, a team that has indeed made it to the finals in the past, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, they made it to a finals at the very least, yes.
Yeah.
They're not just that, though, third places as well.
So they're also very consistent when it comes to showing up and even making deep runs into the tournament. Coming in under their cap Miku, I don't think any of the names in the lineup are going to be a surprise to anyone. I think other notable members, probably Elian from the WGL days. I think he also gives a lot of input when it comes to strategies, maybe sometimes even a bit of in-game calling in there. So definitely a bunch of players that know their way around 77.
Yeah, and like I said, unlike W, they have made those deep runs. They have proven themselves to be able to make it to, at the very least, a finals. Not winning, Gihan, but still delivering. It is one thing to get to playoffs. It's a whole different ballgame to get to the actual finals.
Yeah, and now map pick and bans, Moravanka and Proko getting taken out of the picture. This means we start on Tundra with a Grouper Speed attack. Then we're gonna head over towards the streets and corners of Himmelsdorf, where W is gonna start defending. And if we make it to it after the cliff ban, we're gonna see Mines with another W defense for the start, Ghost Town and Steps then being taken out, leaving Sandriver as the possible decider.
Oh, good set of maps here, in my opinion. I like it. Tundra is quite fast-paced in a lot of cases, Imo. Himmels is always just an interesting one to see in terms of how does the defensive team approach it, right? Because you can play 1-2, you can play courtyard, you can push towards the hill. There's a lot of potential variety that you can see there, and you also see different metas, different kind of lineups. You see 60 TPs, mouses, hinders, IS4s. You don't really see anything there. Predictions from the casters and analysts, not really a surprise, I think.
Yeah, no. Basically, we only disagree if it's going to be a 4-1 like we just saw, or a 4-2 as Insane and me are predicting. We'll have to see. I think the map that is going to make or break it, last match it was Prokhorovka. This match, I think Himmelsdorf has the potential to be that map, because I think both Tundra and Mines are pretty much 1-1 maps, whereas Himmelsdorf can go either way. It can obviously also be a 1-1, but I think it is the most likely map to have a 2-0 on it.
Yeah, it's the map where you can expect that that break. Like we said, Prokhorovka was it for the previous game, which ended up being right at the end of the day. Himmels is that one for this match. Tundra, we're expecting a 1-1. The teams are also probably counting on a 1-1. It's really hard to win on defense, but we have seen it happen. However, let's take a look at the lineups. Grouper Speed coming into this tournament with double 60p, an IS7, and that's going the double E5 and the singular bad shot.
Meanwhile, for W, we have the double IS7, the double E5, the CS63, a new kid on the block in tournaments, Hori 3 being picked by Ali, and then once again a Minotauro.
A Minotauro, but that Hori 3 is a formidable tank. I don't know how it's going to perform in this, 7v7, but that 360 AP pen is huge.
Especially since you get the added on like normalization of 5 degrees instead of the 2 that, for example, the APCR from the E4 gets. So yeah, nominally you have less pen than an E4, but most of the time it ends up being more like the same. And over distance it also loses less pen. So that is also something to be noted.
360 AP, you can convert it to like 375, 380 APCR. Around those levels. You see though, group of speed, kind of very split here in the beginning. Twist on the K2 position. Marcel in between the buildings and the 3 and W5 covering. It is a hard doodle, but it does allow WK to take a lot of map control when they want to.
Yeah, W though not really going for that map control currently. They are set up defensively about their spawn around their hill. Franeke in the bad shot spotting out the Mino, spotting out the IS-7 by Frugo. So he does get some information. He also has a low noise exhaust to play with, so he's gonna get spotted a lot later than he normally would. With that being said, now the Mino getting sent forwards here into, I guess, what you would consider the usual position for the Mino to go to on attack.
Yeah, Marcel, they're taking a shot of damage. Not sure if that was the Hori 3 or not. But yeah, you can see WK just feeling out the map here a little bit. That's what we talked about. With the way that group are playing, they do give up map control, but now they're starting to re-push. The W5 pushing up on the south, but the I7 putting pressure as well. Apparently, spotting the Mino was their trigger to take some sort of map control and establish some positions. Pressure, WK forced them to make decisions on what to go for, what to retake, what to push. You see, it did spark a rather large rotation across the 7 line with Attila, Frugo now coming to join the forces of White Rock and Barkis Hannes still there. So it does look like WK right now centering themselves around that south part of the map with a large concentration of their forces. But in return though, Grupa, they pressure up and they just back away again.
Yeah, the repush by Grupa in the south seemingly getting called off. Twist now going to go towards the hold down with his IS-7. He's going to be very annoying to dig out. Then again, once the W tanks are actually close to him, then they'll have a pretty easy time. We'll just have to wait and see. Miku now going to tuck into the 1 line as well, close towards the 2 cap. Gorski behind him, so double E5 there. Now the Mino once again getting spotted. Now though, he's on his way on his way towards the south of the map, indicating that W, they are looking for some kind of south execute. But if we actually take a look at the minimap, oh, Grupa speed is very well set up. Good shot there by, I think, Frani into the Hori 3. And now there's a lot of tanks by Grupa that are close towards the south. Even the 60 TP in D1 is rotating.
Yeah, but that's because the Mino got spotted, right? Frugo now leading the charge, the Polish captain going south with the Barkis, Attila, Hannes in quick succession coming as well. Some damage being taken on Attila. Big one on Hannes actually, minus 1.1. And here come the E5. They're going to cross back over towards that J1 position, which is a pretty good hold on for them. Frugo now still leading the charge against Twist in his I7. Miku getting punished on the crossing. Frugo about to mount Twist here actually. And Twist getting the better of Frugo right now. Hannes even trying to push into the back end of Frugo to help out with this. Not working out. Now Attila Bark is forced towards Miku and Gursky. But that's not looking like a good engagement here for WK whatsoever. Because now Twist speaking up and over gives one to Attila. And yes, Frugo is trying to manhandle that IS-7 now. But Attila is going to go down for this in return. Bark is trying to shield. But that really just means that he's going to be the next one to die. And now the Mino on the crossing, followed up by the CS63. But Grupa speed with the reactions, with the rotations, with the kills as well. White Rock taking a huge amount of damage as well. Twist yet still alive. And Grupa speed doing it on defense.
Yeah, Grupa speed looking good, looking strong. Alien with the S-Gonk has now arrived to just DPM down the tanks by W, the ones that are remaining, that is. The Minotauro down towards 1k HP here. Hannes trying to do what he can, but surprise to no one, it's not going to be a lot at the end of this game, where the whole Re 3 pick does not work out. Currently 0% win rate in competitive.
0% win rate competitive so far. But does it add a tank on the amount of tanks being used, right? So I think that was one of the questions. Isn't that always the question in the prediction?
Yes. Last time the answer was 20, last WoT7, so possibly even a bit more. We'll have to see. That being said, I think there were some strange picks last time around as well. Also, the difference being that this time, at least tomorrow and the day after, we are also going to have NA matches where players are known for having ingenious strategies that involve really unusual tanks.
That's really only Knight, bro. That's like discrediting the entirety of NA because Knight thinks that some tanks are just better than others when they aren't. But that doesn't mean you got to talk about the rest of them that way. Yeah.
Anyway, 1-0 by a group of Speed on their Ghost Town defense. So they are going to be very, very happy with this. And yes, while the Hori was able to put a lot of damage, he wasn't able to carry the game for his team here. 4.1k. But in the end, I don't think the Hori was the problem. I think the rotation being spotted, especially this early with the Minotauro, and then so many guns available for Grouper Speed to be able to just punish the cross by W.
Yeah, that Mino getting spotted was huge info for the side of Grouper. I mean, the Mino is not going to start moving south unless they are pushing south, you know? So
yeah, and then everyone was there, right? The only tank that wasn't really committed into the south by the defenders was the Batchat, but that is the one tank that you want on the rotation, actually. So perfect reaction by Grouper Speed here, taking down the first round, 1-0, and now they're going to be attacking. So yeah, a good start for them. For W, looking a bit grim already.
Yeah, especially because you're losing on attack. I think Grouper did a good number there on them. That slight south aggression that they put made them rotate towards the south, and the push was kind of disjointed. I mean, just like one guy going, and second guy going, third guy going, and then at the end you had the CS crossing over with the Mino like super late. You know what I mean? It's like one group, second group, third group, and all of them taking damage on the crossing.
I mean, even there, when the Batchat was giving cross shots over the bridge, that means that the tanks that were trying to rotate through that part of the map were also spotted. So essentially also all the information was available for Grouper Speed. They could do the correct splits. And last but not least, Twist played a very, very clean game there in the IS-7, not letting himself get overpushed by Frugo and Hannes, and then just staying alive, continuously dealing his damage. So a good game by him.
Yeah, even blocking Frugo there was pretty good because Frugo couldn't get over, and Hannes tried to push Frugo over. The two tanks got kind of stuck there. All in all, good stuff there from Grouper. I think they're pretty happy with that. That's good for their mood, good for their start as well, because they're gonna feel pretty relaxed on the attack now. Right? If they win, great. If they lose it, it's still 1-1 as expected. But it's really playing freely now, winning that defensive round.
Yeah, and you're going to be like very confident after also putting such a dominant defense, right? Not only did they win their defense, they just made it look easy, which is most of the time the hardest part.
But they enabled them. They enabled them to win that round themselves with good spotting, with some good aggression on the south. It's not like they got it for free. They forced WK's hand, kind of.
Now, though, I think we're about to see the second round in between a W and a Grouper Speed. And Grouper Speed is going to bring a double IS-7, 1277, one S-Conk, W5, and a CS63.
And a CS63 round out. Holy. Alrighty, double 63, triple mouse, an S-Conks, and a Mino. All right.
The first 5 tanks is already like 16,000 HP or something like that.
I mean, it's 3k, like they just take 3k on the 60p and 3.5 on the mouse.
Yeah.
Although Frugo is using the minus HP field mod plus dispersion, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell nowadays with like experimental HP and stuff. But I thought 2920 was Bond HP with last field mode on minus HP. Could be wrong. I mean, experimental HP may ruin my knowing of what is what.
And that obviously means that W is going to start with like 4k HP advantage. Jordan does spot Barkis here on the cross, gives a good shot. Does not take one in return. He's going to be happy with that. He did not see the Minotauro though. So that might be a potential issue later on as Grouper Speed actually starting to drive through the south of the map. Elian taking the brunt of the punishment here. Down towards 800. Barkis is going to drive towards the twist position, but he is going to be a bit singled out here.
Doesn't matter though, because look at the repush and return. WKey here doing what Grupa did against them. Double 60 TP arriving key. And I don't think they're going to be too afraid of pressuring back up as Itox, Frugo, and Attila are now starting to make some moves. Barkis needs to start playing the game again, and that Eskog started to do the damage. The fire on the Mino, though, getting pushed back now, and Itox wanted to go forward, but the rest of them didn't seem to want to do that whatsoever. He's down towards 84 key, and maybe not that great anymore after all.
Yeah, the Mino looking pretty beaten up there with 84 HP. Now Miko also joining the fray with the E5, but Bark is still with the crossfire position, lording over the side of the Grupa Speed tanks, who are still down 4,000 HP, but the HP, it's all on the mouses that are currently out of game. Frugo going down towards a one-shot, going down towards the grave, following Miko in his endeavor there, and now the reinforcements by Grupa are coming in. Barkis is not looking healthy.
Look at the HP bar still though. It feels like Grupa is playing a phenomenal game of World of Ties, but then you look at their HP, 7k. WKey, 11k. Jordan is low HP, but these mouses, man, right now, they're just not in the fight. It is 4v5, and Hannes now trying to drive in his mouse. Attila trying to survive. They need to keep at least one more gun alive here, I think, for WKey. But it's just not going to happen. But Attila shutting down Marcel. Actually, super important, but still though, that's the fire from White Rock on Franek, who I think was using experimental HP as well. So now he's not very happy. Now White Rock on the chase on his mouse, as Hannes is trying to chase Elian there in the 277. Now White Rock ring around the rosy, it's just not going to work out. Gursky having the time of his life. Ali there against Jordan. If Ali would get a high roll, shut down the CS, that would be important. He does actually! 502, I mean, it's not the highest of rolls, but it does really, really help WKey here. That CS dying is huge because now Elian is the meat and the sandwich between Hannes. Ali picks it up, and now I'd like to see how Grupa kills two relatively healthy mouses. I think Ali has to keep going because Gursky is just going to go for that mouse of Hannes and 1v1 him. And I will say though, these are two great tanks to have against mouses.
Yeah, exactly.
Heat pen of the E5 and the Eskon gun, they're ideal for it.
They do have good heat pen, they do have good APCR and good gun handling, although Ali has intuitioned over to HE for the possible one-shot of Franek. Meanwhile, Hannes starting to push in, but behind him appears Gorski with a steel chair starting to put those APCR shells into the back of the mouse. So Hannes now going to be forced to turn around. Gurski there takes one by the other mouse as well, so down to 1200. But this DPM duel with the help of the E5, I think that's actually Gurski that's going to be winning it. Ooh, Franek, they're barely making it behind the corner. Another hit into Gurski by Hannes, who's now down towards a two-shot. Ali feels pressure to move into this fight here. Gurski trying to flank the other mouse here. Does take one more damage, and Ali is going to be able to finish it off, leaving Franek in an impossible 2v1.
It is an impossible 2v1 because Ali can simply load HG. One or two non-connections there against Hannes really seal the deal key, if you think about it. Because if Gurski could stay alive on low HP, they could start finding angles against these mouses, against the mouse, right? The Eskun can hold down, can find some hold on position. It's going to be pretty damn hard to deal with for that mouse. But now when it's just Franek left alive by himself, that HP though, that just that amount of HP saving WKey here.
Yeah, now it's going to be Ali driving the E5 into the waiting arms and the waiting gun of Hannes. And it turns out that a 4k HP advantage going into a game can be pretty good.
It was a bit weird there. I mean, Attila killing the Marcel, for example, is pretty important there. Like that 60p doing one more shot, just taking one more gun out. If Grupa has one more gun there, I think they just win.
Because also the high roll onto the CS, you highlighted
that
it during the round.
Yeah, it's 502, it's, you know, a slight high roll. It's 50-50. I mean, slightly better than 50-50. 55-45.
Okay, so obviously we're gonna have some pretty high damage numbers because of so much HP in the game, but even so, in the end, it doesn't really matter. Fronic there with almost 6k. But yeah, you can see the IS-7 though struggling against the amount of armor that was on the enemy team. And pretty good shooting across the board. So yes, 1 or 2 like bounces could have turned the favor or like the tide of the game, but you can't be sure to penetrate 100% of your shots. Some just don't go where you aim them, or you misaim them. That happens to me sometimes, before you point it out. And
that's one way to put it, dude.
This though means, in the end, that we have just witnessed 2 victories on Tundra defense.
Yeah. That does mean that. I don't know if Group R really needed to YOLO straight against this amount of HP. I don't know. I think there was opportunities to split map there, take some map control, figure out where some of the mouses are, do some free damage, you know? Like, I don't know why they felt so forced to just YOLO this out. And to be honest, you know, it looked good at first, like the Mino and the double 60p pushing up. You think back to it, it's like, okay, maybe it's really not that good because the Mino died for it and they still weren't able to win off of it. Even with the Mino misplaying, he did die for free, basically.
Yeah, I guess the thought process behind it was sort of that, like, hey, maybe we can catch 1, 2, 3 tanks off guard and then the mouses won't be able to, you know, to return in time to enter the fight. That probably was the thinking there, but the mouses made it in time, and so we are at a 1-1 after Tundra, which means that now we're going into Himmelsdorf, for me, together with Cliff, actually, my favorite map to watch in 77.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, especially because WK seems to be... you know, Frugal spends all the time on an A key, so maybe he got inspired.
I wasn't allowed to talk badly about them.
Bro,
and
you
now
don't even play on an A, you don't get
comment.
an opinion, dude. I have like 3k games by now on my NA account, so, you know, I have some reference, you know, some experience. When was the last time you played on an A, huh? Yeah, exactly.
I spectated like yesterday night.
That doesn't count.
Oh, that was still a login into the NA server.
Bro, that doesn't... I said play. Spectating ain't playing, key.
That's a matter of definition.
Huh?
Huh?
Did you shoot?
No.
Exactly. And it doesn't count.
But I pressed WASD.
Okay, Kian. You know what? You were present. Let's put it that way. It's like a spectator.
That was exactly what I was.
Exactly. So you didn't play on the field, did you? And no, you didn't. So you didn't participate. Thanks, we got there in the end. It took a while.
I was emotionally invested, okay?
Emotionally invested. Okay.
Anyway, Grouper Speed coming into Himmelsdorf with a 60 TP, a double IS4, 1 IS7, 1 mouse, together with an S-Conk and an E5.
And then WK, double 50B, an IS4, double mouse, and E5 and a Mino. Big fans of the Minotauro, apparently. The name of the game is the 50Bs, right? Getting those 50Bs involved in this will be the difficulty level that WK has to figure out. They're fighting against 7 single shooters with the double autoloader. Triple autoloader if you count the Mino, right? Like Kian would say.
I mean, a great man once said, autoloaders have magazines. And the Mino definitely has one of those. Now, the opening of this round here, double 50B getting sent towards the hill. Everyone else going towards the lower streets of Himmelsdorf, with everyone but the mouses towards the 8 line. And for Grouper Speed, opening-wise, yeah, they were also going with some sort of split. We can already see Ali aiming towards the G2, G3 position, expecting someone to cross into the hole down there. That's not happening yet, but I think the IS4 should be able to provide the spots onto Twist, who now started going. So we'll have to see if the double 50B actually pays dividend here. The IS4 does get spotted, and one shot does connect.
Yeah, one shot not quite enough there, in my opinion, for what it was. I feel like Twist was spotted kind of late. Or he could have been spotted earlier. Maybe it's some mistimings. So the Mino's pushing up on the 8 line. We've seen this a lot now on Himmelsurf, where a tank goes to take control over that position. Where you see Itox playing right now, and Frugo just not having a good time right now.
Yeah,
Taking 1,
Frugo-
taking 2. I think it's in crossfire from Marcel and Gurski there. The 2 of them finding some angles.
The Mino seemingly pushing up through the 8 line, and Jordan has, I guess, loaded HE, and now Ali from the hill starting to clip out onto Marcel, doing 1 out of 2 so far, to make that 2 out of 3, but taking 1 in return, taking a lot in return, actually, down to 1600. And now Jordan and Marcel, they seem to be able to hold on and hold strong in the 8 line.
Yeah, hold on, hold fast. They did a good amount of damage, and even with that Ali retaliating here, he did 2 shots, he took 1, but Frugo's having a worse time at it. And the issue is he can't go down. If he goes, ooh, nice shot there from Itox. If he goes down, he dies.
Yeah.
Dying as in like he takes.
That is actually an angle that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah, you
here.
can shoot into the courtyard from here as well.
Yeah.
Some people have done it. This is not really a good angle though. Like,
Yeah,
it looks cool, but unless he curves the bullet, then there goes Frugo.
Yeah, Frugo there in the window, not really able to stay safe, taking a lot of hits there, leaving him to, yeah, essentially shot call, because his tank isn't going to move anymore in this game. Marcel and Jordan now backing off a bit. Hannes in the mouse taking another shot. Grouper Speed now with a firm HP advantage as well. And, yeah, a good shot by Ali onto Elian, and a good shot by Itox onto Marcel, so starting to trade back.
Trade back, but you're still down a gun with no opportunity. Like, you gotta remember that when you're attacking, you're usually losing like a few thousand HP, right?
Ooh, he's
When you
not
start
spotted
pushing
for
in.
this. Jordan is
Yeah.
not spotted for this move, and he could just go behind the Mino and just...
If he's a real Chad, he loads HG.
Oh, this is, yeah, exciting moments here for Jordan.
Please
as
shoot
he-
HG.
Please shoot HG. Itox. Oh, yeah, that was a
That's
big
his
old
alpha.
HG
It's
shot.
950. I'm pretty sure it's 950.
Yeah, I think so too. So,
It's only like
slight low
E3
roll.
and stuff that have 1050 HG alpha.
Yeah, they have the alpha from the old, old TD guns.
Do it
but
again. Do it again. Do it again, Jordan.
He's still reloading,
can-
possibly off of reload now, and now I think White Rock realizes that he has to drive away, and now Itox...
Itox turn around. No fun. Although if Marcel's a Chad, he starts pushing up here.
He knows the mouse is somewhere in the area, he knows the E5 is still, like, not gone away completely, so I don't think Marcel should do that,
Hey,
especially
crossing
considering
over.
he's down to 50.
He switched cooldowns. I think he has an angle from that one. On the back of the Mino. Oof. So Jordan gives one. You see, Marcel crossed over from the corner to the other hold-on to find an angle on this Mino. So the Mino is forced to turn around, and now Hannes driving down the 8 line. White Rock seems confused on what's happening, and I think for W key here, it's talk about the next round.
Yeah, especially since Hannes is spotted ever so early in the mouse, and now Jordan is not gonna give a damn that Hannes is actually gonna be able to get a shot for free onto him, because he's going to pick up the Mino in return. He's going to reverse back into that courtyard, and I think that simple move with the unspotted 60 TP, that was what... I guess it didn't decide the round. It already
losing
looked...
Frugo was already pretty
Yeah,
damn.
but that essentially put the nail into the coffin.
Jordan
here.
said Hannes on fire as well. That's another 1,400 damage to the book. Jordan's having a dude. Look at Franak, right? Look at Franak in A5. He's having the worst time of his life. He hasn't seen anybody. He hasn't shot at anybody. Jordan's just picking off half the enemy team for free. Gets an HG pad on a Mino. Gets fire on the mouse. But at least Franak is gonna find a 50B now. It's something. Losing Frugo, I think, was already the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the 50B there getting spotted early, meaning Marcel can even drive away, can decide if he goes behind the hold down, so if he does 1 or 2 shots. Jordan there actually bouncing 1 on the mouse, the 60B, not with the best of heat pens, but yeah, Barker is now driving in here, starting to clip out, doing 1, missing the
Bounced.
2nd there, and now
Jordan,
Jordan,
of course, is gonna peek.
HG into the
Did
side.
he miss?
I think he didn't pen.
Barker didn't pen twice either. Did Jordan connect the 50B? I don't think so, no?
I think he had loaded HE and like did a non-pen in the side. Because like above the tracks you can actually HE pen the 50B. with the 60 TP, I think. And good shot by Fronic here. Removing all but 128 HP from Ali, meaning that, yeah. Ali is going to try to reverse
Into the gap.
into the gap, mind the gap, but Fronic is having none of it, shuts it down, and now Gorski has had enough, starts driving up through the courtyard, no one there to punish him. He is going to be able to take a swing or two at White Rock, and another shot by Jordan. John really having the time of his life here.
He actually had a good game. He just had fun. Did at least, what was it, 1.5k against the Mino, 1.4 against the Mouse, so it's like 3k, and like probably 4k right now. 4k, maybe a bit more for Jordan. 4 or 5k range.
Possibly.
And that's still Attila, huh? Attila is still, he's got some. If this was a random battle, we're driving straight towards Attila.
Yep. And now the Mouse doing Mäuschen things here, it seems. Looking like a Mauerbrecher in the process. But yeah, 2 more kills are gonna leave Artiquel alive in his Mouse respectively, but we can see Miku is already very, very close. Does put a good shot, Artiquel not able to respond, and now the E5 is probably just gonna side hug the Mouse to death.
Yeah, the E5 loves mouses. It really does love mouses. It's fun to play against the mouse and an E5 most of the time. Morgana's good enough to just pepper him every single time, and this was easy pickings for Krupa, and for WK, that's a tough round. That is a very, very tough round
All right.
to witness.
So after round number 2, where I think Grupa got a bit surprised by W, firmly in the driver's seat once again, just trades everywhere going in their favor, and then a very simple but genius move by Jordan through that courtyard, completely compromising the Minotauro position, and we can see Frugo, yeah, he died without damage, and he...
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they had angles on him, man.
Yeah.
That one IS4 from the window with the I7 from the side, I guess that he couldn't, like, turn his turret in any way that he was fully safe. He was always getting penned from somewhere, and that is just unlucky. I mean, not really unlucky. It's good preparation from Grupa to punish in this, and deservedly so. Are up 2-1 now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You could even say that the second round on Tundra could have gone either way, but they deserve to win the 2 games they won so far, for sure.
Exactly. This means that obviously it's gonna get turned around now. I mean, the sides are gonna get switched, and then we'll see if W is able to once again equalize the scoreline, or if Grupa Speed are going to make it on towards a match point here. So far, I really have to say, they're looking good, they're looking strong. Yes, round number 2, I think they got weirded out by the triple mouse, and then decided to, like, go with an all-in strategy, and you could even argue it could have gone either way, although W obviously took it. But yeah, Grupa Speed looking like the firm favorite in my mind in this match right now.
Yeah, WK still showing a lot of signs of an inexperience there. Not really. When a team starts losing a tank like Frugo, you'll see them do something immediately. You'll see them react one way or another. They'll be pushing something to try and attempt to release some pressure from the position, so they have something to go off, because if you lose a tank for free, it's usually pretty bad. But they just sat there, and Frugo was dying, and they just sat there. They were really not doing anything. It's better to try while you still have all 7 alive than to wait and just be at mercy of the enemy, which is what they were.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for the 50 Bs from the hill to achieve more than they did. But the fact that most of the tanks by Grupa Speed were actually in the 8 line, or like super close to it, so it's super hard to get gun depression from the hill, and the other tanks were either completely safe, for example Fronic in the mouse, or also out of render, like for example the, I think that was the E5, like on the rails, or was it the Super Conk? Not sure now, but I think it must have been the Super Conk. But yeah, Grupa Speed doing a good job of basically denying the hill control and even retaliating onto the 50 Bs that were trying to snipe from there.
Yeah, but ever since the hill rework, the hill is not as powerful at shooting down anymore. because you used to have the position next to the ridge there that kind of shot down onto the back of the guy in D4. That doesn't exist anymore.
Mm.
That's why D4 window is a lot safer now.
Okay, this means that we are about to witness round number 4 in between a W and a Grupa Speed. Once again, the banana here, the deciding factor last round. We'll see if it is this round. Grupa Speed coming into this one with double 60 TP, 1 IS4, 1 mouse, 1277, 1 E5, and a CS.
Let's just run that up against W Keys triple 60 TP, 1 FIDB, 1277, and 1 E5 actually. So they have again that 50B, but only one of them, so this time it's not as important. When you have 2 of them, you really need to make them work hard to get something into this game. But in this, they really do have that alpha and DPM combination of the 60 DPs, alpha, E5's DPM. So, well-rounded lineup, IMO.
Now, opening-wise by Grupa Speed, we see the 277 going towards the hill. The CS, I think, are doing a spotting run through the 8 line, finding, well, one of the E5s so far. He's going to be quite happy with that. I think he's also going to wait for the... No, he's not going to wait for the E5s to cross here. And other than that, the 50B by Hannes also spotted. Just rushing over this courtyard into this corner. We saw this by some BZs last tournament. I guess now team is resorting to 50Bs. That's not a move that I've really seen a 50B do so
I mean, it's very fast, though. It's faster. I think, does it get here faster than, for example, a BZ?
I think it honestly should.
Yeah, I think so too. But now, here comes the march of the elephants down the 8 line. The 1, 2, 3, 60 TP combination of Frugo, Itox, and Attila. Are they actually going to try something from this position, or what are they waiting for? They're like looking here on the 8 line. Frugo is actually going to be prodding, trying to find something. Are they going to go swing around the corner here on towards Gurski? They're going to do that. Attila needs to be careful, though. Peeks out, spots a numerous amount of opponents. But Frugo here, just driving on towards Gurski, does not care. He is going to be in trouble, though, because Miko repushing, Franek repushing immediately as well. Frugo may be in a little bit too deep, but he is the perfect bait for his team, though. Miko is pushing up, but he's not going to be enough to kill a 60p. And here comes the peek on towards Miko from the back. Itox, Attila in the 1-2 combination, but they're in return getting flanked by Jordan and Elian, who came swinging off the hill. Attila is not going to be making it out, I think. He even gets a little bit stuck on the corner, some driving failure, but Gurski not having a good time by himself either. And now Frugo, Attila both on a one-shot, but Attila does one more before he goes to the grave. And that is pretty good for WK here, finding 2 kills. Finally only losing one of their own. And Attila yet still alive. Jordan really struggling. Such a performance in the last round. Now taking 2 from that 60p. Getting rammed as well by Attila. The hero play from Attila in that 60p. Now Hannes swinging around the corner. Finds Alien as well. And WK here, yet again, surprising group speed.
W indeed, with a very, very unusual move, but it paid off. Grupa Speed not with the answers to the questions that W were asking, and Franek in that mouse, now the last tank remaining on his team, is also gonna get focused down. Yeah, Grupa Speed just not ready for that 8-line approach. They didn't have any spots on towards it. They weren't aiming for the 60 TPs that basically got off 2 salvos for, well, what felt like free. And then the kills started piling up, and they weren't able to stop the avalanche, to stop that snowball effect from really getting traction. And yeah, W with the second surprise and the second round that they take home, and this time even looking very, very convincing, looking good doing it.
Yeah. Did you see Jordan's shot? This is like PTP.
Oh, yeah.
That was like great, dude. Attila actually did like 1.5k and rammed Jordan to death in the CS.
Yeah.
Bit of struggles there.
That was almost illegal for the 60 TP to stay alive there, but we've talked about it in match 1 already, right? That 60 TP armor can be, even at close range, can be very, very annoying to deal with, and most of the CSs that we're going to see are not going to be packing a stabilizer either.
On this map? I feel like you would be on this map.
What would you take? Like HP, turbo?
HP stabs rammer, probably.
HP stabs rammer, no turbo?
Oh, yeah, unless you have to go towards 1-2 immediately in the beginning of the game. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I don't think it would change anything if the CS63 actually gets the kill.
No, it looked funny as hell though.
Yeah.
Jordan getting chased down by Attila in his 60 TP.
That means now that after two
Oof,
maps
1-1.
of Tundra and
1-1.
Yeah. I was gonna do the setup, the big setup here. Mines, it was removed because a lot of teams didn't really like playing it because it was such a hard 1-1. The defensive side being the vastly favored one ever since the old WGL days. That being said,
Even more now because of 1-2 rework.
yeah, I was gonna say the map has been reworked, but I think it even it works even more in favor of the defender now.
Yeah, of course, the mask has been worked for random battles and not 7v7. So, you know, it has a good effect on randoms, I think, because you can cross more safely. But for 7v7, it just made it more defensive biased because the crossing is a lot safer as well. You can't kill anything crossing. It's not possible.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if that means we're going to tiebreaker. I won't mind. But yeah, Mines, I think we thoroughly agree on it. It is a pretty hard 1-1 map. Anything but that would be quite a surprise. Then again...
Then Tundra is supposed to be attack.
Yeah, exactly.
And they both won their defense.
And W has surprised us and surprised the opponent before, twice in this match already.
It kind of looks like Rupert lets himself get outplayed, Doki. I'm gonna be honest. Like this Himmels game, nobody's watching the 8 line. Like, come on, dude. You saw how many tanks there were in that street? Where Miku and the mouse, there's like 5 of them there. Not a single one is like actually watching 8 line. So Frugo just gets to roll around the corner.
Yep. And then the E5 and the IS4 that were there, they just melt away. Because the 60 TP has 750 alpha. There's 2, there's even 3, or there's like 5 of them. At least that's what it probably felt like for Grouper Speed at that point in time. But yeah, 2-2 after 2 maps, which means we are gonna get at least 2 more rounds in this game here. As yeah, Mines makes its reappearance for the first time in what is like 2, 3, 4 WoT7 tournaments?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that indeed. Let's see if the defender goes for the hill. I'd be very surprised. Sometimes you see the less experienced teams go hill on Mines and then they end up losing. That's kind of funny. A little bit. But group of speed though. E100, IS4, WI7, E5, CS, and SCRV, adding a tank there key to the prediction.
Exactly. And on the other side, we have W with an IS4, a mouse, an S-Conk, double E5, and double CS. That looks very hill-centric. Meanwhile, Group of Speed, they are not going to contest the hill. They simply don't have the tanks for it, but they chose not to do it. I mean, with that meaty E100 and with that SGRV, that's going to be able to really lay down fire from the back lines. He's probably going to set up in like K3, K4, or is he going to cross to the island? We'll see. And on the other side, obviously, W, they know that they have hill, that they help the hill basically secure. Barkis is going to make it without taking a hit by Miku, is going to be happy about that. Gursky gets spotted on the cross, but doesn't take any damage. So Grouper Speed, very content here with parking the bus.
Content with parking the bus, and you can't blame them. They want to go on match point, right?
Yeah.
Now, the question is, Key, how would you approach this if you were W Key? How would you break this defense? Let's hear it from the man who's made numerous people's life better with his map guides, how he would approach this.
I mean, quick little disclaimer. I only do those for like random battles, not 7v7. But honestly, I don't think that the 1-cap is an option. Simply because that IS4 is extremely like proficient at defending it. He can peek close to the hill, get those decaps if needed. So like maybe Frugo can like chase away the E100, but against the IS4,
chase away the E100.
Yeah, because like
how is he gonna chase him away, dude? Huh?
He can at least force him off the angle, is what I mean by that. But not the IS-4, because the IS-4 is going to be hold down. So I think it needs to be some sort of 2-cap commitment in the end. And
Wow.
again,
With
there
what
is the
tanks?
STRV, so
Wait, okay, no, let me ask you a question. With what tanks do you push down 1-2 line? If you're double key, what tanks do you have that can push down 1-2?
yeah, the double CS. That's it.
You're gonna 75 1-2 line? I don't think
No,
so.
I think Group of Speed has a good defense here, and W have a mountain to climb. I don't really think, like, maybe they surprise me, but right now, this is looking good for Group already.
That it is indeed. Frugo will probably push up to the building at F8 still to try and push away or chase away the IS-4 by yelling mean Polish words at him. However, I think Fist will just yell mean Polish words back at Frugo. Like, you can establish the building, but you'll have to pressure 3 line at the same time. Like, you'll have to pressure the 3-4 line so you
But you
can get the
can't
E100 from two
really-
sides.
You can't really. The E5 is going to be able to shoot you while you do that. The STRV possibly even, but they're doing it now. Itox and Arcticwell driving through that 3-line. Frugo, as you said, is going to establish the building as well. And some good shots coming out by the team of W, but they're obviously getting pounded as well from the enemies from the back. Good shot by Miko into the mouse, and we can see the fire raining in from that E5, from that STRV in the back lines. Currently, the focus fire not really there, but it doesn't need to be if there's this much DPM.
Yeah, and a big miss there from Miku. Big miss from Itox as well, and that STRV is absolutely hammering Attila. You can see every time he gets shot at, that is the STRV that Hannes just dropped from the hill. I'm not sure, but Hannes is going to be dropping from this game as well in quick succession. He's trying to play Ring Around the Rosie on 361 HP. Does hit his last shot. Miku finally falls, but at what cost? The price paid severe. Mark is now on fire, trying to escape, trying to make it home, but there is nobody because Grupa is knocking on match point. Their attempt was made, but shut down rather convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you probably didn't even expect a good answer when you asked me how, you know, W should
Yeah, I was
approach
curious.
this. Because, well, the defense was solid. It did not crack, it did not falter, and now W with 4 tanks remaining, they are probably talking about their own defense already, because not all is lost yet.
I was honestly curious, but it's really hard on this side to do too much or get too much going. It's really hard. You have to also just play really well, hit your shots, pray for a little bit of luck on your side, and it just wasn't there. And this STRV of Marcelo, it really was a good pick against the 3-4 line pressure, because he was really just hammering that E5 super hard. Take another tank there against the E5, and it probably doesn't do as well. Like even like an E3 or E4 or whatever, it's probably gonna miss a few times or hit the turret and not bend. But the STRV, no problem.
And also against the mouse, like the STRV does well, with the 350 pen on the APCR. So now Group of Speed are just slowly, methodically cleaning out the map from those pesky tanks in purple. Marcel already at the front lines with his STRV as well. Frugo, White Rock, and Ali trying to make a last stand. But it's going to be no avail. We've talked about it already. Yes, Twist does go down to Frugo, but the HP, the guns, the positions, none of it is there.
It's just clean up damage for Grupa, who are gonna put themselves on match point. They've had a 50-50 performance so far, Grupa. 50% really good and dominating, and 50% kind of missing some basics. And a little bit of parts, like, you know, Himmels. Gotta say that this is an oversight on their own part completely. But it is what it is. You know, like you said, it takes one team to make a mistake and another to capitalize. Krupa capitalizing here on the mistakes of W and put themselves on match point. One more, but it is Mind's attack. This Mind's attack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, going into this one, we essentially said already that, you know, anything but a 1-1 with both defenders winning would be a surprise. Then again, Gripper Speed are going to be happy that they won this convincingly. And, you know, when you're up on your match point and it is Mind's attack, maybe you can whip out some unusual strategy. We've seen a couple of those by W. Maybe Gruppa have something up their sleeve. That being said, damage numbers here. I mean, in the end, it wasn't really great individual plays, even though I'm sure all of the players played well and to the best of their abilities, but it was just the rock-solid defense that Gruppa Speed had.
Yeah, overall good stuff. And I am a fan of like quick attacks, I think, on mines, because it puts a lot of pressure straight on the opponent, where they're not like 100% set up. So maybe Gruppa will do what they did on Tundra, like a very fast attack. I think against a team like WQ has a higher win ratio percentage. You know what I mean? Like if you instantly pressure them, because if you give a team time to set up, get ready, then they're usually covering their angles well. But if you do it straight, you can sometimes exploit a flaw
Yeah,
in the
you
defense.
can sometimes get away with murder there. It all depends on how the enemy team sets up. Then again, Mines, I think, unlike a lot of the other maps, plays differently than, you know, basically anything else, in the sense that it is the defender and not the attacker, ironically, deciding the pace of the game. Because the defender has the choice of like, yeah, we park the bus, like we just saw, but the defender also, you outlined it, has the choice of picking a very aggressive setup, going middle, taking hill, and just playing from positions there on out. We've seen some teams trying to do that on their defense and then losing in very unfortunate manners, but it still, in my opinion, is a valid choice to sometimes, like, first of all, to have more tools in your toolkit with which you can surprise the attacker or the opponent, and to just switch it up from time to time, because teams will obviously try and counter like hard camps, and then if you just like once in a while throw in a super aggressive defense, then, you know, people have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, but these super aggressive defense on mines don't end up working most of the time, to be honest. Because every team, like, unless they drive straight 1-2, okay, then you usually just win the game straight. But usually they always, if they see a hint in your lineup where you could take the hill, they just go hill and go for the fight.
Yeah, because that's going to be their best chance at winning the game. Because if you take the hill and it's uncontested, then yeah, it's hard. Okay. So round number 6, possibly the last round in between both of those teams here. It is going to be W trying to fend off the match point. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it. The odds for doing it, I think, are stacked in their favor, but they still have to bring it home.
They do still have to bring it home, and it's going to be a hard one here. Group of Speed. That's a lineup we like to see. WBZ, 2277, an IS4, and a mouse.
W, on the other hand, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, a mouse, double S-Conk, an E5, and a CS. Both of the lineups are fairly aggressive, I would say. Both of them with a mouse, however, too. But I think Gruppa Speeds is a bit more in your face.
Yeah, they could push straight on 1-2 if they wanted to with this, I think. They have the 2277. But it will be... Yeah, it does seem like they're going for it in some capacity. But it's only with 2. I don't think they're going to be pushing down straight. It's just control.
Yeah, double 277, Alien and Twist getting sent towards 1-2. One of them even getting spotted here. And the Beezies starting to make their way onto the hill. Hannes does get spotted, so does Frugo. Migu in turn also getting lit. Tries to take a swing at Hannes, misses, however, and a big one into Frugo by Jordan.
Jordan, they're just rolling Frugo on the move in the PC. I've played that thing, dude. It doesn't really hit too many of those shots. Good shot there from Gursky onto Frugo as well. Yeah, you played the BZ recently?
I have.
Yeah, the gun ain't
yeah, I know. And they possibly, if they're meant for sprinting towards the hill immediately, not even sure if they have a stabilizer, just adding to that.
I'll say it's 2,870. It could be either HP Turbo or HP Stabs. No, you don't necessarily need Turbo on this map, I guess.
I mean,
not against the lineup of WK though. Like if you look at their lineup, you don't really need a Turbo. I think.
Now I guess the movement that is visible is obviously through the 3 line. Once again, we see one of the IS-4s pushing up that will try and push away the opponents from that 1 cap. And against the mouse, the side scraping IS-4 it can actually be very, very successful. He does take a shot of damage on his way there, though.
Yeah, but that's like normal though. The only annoying thing about the IS-4 there is that there's so many things in front of you. Like it's a first world issue that everything absorbs heat shells, right? And of course he's going to be shooting heat at the mouse, so it's a bit annoying to figure out the angles because of the amount of clutter in the way. But you know, it is what it is.
And indeed, the mouse has to acknowledge that the IS-4 is currently just there to push him off. Cap does get started, but I think the IS-4 is a bit too large to completely stay safe, so there could be emergency decaps essentially with that, with HE. And now, full rotation getting started by Grouper, sending the 277 through the north. And a lot of tanks by Grouper actually here. Is Elian gonna stay here at the A4 position? Possibly.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of all-inning over the cap in a way. No, he's actually not going to stay. It's just the mouse. They might just push down to stop the reset. Think about it. Right? What if you just push down with all of your team and you stop them from resetting? You probably lose the fight.
Yeah, we'll
The decap?
have to wait and see. There was the decap. I think that was by the mouse, possibly with HE.
I think they need to wait until the cap has like at least 40 points, if possible. You know, like if they can get it up to 40 points, like 40%, then or 50% would be ideal, because then they could actually just over push and stop the decaps.
Yep.
They're going.
W seem to be not completely aware of this,
I like
this
it.
right now. The IS-7 on the 1 line is going to be out of the game as well. And like, yeah, the mouse has a lot of HP, but now he could just get gunned down by the entirety of the tanks here, while the mouse through the 3 line has also pushed. So he's going to be able to engage as well. Twist there, the first one in the 277, taking some damage, but in return we can already see that Itox in the mouse is taking damage as well. And this is going to be problematic for the side of W. Yeah.
Who is going to reset in a second here? I mean, Twist will fall, right? But Itox is the only one close to the hill right now, Kian. If Itox doesn't get a reset here, I'm not sure who else is going to do it. Miku is now bursting away as well in his BZ. Like, they need to kill Itox before he resets, because then 40 seconds becomes a really short amount of time to work with for the boys of WK. And you'll see now that they're starting to realize this, I think. And there's Marcus is just going in the S-Gung because he's forced to go in the S-Gung. He has to drive down. It creates a little bit of an opening here for the boys from Grupa to actually win this fight. But Hannes on the outside there, though, just picking off guns left, right, and center. Finally, though, I think Marcus will make it towards the cap. He's going to pay for that, though. But in return, WK is cleaning up under their own base.
Yeah, W here a bit caught out, but in the end, Grupa Speed there a bit behind still regarding the HP. Now the kills, 1 each, but that leaves only 3 guns for the side of Grupa Speed here, who were trying to make their attack work, had a pretty good idea, but Marcus with that Super Conk just slicing through the IS-4 armor. All the HP that Grupa have are on the hill on that BZ. That is currently uncontested there, but Marcel falling to the grave is probably going to end the game right there. Bark is not connecting onto Marcel there, actually, but the Super Conk does have a quick reload.
This actually could have gone a bit different. I don't know if you noticed, but Miku and the base was reloaded, and he was facing off against Bytrock alone. So if he picked them up there, then they would have been in a pretty decent position, I would say. And I think they made a mistake by all driving under. If one guy blocks Marcus, I don't know if he makes it back to reset.
Also, if you, I'm not sure, if you leave one of the healthy tanks in the in the cap, so they need to send someone to decap sooner, and then that tank just drives off the cap and body blocks the decapper.
Maybe. That's like that's like super technical though.
Yeah.
Like what you're talking about. I think when they pushed under and they killed Frugo and Itox, that they should just make sure that they're like I don't even know if going under was really their best play there, because they just ended up getting crossfired anyways, right? Hannes came on the 3-4 line. The guys from the base were peeking. Maybe it would have been better if one of them just dies up front. Like, then this is not a hard thing to execute. So you already had a low HP 277, right? He dies and use them as a shield. You're okay? They still have to push in to reset.
Yeah, obviously it is hard to make those decisions like on the fly as you just start pushing in, because realistically there is the fog of war. You're not gonna have like the full visibility where every single tank of the enemy is stationed right now. So most of the teams will probably like pre-communicate where everyone is supposed to go, and then you don't really change it because you're busy like keeping your own gun in the game and like dealing damage and not taking
But it
too
looked
much.
intentional though to shield for the cap.
Yeah, I think this attack had a lot higher chances of succeeding than the first one that we just saw. But then again, it got shut down, which leaves us at a scoreline of 3-3. Leading us once again to the map pick and ban screen, which is going to reveal that yeah, the last round of this match is going to get played on Sand River.
It is going to get played on Sand River. Who gets to pick the site?
W, I think.
I mean, and they pick him defense, right?
Most likely, I would say so. I think there is very few maps on which most teams will pick like attack for the tiebreaker.
Would you pick attack on Tundra?
I mean, I would never get to play in one of those playoffs, so the question is theoretical, but probably yes.
I mean, you have a gold fist, Stocky, remember.
That is correct.
You are basically equal to Jakafa.
That is subject to discussion.
Oh, so now you're underselling yourself, huh? You're always talking about how you earned that and how you played, yada yada.
Never mind, actually. It was Grupa Speed that got to choose, and to my knowledge, excuse me, they have chosen defense.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, indeed.
Defense. I don't know, I feel like Grupa has been the better team, bro. I honestly feel like they've been the better team, but it's 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's always this, like, the rounds that they won were so much more convincing.
Yeah, that's what I like. The Himmels comes to mind.
Yeah. But then again, it doesn't matter. If you win with 1 point of HP and 1 tank remaining, or if you win with 10,000 HP and 7 tanks remaining, in the end it counts as 1 score point. So yeah, I would also say that Grupa Speed has looked like the better team, and they probably are. Then again, W, they have surprised them, and yeah, they're going to be happy with it.
Final prediction.
Final prediction. I'm gonna say Grupa Speed takes it, because they were able to like also choose side.
Oh wow, not even going for the outlier here. What a guy.
I'm playing it safe. How about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Grupa. I don't have to justify myself. I can just go with your prediction.
Anyway, obviously the break between the last round and the following one is going to be a slight bit longer, simply to give both teams, since they didn't know which side they were going to play, a bit more time to set up. I believe like less than 2 minutes, and we should be headed into the round. That being said, though, yeah, the winner of this game is going to play, and now I need to be careful not to say anything wrong here. The winner of this game is going to play against Opur after later today.
Yes, that's correct. So and after this match, we have Hit and Run versus Cashback, right?
Yes.
True.
So yeah, I mean, it's good for either team who wins this tiebreaker now, but then again, it's not going to get easier, I would say.
Not really. Just looking at the bracket, Opura looks like I really wonder. I think Opura is going to be just big scary for either of these two teams to play
Yes.
against. Though.
Yes.
It's hella scary. Can we get rematches in the lower brackets? Is that possible? No, right?
L1 plays against L4, so theoretically,
No, right? It's from the other bracket.
no.
Yeah,
You
it's
could-
from the other bracket.
Yeah.
No.
So you could get a rematch at the earliest.
In
at
match 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, match 8, right?
Yep. Anyway, though, map video already reveals that we are on our way onto what will be the final round in between W and Grupa. Grupa so far looking like the stronger team, but the score not reflecting it. 3-3 with a W being able to surprise Grupa on multiple occasions here. Splitting every single map.
Let's see the lineups. It will tell us a lot. Both teams should be super prepared for this, though. I mean, yeah, we allowed for a little bit of extra time so they can pick their times, but they should have already had a really good idea of how they want to play Sun River, because you need to be ready to play any map.
Now Grupa coming into game number 7 with an IS-7. We have 4 277s double CS.
Against W Keys, 4 IS-7s, 1 singular 5, and double CS. So both these teams super fast lineups that can really do anything and go anywhere as well. Like this lineup that they have, it's.
I mean, yeah, W's lineup might look a little slower, but then again, they still have that double CS with which they can push the IS-7s. So
it's about even, right? To be honest, I mean. Yeah, it's 7-7. Like, look at it. Like, it's not that much fast. 277's main speed advantage is, I think, going uphill. Is
yeah, the
horsepower.
Yeah.
Per ton. But outside of that, I mean, you see a lot of things here from W aiming. Really curious if they're gonna hit the shot. We've seen this numerous times now, but not really many people hitting the shot.
I mean, first of all, they would need to hit the spot, and they finally get that one. But I think it was too late.
Too late.
Ooh, Miku taking one, but that could have been a lot more.
Yeah, the spot was too late, actually. Marcus there doing good shooting in that CS, getting 2 shots of damage for himself. Good start from him at the very least. The C1 position, very popular. Super popular.
Yeah, although now the E5 and the I7, Artiquel and Itox, they do get spotted on that cross here, which is probably not what they wanted. They wanted to cross over unspotted and then start trading. But now they have to sort of delay their actions a little to not take too much damage on the cross here. Frugo is now going to also push up with his IS-7. So W on their attack are starting to slowly pressure out the northwest of the map. That being said, though, Grupa Speed is well set up for this. They have a lot of guns, a lot of tanks ready and in place.
I don't know if W really wants to go for this. I mean, they'll be driving across quite a large margin. Quite a large open terrain as well. They are spotted already, and like you said, Grupa is in this area in force. So is W, though. I mean, double CS is on the outside, the rest of the heavies are all there.
Either team sending a lot of tanks towards that northern area of the map, like even the CS from the south, White Rock. Now starting to leave here. Hanna is being pushed up in his IS-7, and that's a lot of info for Grupa Speed, because they see those heavy tanks being committed in. That means that the push is most likely going to come there, and now the jig is up. The info is given with Itox's push over the open ground here, taking 1, taking 2, down to 1900, but retaliation is there. Swift also taking 1.
Taking 1, but they're starting to close up. It's going to have to be a big fight here, though. They do have that HP advantage, though, Kian. But can they convert that into something meaningful? It's a big question. The A1 IS-7 are moving out as well. Jordan, they're lingering on the outside, looking for a shot.
Oh, that's so annoying that the gun is exactly at the height of
shielding the hull.
Yeah, without even knowing it. Okay.
I don't think he wants to shoot right now, anyways. Oh, no, never mind. He does.
There he goes.
Gets a banger. Looking towards Frugo now. Yeah, that's the CS gun.
Yeah.
It's not always so reliable, but here comes Itox, here comes Attila onto the back of Gursky. Gursky a little bit of surprise there, taking 1-2 combination of Frugo, the Polish diamond as Kian would call him, peeking from the backhand side as well. Gets an ammo rack on the back of the IS-7 in return. Not too much damage being dealt just yet towards the boys of W, who seem to be just rolling and cruising. This little move from Attila and Itox, unpunished, unspotted even, as well coming in. They pick up Gursky as first one, and now Grupa trying to retaliate on towards Hannes in his IS-7. Jordan still firing from the outside. The big ricochet on the top of the turret of that IS-7. He's going to be kicking himself about that one as finally the kill comes in. Now switching over towards Itox. Jordan, that is on range though in a CS. Not a great shot, but he nails it nonetheless. Drops Itox to a one shot. But in return though, WK has Roland over the north, taking out Gursky, Alien, and Miku in their path.
Yeah, White Rock in the south though, in his CS, taking a lot of damage, down towards 1000. That doesn't remedy the fact though that Ali and Barkis, both of them on the prowl in the north, wanting to push Marcel off that angle, and that is going to mean that the 2-cap will be firmly under control by the team of W. The only thing that they need to be afraid of is that the South CS loses his one-on-one, which is currently the thing to watch out for in the bottom left, where White Rock is starting to book it away from Jordan, I believe, in his CS63, who probably is having a monstrous game, but is it going to be enough? Probably not at this point, as he takes another one from one of the IS-7s in the middle. White Rock, ooh, taking one there, has to repair his ammo rack down towards a one-shot, so he's going to get picked up. Silver lining possibly for Grupa.
Yeah, silver lining for Grupa. Marcel trying to escape though. Bark is now connecting there on the back. Jordan outplaying White Rock. Gotta say it was an outplay at the end of the day. Now though, the game kind of settling down. Barkis here wants to push down. He wants to find Marcel. Marcel still spotted running away. Takes one. Drop towards 394. Potential one shot, but somehow Itox has died. Itox has fallen.
Itox
he can't get up because he's dead.
Yeah, Itox was very low HP. Close towards the 2-cap. Someone was able to pick him up now. Artik driving towards Marcel, and is maybe going to be able to finish it here. The ram to ensure that the roll needs to not be very high. Indeed is going to get the pickup once again. 4 versus 3 numerical advantage for, some would say, the underdog, for W.
That move on towards Gursky was going well, and Grupa somehow has managed to lose control over this match. And they managed to lose control over it.
Yeah.
And even here, like, most of the tanks were sent at there, but they missed that spot. And Gursky, easy pickings at the end of the day, right? For the boys of W. I mean, peeks from two sides, remove the first IS-7, then keep rolling.
Yeah. I think W did a good job of finding out where the enemy tanks were, and then just, you know, taking the positions to take out 1, take out 2 for, well, not free, but they were able to share the HP or the damage that was being dealt by the opponent's team in between themselves and not lose the guns here. Triple cap now, 5 seconds here. Franek starting to peak with his 277. Not the best of guns, but he does connect it. But still, 7 seconds remaining on this cap here. And now from the other side comes the 277, but Twist needs to be careful that he doesn't just get collapsed upon.
Yeah, Matela should push forward here, but time though, time. It's not looking good actually anymore. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, they have the cap started again. Barkis takes one more from Franek. They need somebody to go push Franek, or they need to make a shield because they need to play off of this cap. They don't really have anything going else for them, and Franek can just go further. There is a little bit of a hold on there. You'll see it here in a second. Look where he's speaking now. That is on turret. There's not going to be any pens coming out towards that. He gets a shot now on towards Attila. 30 seconds left on the cap. He finds one more big reset. It's going to be all over here for the boys of W, who seem to have made a mess out of this game themselves. Franek is aiming. Franek is looking. Franek finds one, and that's it. That's it. The time. It's not going to work out for W. It's insane. They need to find the CS somehow.
They
didn't need to cap with 3 though.
Yeah, they are never going to find that CS, and the match that looked like W
God.
firmly had it, just completely spiraling out of control for the team in purple. This time, not surprising Grupa speed, but surprising themselves with this futile cap attempt.
They only needed 2 on the cap key.
Yeah,
To be honest, they had time to cap it 2 at first, right? I'm pretty sure. One guy at the K line there, one guy at the. Okay, so it's like one guy north spotting, one guy K line spotting, and then the 2 on the cap. If you get repushed from the middle guy, you just kill him. The K line guy can't push up; it's for free, you know.
Yeah, I don't really know. This game, it felt like both of those teams are very afraid of Opur, and we're just like, you play against them. No, you play
That
against
doesn't.
them.
Yeah. Dodging Opur, huh?
Yeah, in the end, it like both teams made game-losing mistakes, but in the end, Grouper Speed, I would still say, who looked like the better team, are gonna take home the win in this match here. So I feel it is justified to say that the better team won, but the way in which this was done was
Spectacular.
yeah.
Spectacular.
I
No, I really think that putting 3 on the cap is a mistake there. They have the Frugo spotting north. They have the 2 on the cap that will kill anybody trying to come back into reset. And you're just missing one guy on the K line. IMO.
Yeah, exactly. This means that we are gonna see the Polizia. We are going to see Grupa Speed later today. We talked about it already. Playing against Opur. First of all, Daki, though, I think that is, for the time being, after a best of 7 that went the whole way, enough from the two of us. So let's see what our analysts have to say. Take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Thanks a lot, guys. And well, Toxic, what a victory it has been for Grupa Speed. We saw W had it at the end of the day in the tiebreaker, but last minute was pretty tense between these two teams.
I mean, that is a victory and a half right there. Coming off with the decaps in the last few seconds to save the day and stay in the upper bracket is a story that will be told along a lot of generations.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff from Grupa securing their victory. It was not easy, and it's not going to be easy against Opur in the match number 4, because that's one of the favorites of this tournament. Next match of the day, Toxic Cashback against Hit and Run. What's your take on it?
Cashback had a really strong showing so far. We haven't seen Hit and Run today yet, but they were very, very strong during the group stage. I mean, there's a reason they basically got the better seed, right?
Yeah.
So we would technically expect them to come out ahead, but I feel like it's going to be close between the two.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Cashback is the sort of team, like, they may even struggle against the weaker ones, and on top of it, they may actually perform and surprise against the top dogs, Hit and Run and Opur. Those two teams actually straight up qualified to the second round of the winners bracket, the semifinals. Those two Polish teams there, the main rivals, I have to say, but Grupa Speed was also known as a team that managed to beat them in the past, so it's going to be definitely interesting to see them later on.
I just heard that the replays are ready, so let's jump right into them and take a deeper dive at what we saw during the battles. So we started off on the map we saw last match at the end. We saw Tundra, and both teams actually opting for this K-line push in the long run. And we saw for both teams it didn't go all that well.
I think that both Grupa and W had a pretty solid way to react against that K-line push. First of all, the use of that tank around the K2. The IS-7 for Grupa, the S-Kunk later on for W, and you could see the reaction with all of these tanks pushing back over the 1 line and then over the J line. That was pretty clean from the side of Grupa. They were always in the lane during that round, and W, it was a commitment that didn't work out after all.
Yeah, what I didn't really understand is, Grupa Speed just showed how easy it actually is to defend this K-line push.
Yeah.
So I didn't quite get why they went for it themselves. Maybe, they thought they could play it off better, or that W maybe doesn't have the strongest rotations, especially with those 3 mouses. You know, you have, what is it, over 10,000 HP out of the fight, but still I feel like there's just better options than this K-line YOLO that it really is.
But look, from W, it's maybe a bait, you know? They have triple mouse, so maybe Grupa is like, oh, they're gonna play the Mino over D4, and they have like a lot of mice that are out of the fight, so we can actually take that push and probably take out the guy that is gonna go over K2. They even had the CS to spot him early on and give him a shot. And at the end of the day, W, maybe with the bait, the Mino was here, the double 60Ps were here, they were pretty much ignoring the base 1. And you could see the HP advantage was massive. They were 4k up, they were 5 to 6k up on the initial cross. So even if at the end of the day that looked pretty close, they were always in the lead.
I mean, the only thing that really saves you here now with this huge HP differential is either 2 fires or an Emorek, which Grupa just didn't get. So for W, it's just, you know, we have the mouses, we have like 4,000 HP more than you, we're just gonna throw them at you and the match is over.
Yeah, well, good stuff there from the side of W. Interesting way to bait Grupa on a map where they are very comfortable. Tundra next up on Emos. We had a very interesting defense from the side of Grupa, and Jordan with an amazing shot with HE.
Yeah, Jordan really going for it here, saying a quick hello to Itox, you know. In this situation, I would have loved for Itox to maybe just turn around and go for like the 2 or 3 shots onto Jordan, because he dies anyways in that situation. And like this, he died without doing anything, and really just forced W into this weird kind of play where they had to repush the 8 line, and you can see it didn't really work out. They just lost all the HP for it, and the match is really just over.
I mean, it's a solid defense. They have the mouse to get the info of the B0 tanks if they want to go down from the hill. They have G2, G3 to spot the banana. It was well established from the side of Grupa, and W didn't have the answer. But next up on their defense, they went for something very aggressive, and I have to say that they kind of surprised Grupa Speed with it.
I mean, also just not very well done from Grupa Speed. They don't have any information here on the 8 line. They spot them literally when they drive out of the 8 line already, so leaves them with very little time to rotate. And Ducky mentioned this earlier, this wasn't really W outplaying Grupa, but instead just Grupa outplaying Grupa, because they just allowed themselves to lack so much information, so they were kind of clueless as to what was happening on the battlefield.
That's why I actually talk about the surprise factor. You could see that Grupa completely ignored the banana. They were very set if they would actually push through the base 1, and they expected that possibly. So at the end of the day, W, that was risky, that was ballsy, if I can say so, to make such a push, but it worked out for them. Afterwards, we had Mines, well, the famous 1-1 map, and it happened there. Both defenders took their victory in a pretty convincing fashion. Maybe the next one was closer because Grupa came up with something more interesting, but you could see that W on their attack, they didn't stand a chance at all.
I mean, I guess you could say W did try something, you know. Hannes also did try something, you know. When you Google do a barrel roll, your screen will flip around once. Hannes wanted to kind of recreate that in World of Tanks, which he successfully did there. I mean, W tried something, it didn't work, just go next because it's Mines. You really just expect it to be 1-1. Throw something at the enemy and hope it will stick. It didn't in this case. Not too much to worry about for them if they think they can show off in their defense.
Yeah, very dev-sided map, but I tend to hope that some teams are going to come up with something interesting later on when we get close to the finals, and you could see this time the Grupa Speed attack. First of all, the cap pressure with Marcel, and then pushing with those tanks. So as you can see, they triggered the brawl with the tanks from W, the Mice under the I7 under the hill, the S4, sorry, and the E5 and S conquer the base. And at the same time, they keep the cap pressure with this IS4. I almost feel like that they could have done that if they had more tanks giving extra pressure in the cap and they stopped the buildings to counter the mouse, on top of obviously Franek over the full line.
I mean, I feel like they can still do this YOLO to ensure that Itox dies, but why not just keep the first guy who already ate like 1 or 2 shots in the cap and try to apply more pressure? Also Marcel here, I mean, he has 2 kills, 1 assist, 1 assist, 1 kill. He has 2 kills, 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 1 assist, 1 ki This is something I didn't really understand what happened. You know, Marcel at 2.1k HP, got pushed by Barkis with 900 HP, and we can see the result of that. So I don't know what happened there. Marcel maybe disconnecting both his mouse and the keyboard, but this was not a showing that we expected from him.
Yeah, well, he got probably outplayed a bit, and then we had the tiebreaker. The round that we felt was going very well for the side of W, as they made the perfect play to actually counter that opening of Grupa Speed to take down Gursky. You could see that they actually took back control of the North, the cross over to D6 with the I7s. I was actually well played, I have to say, but at the end of the day, they were very slow.
I mean, Drupa just not finding the correct rotations at the correct time and allowing W to not only take a lot of the control, but also take a lot of the control uncontested. They did have some side shots, and in the end, W just came out ahead. Luckily for Grupa, however, you know, all they have to do is to decap in time, which they did with 1 second left, and then they just have Franek in the K line, nobody there to contest him, and you see the clock ticking and ticking. And let's just see what happened next. Franek note stage E with his intuition, gets the decap, and there we have it. Jordan just has to live, which is very easy, and the match is done.
Yeah, that was actually very surprising. I think that W made a mistake. They had such a lead, they could have tried to make a cap play over the base 2, and instead they kept on chasing, went over the base 1, and Grupa, that was close, like the decap before that was very close, and these think from the mid, if it was slightly like slower, maybe that wouldn't work out. At the end of the day, they're gonna be advancing in the semifinals, and they're gonna be facing Opur from the side of help me, the name of the team. I'm very tired.
The Grupa.
Yeah, no, Grupa is qualifying, and yeah, it's W.
Yeah, Grupa
sorry.
is playing versus Opur.
So W is in the losers bracket, and well, they're gonna be facing the losers of the semifinals of the winners bracket. It's a bit different, the format we have. We used to have some teams straight up in the losers bracket, slightly different now. So we get possibly to see those teams face each other again. But that being said, Toxic, now we have the third match of the day. That's gonna be between Cashback and Hit and Run, and the community predictions going Hit and Run's way. That's not surprising.
It really isn't, but 63-37, you know, 2/3 basically for Hit and Run. I don't know if I tend to agree with that. I feel like it could be a bit closer, but then again, historically seen, Hit and Run has won a lot of tournaments, always been in the top 2, or I think one tourney top 3. So, I mean, the community just going with what they are used to. Not surprised here, and it's gonna be a banger of a game for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Is Cashback actually capable of creating some good match against Hit and Run, or is Hit and Run actually going to take it in an easy manner? That's what we're going to find out shortly. But before that, we need to get deeper information about that match, the pick and bans. Kian and Daki, guys, take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back for match 3 of the day. And it is going to be a cracker. The analysts said it already. It's going to be Cashback against Hit and Run, the team formerly known as Rocky, but some roster changes taking place, so now rebranding a little bit. And first of all, we take a look at the team that we already saw with a pretty solid performance today. Cashback coming with a 4-1 into this one under White Profi here. And the fact remains, like, they're not that well known yet. The only player that I personally knew before this tournament was Liquor by name. And Block, I guess, so too. But yeah, they are taking it on against some very, very, very well-versed players.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw them play today. They took down Aurora in a pretty convincing fashion. However, I think most of us, almost everybody will agree that Hit and Run is the more experienced team than Aurora, probably better than Aurora as well, I think we could say. They were rocky in the previous WoT7. They got to the finals. They were doing really well against Opur, if you remember, then ran out of steam and Opur took it away in the end, but they did make it there.
But yeah, Monster there, leading his team that also consists of other names that are gonna ring a bell. Barbarian, Kubash, Piotr, Zelensky, Tomek, Konrad, Mentos, all of them, yeah, just absolute juggernauts when it comes to 7v7, when it comes to 15v15, when it comes to WoT competitive in general.
Yeah, very experienced players all in all. Just a lot of experience there, a lot of individual skill as well. We'll see how they fare against Cashback. Maps will be, of course, the important factor here between these two to see what they can do, what they can deliver. We already know that Cashback was pretty good on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, Cashback looking strong there, just never letting go of that driver's seat, right, of the gas pedal. They were just continuously creating new and challenging situations for the team of Aurora, that in the end, under that pressure, Aurora just faltered. You have to say it like that. We'll have to see, because Hit and Run, they are, well, it's a new name of a team, but it is obviously no new names when you look actually at the players. So they also like to play very, very aggressively. And now we are moving into those pick and bans. Cashback taking out steps, Hit and Run, getting rid of Prokhorovka. So we are going to start with a hit and run attack on Ghost Town, moving into a Cashback defense on Himmelsdorf. Murovanka then taken out. Sandriver is going to start with Cashback defending. And if we get to it, Sandriver is the tiebreaker, because Ghost Town... Wait, Ghost Town is second time there? No, which one would be the 7th ban? Which map am I missing? Mines, probably. So yeah, Tundra also gone, and Sandriver the possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, so Hit and Run takes away Prokhorovka immediately. I think Cashback banned steps as well in the first match that they played against Aurora. It was Aurora. Whatever, they don't want to play steps. Either way, that's a trend already. Maybe not prepared for it. You can permaban something until the finals. That is possible. That does expose maybe some weakness, but it is what it is. Prokhorovka being taken by Hit and Run. Smart, I guess. They saw it against Aurora. They saw that Cashback has a pretty good clue. Then Ghost Town and Himmels, I mean, 2 city maps back to back. Ghost Town, an interesting one always to see how a team defends is mainly the question. You see a lot of different adjustments over the A line, over the K line, sometimes even pressuring the city. A lot of room there, and then Himmels is going to be, of course, a very, very interesting one. And the mapper, I believe the difference will be made between these two.
All in all, we'll just have to wait and see in between both of those teams. Personally, I do still favor the Hit and Run team, simply because, well, over the course of the past, I would say 7, 8, 9, 10 WoT7 tournaments, they have just been overall a very stable, a very good team, capable of any kind of play style. Ultimate aggression, parking the bus. It's all something they can do. It's all something they can do well. Yes, there have been some slight changes with the lineup of the players, but all of them have demonstrated in the past that they're able to play together and do so at an incredible level of gameplay.
True. But there can only be one winner, Kian. There can only be one that is victorious. And this is an important match. And to reference back, we talked about it in the beginning of the broadcast, and let's make sure that I'm not wrong.
I think you are right, and I think I know already what you want to say.
Okay, what do I want to say?
You want to say whoever wins in this match here is going to move on towards the upper bracket finals, which then ensures at least a spot in the lower bracket finals, which we talked about, WCI wildcard tournament slot.
Yeah, so it's pretty important already, because there can only be 3 teams left at that point, so they're always going to be in. That's a really important match for both these teams already. Winning this is huge, because it's already like, if you have a few goals, making it to the wildcard tournament is won already. So for either of these two, it's super important. Really important.
All right. Also, I think the pick and ban is interesting in a way where we see, you mentioned it, 2 cinemaps back to back, which signals sort of that the players by Cashback, they're they're not afraid individually of those big names that are on the hit and run team, right? They're saying, well, we can take it up close and personal if you want, and we are confident to win it. Ghost Town now being the first map here, we do see the caster predictions, and yeah, the two of us agree. I think I kind of copied your homework. 4-1 is going to be the final scoreline. Insane saying 4-2, and Toxic is saying that hit and run needs to go to tiebreaker to win it.
I don't know about that one. I think hit and run is it's like a Invil team, I guess. We're a part of it. They do really well against more inexperienced teams, IMO, because they get the ball rolling and they start snowballing in rounds. And I'm afraid for Cashback that it is what might happen here. That, you know, hit and run just starts off really strong on Ghost Town and never lets them back in the match.
That is indeed a possibility. The other possibility being that Cashback just plays or keeps playing their still fairly unknown playstyle, and thus is able to surprise the hit and run team with that. We have seen in the past that like the players around Monster, they sometimes, when they hit unusual playstyles, they sort of struggle a bit. That being said, +1 to the tanks being played as Kubash brings out the 113. Then we have 160 TP, 1 E100, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 E5, and a Batchat.
Against Cashback's I7 triple mouse, an E5, and double CS, so the double medium pick on Ghost Town is always an important one to watch out for. How you decide to play behind this, because most teams only go for one.
So this in turn means that once again on Ghost Town it's very important to look at how many mediums each team has. Cashback there with the advantage, and those outside angles, they can come in very, very handy for the team that controls them, which should nominally be Cashback simply because they have a medium tank advantage. Then again, as we see Brainbreaker,
they're using them to push the I7 into the cap.
Pretty unexpected opening here, and they do get onto the cap without taking a singular shot of damage. That though means that the WCS, very squishy tanks, are very close to the enemy.
Yeah, but I mean, they got into the cap without basically taking anything. Barbarian here wants to make a peek. He wants to get a shot. He will find it as well. Big one coming out from that 60 TP. Immediately retaliated upon. But now look at the CSs and the I7. They're swarming. They're pushing off on towards the tank that's in front of him, which seems to be one of the IS4s of Conrad. He's getting focused out here, and Cashback with so much quick aggression here, trying to find an overmatch, trying to find something, but I don't think right now that they're really finding what they were looking for. They're still up a slight amount of HP, and Conrad and Monster have been dropped low, but now they're moving on towards Barbarian, but they lose Liquor in return for that already. Supporter is also on a one-shot, and right now for this Cashback team, it's important that they start generating a kill or two.
Indeed, they do have some low HP tanks that need to stay back currently though, and Piotr actually the first one to fall for the hit and run team. Currently the HP still in favor of the team in purple. Now Profi and Supporter peeking onto the 60 TP, the CS63 not able to get the connection, and the mouse missing as well. The 60 TP armor once again proving to be very, very good against APCR, and slowly but surely Supporter does fall to the grave, meaning gun advantage for the team of Hit and Run, who are trailing though in that HP department, but a lot of that is on Coyote, who is trying to get into the game.
Yeah, these misses are costing Cashback a little bit, you know, on that 60 TP, because then Tomic came back in with his reloaded bad shot and managed to clip onto the back of that mouse, which shut him out of the game. But now the comeback, though, for Cashback, and you talked about it, Coyote has all of that HP, but I raise you the point, Kian. Tomic has all of it for hit and run as well, and that's a reloading bad shot who is still 10 seconds out of this game. Barbarian alive longer than anybody could have imagined at this point. Let's be real, like, he's still yet alive. The CS finally hits him. I think Coyote will shut him down at this point in time. Well, I can't see it. Can you?
I hope that we're going to be able to see very, very soon what's actually happening here. And yes, as the feed clears up, we're left in a 2v2 scoreline here. But Tomic right now with a lot of good opportunities in his high HP Batchat, right? That's exactly where you want to be with the Batchat at the end, being able to take pot shots, doing 1, doing 2, doing 3 onto the mouse, making him a possible one-shot for that E100, and the flanking opportunities that the Batchat has here are going to be the important factor moving forward.
Coyote in a 1v1 against Monster, though. That mouse does have enough pen to go through, but I think he just bounced. I can't see it. He's on reload. Monster picks it up. We apologize for the slight technical issues, and I think Tomek will then come off reload and shut down Sexy Block. And I think really what ended up costing cashback here are those misses on Barbarian, right? Those few
Yeah,
misses there.
exactly. Barbarian was able to do like 1, 2, or even 3 more shots of damage as Tomek does get the reload, does get the kill. And this is going to secure a first round for the team of Hit and Run. But Cashback gave him a run for their money.
Cashback should have won this. If they ban Barbarian and he dies, Tomek doesn't have such an impact on this game. A few one-shots would probably survive. And I think they had it at that point. I really think those few misses there cost them very, very dearly.
Yeah, and not only that the DPM couldn't be used for the other tanks, like it was also that Barbarian was playing a beautiful game there of staying alive and retaliating damage. And like the high HP gun, yeah, he wasn't able to focus out low HPs, but with that high alpha gun, he was able to remove a lot of HP from that still very healthy mouse of Coyote, which then, if you come to think about it, enabled the bat chat to deal more damage into the mouse and then enabled the E100 to survive. So a beautiful game of World of Tanks that Cashback should have won.
Yeah, I think they should have won it at the end of the day, but yeah. So supporter, yeah, 11-6 already on the mouse. Yeah, it's not good enough in my opinion. The Sexy Block did more than fine. I think that mouse pen ratio there a little bit lackluster. Conrad, yeah, well, he got pushed upon. Let's see Barbarian's block damage though.
2,800.
Yeah, that's the difference, man. That's the difference. Honestly, like Tomek had all the HP for his team, but if they kill Barbarian there quickly, he comes in with his clip and he only has mouses to shoot at, which is fine. Like he shoots mouses, they clean up the one shots, and then it's just Tomek, you know? Tomek in a bat versus the world. They would have had at least 1 or 2 more tanks alive, I think, if they killed Barbarian.
Yep. So signs of weakness by the team
Yeah, but
of
Cashback,
Hit and
man?
Run, but like
This
Cashback,
aggression?
they threw away. Yeah, it
But
was
the
good
aggression,
aggression
though.
coming out. Don't
Like
get me wrong.
initially with double CS and I7 pushing into the cap. Brave. Especially the squishy CSs.
And the thing is, it should have worked out, right? I mean, it was on a knife's edge because, like, immediately one of the CSs was down towards a one-shot, and then basically Cashback, they had to take care that Hit and Run aren't able to take those guns out of the fight immediately. It was brave, and the thing is, it should have worked. So yeah, some really sexy gameplay coming out from the side of Cashback, but they're not rewarding themselves for it.
No, indeed. They didn't get rewarded for it, but it is still what it is, okay. You know, you cannot always get everything you want to. I asked W about that in the last matchup on Sad River. I'm trying to think, Mike, which was Scratchback in the group with Hit and Run, or were they in the other group? I don't remember.
Oh, that is indeed
I'm asking Yukian.
a good question.
You should know as the tournament organizer. Right?
I have to admit, I am actually unsure right now, but I'm
checking.
trying to find out.
They were they were in the group at Opor. Yeah. They were in the group at Opor. And keep in mind though, Giant, this is what I thought. I wasn't sure if they would like tiebreaker against Opor or against Hit and Run. They went 4-3 against Opor.
Mhm.
Like, they lost, but they also brought Opor to a tiebreaker. So this team has been doing some phenomenal gaming, actually, throughout the group stage and as well. And the playoffs so far. Anyways, Hit and Run, 22277, a bat, triple mouse.
Yeah, triple mouse there. And for Cashback, we have the 60TP 1i7 triple mouse as well, and double CS once again. So not wanting to ease up on that aggressiveness regarding the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this time it's Hit and Run with that super aggressive 22277 though. You could also see them drive straight into the cap. This has been done before, but I kind of doubt it, to be honest.
Yeah, the double CS once again pushing one of those one of those IS-7s towards a position early on. Obviously, the cap is not going to be the goal for it this time. Instead, they're just using the WCS in a pretty common move, I would say, to push that IS-7 to gain control of the K3, K4 position to be able to play hold down from there. Setting up also very defensively, very expectedly in the city with the Mouses. I think the one cap is a bit weak, but then again, we see hit and run not really like sending any tanks there, so it doesn't matter for the time being.
No, they just really want to establish K-line, which they have done, you know, with the CS and I7 combination. So still some early aggression from Cashback, trying to take at least a position here. Liquor is covering this as well. I don't really know if Hit and Run can push back up on this. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I agree with that statement. I think Hit and Run, they are just right now trying to methodically find out about the positions of the enemy team. Piotr there taking a swing at one of the bushes, does not get spotted for this, so that is a bit of information gained. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Liquor taking one in his IS-7. So right now, Hit and Run having already dealt like 3 shots of damage, which, you know, over time does tend to add up, while Hit and Run are still comfortably sitting on their 20,240, not a single point of damage taken yet.
Yeah, but it's still on Hit and Run to make the move, though. That's the main thing here. They know where the bad shot is at the very least for now. And they are starting to drag down the time a little bit, you know. They did get a 60 DP there behind that corner as well, where you don't usually see it. North is still a little iffy, to be honest. Like, A4 is probably takeable. Normally it isn't, but it's probably takeable.
It should be. We'll have to wait and see. Cashback, obviously, they're trying to slow down the game here. They are the defenders. They're trying to get Hit and Run into that spot that no one wants to be in, as the attacker will basically run out of time, and I think they've just about had enough of waiting around, as we see that the move by Hit and Run is going to come in here at any point in time. The 277's now pushing over that A-line, taking a shot of damage, but well, they're essentially not really pushing into anything, and behind the mouse of ISET, there is the double mouse by Conrad and Monster, together with the double 277 there in the front. That mouse is going to take a hell of a beating very quickly.
Yeah, but a good opening here, though, from Hit and Run. They smelled weakness on that north part. It was indeed pretty weak, and Conrad and Monster not really trading that great. I mean, in terms of HP, I thought this was going to be a lot better trade for them, but they do take a lot in return, I think, from that CS as well on the back lines. You can see Conrad there. Oof, good flick there from Ice. Drops Conrad towards the one-shot. Coyote looks to pick it up as well. And honestly, Key, this trade, it looked like such a good move, but...
Yeah, they did end up trading a lot of damage for it, and a kill as well. A kill gone either way here, as Piotr now has the A3 position, so that is at least a positive for the side of Hit and Run here. Does put a good shot into block in that CS. Always important to get that medium HP also down on the outsides, that they can't really run away with the game at the end of the day.
Look at the I7 Key.
Oh yeah, and
enough, more than enough.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, does he have enough HP to withstand a Batcheck clip? And turns out he does. One shot whizzing past him as he crosses the opening through the 7 line here. And Tomek
can get repush though. He doesn't really have that much support. Look at the 277 on the 8 line in the meantime. I don't know which one that is, but obviously it's going to be one with enough HP. That is for sure. It's not Piotr because he was at A3. The I7 now in a bit of trouble there on the south-hand side. He's going to get repushed by a 277 and a bad shot combination. And that is going to take him out of this game. Maybe this move wasn't
trading it out here. Now the bad shot starting with the engage, and the I7 Liquor is like, ah, crap. Doesn't even connect the shot onto the bad shot. That is not going to be a fun experience right now for Liquor, who does manage to get a little ram off, but that is going to be all she wrote, as Hit and Run with a clean pickup onto the IS-7 by Cashback. That had gone too far.
Yeah, it looked like a good move, but on second thought, really not that great. And it's costing them. They have something with leaving I7s to get repushed by a 277 Batchat combo though.
Yeah, the
This happened
Batchat.
this happened to them against Aurora as well.
Yeah, the Batchat, it's not a tank you can just, you know, completely disregard. It has like
There's an
such a
angle on
high
Monster,
clip
though.
potential.
You see the CS in A-line?
Now I do, yes. How much HP does he
Enough.
have?
He can shoot onto the back of this mouse. You gotta try something here.
Yeah, he could shoot onto the back, or he could just overpush and try and get the 277 out, because I don't think Piotr was too healthy anymore. Yeah, 811,
800.
that is
It's
possible.
possible.
He does find Piotr, Piotr does see him as well, but obviously that is not really the position that the CS wanted to find the 277 in. He does get a good connection though. Low roll means he's going to have to roll exceptionally high to get the kill here. He will require one more shot, but does take one more in return. Good aim though by Liberty. Sexy block puts one more into Monster. And now Profil needs to be careful with his mouse. Down towards a one-shot, but I think hit and run, they're just cleaning up here. Cleaning house at this point.
The I7 opening the game there. That K-line, losing that K-line, isolating the 60 TP that has to run away. They lose the HP. Well, not advantage, but they were equal, right? It looked like cool, you know, the I7 coming off, but it wasn't needed. If he just holds fast on K3, they're actually in an okay position to hold. Because they can always push off K-line once the cap gets started, right? And they can only come through the north-hand side anymore if you hit and run, because the 60p is watching the other angle. So really the I7 pushing forward kind of sold the game here for cashback. And it's a bit sad to see, because even in this round they had potential.
Yeah, and now hit and run actually demonstrating when a triple cap is actually useful and makes sense, as cap does complete, and hit and run are going to lock in the second round in a row for themselves here in this match. Cashback showing good potential in both of those rounds, you said it, but in the end, yeah, especially in the first round, like they shouldn't even have lost that.
Even here, man. That CS move that they did, okay, imagine a world in which the I7 doesn't push down, right? And you send the CS slowly towards the A line, because from the, I don't even know, I think A1 has shots as well. But if you retake A1 key, you know where Monster was, right? You can just free farm the back of that mouse, which means that he can't watch front anymore. He can only watch towards you. So yeah, man, that I7, it's the repeat of Sand River, but on Ghost Town, where losing the I7 on the offside opens the entire game.
Especially since after that, right, you have that threat of that Batchat just continuously roaming.
You have to get up so many
further.
positions.
Yeah.
For it.
And Monster actually with a monstrous performance here, almost 5.8k, a kill to his name. Good job by the team captain.
And this is what I was a bit worried for cashback key. That's what I said in the beginning, that you know, hit and run will win. I expected them to be more dominant, but they start running away with it.
Yeah, especially after that round one, right? You're gonna feel, as if you're cashback, you're gonna feel like you just got robbed a little, and then round number 2, hit and run don't stop. They get the second one on the board. I mean, we can now take a look, another one that is at the pick and ban once again. But in the end, like, such young teams, if they are facing off against one of very proven teams, yeah, once those teams like Hit and Run get 1-0, 2-0, possibly even 3-0, it just starts to fall apart mentally, right? Himmelsdorf, though, I think not the worst map to come back on.
Hometown map, though, for Hit and Run. You know, a lot of experience. A lot. And you see, like, on Ghost Town is one of those maps as well by now. You can see with that they just edged ahead slightly, you know. Him also, it's the oldest map in the pool, with a lot of experience for Hit and Run. I believe that this might start to look towards a blowout. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but it has this tendencies. You know, strong start, and the second round, okay, and then you get 3-0, 4-0,
Mm.
and then we get to listen to Insane and Toxic. You know?
Yeah, Himmelsdorf, one of the, if not the oldest map in the pool, has seen some reworks over the years, but nevertheless, people are experimenting with new ways to play. I mean, we saw that 50B getting pushed through the courtyard, right? It was interesting, and I mean, it worked well. Yes, grouper speed in that game didn't establish like 8-line spots against W, which normally is a mistake that will get punished, and it did. But yeah, we keep seeing new stuff appear, which is always nice to see.
We'll see what offer the lineups. Right? To tell us the kind of game we're getting. Because we said already, there's a lot of different things on Himmels that you can do. See the 60DP meta. E100, I guess it is this time. Plus
All
one
right.
tank, by the way.
Mhm.
Hit and run, 113, 50B, W100, a mouse, an E5, and a 268 V4.
All right. Then for cashback, double 113, 160 TP, double 50B, an IS7, and a 277. So cashback with the very much so lighter setup than hit and run. I mean, hit and run with a triple super heavy, with the brutal frontal 2684. I feel like hit and run has a lot easier lineup to execute if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm. I think for cashback though, it's again that double 50B, man. Are they just gonna plow down the 8 line? Yeah. Okay.
Looks like a brain breaker though. In position does see Profi in his 113. Does see Coyote. Does
This is
not
not
see
good though,
I
yeah.
said.
Look at what they're pushing into.
Yeah. That is not something you would want to be pushing.
Profi here, stopping, waiting. Maybe they will get the info from the IS7, who gets a spot or two out. That was Liquor there on the outside. Profi though peeking into the V4. Didn't expect him to be there, but now they know. Now the double 50B is coming in as well. And Cashback here needs to use that 50B advantage that they have to get an overmatch here against something, because they're currently not winning these trades. They're finding Monster though in that E100. He's dropped low, but in return, Liquor there in his IS7's getting pressured by Barbarian, Brainbreaker, Kubash. Sexy block now going for the 1v1 against Tomic. No, he's just pushing straight up and past into the backs of these tanks. He gets set on fire. It's going to be a one clip and the autoloader syndrome clip until I die. That's what happens in every single one of my random battles, Kian. But in return, though, can they find Piotr? I think the 60p even missing there. He gets that E100 Barbarian trying to ram Profi to that. Not going to be finding that, but still, though, hit and run up a tremendous amount of HP in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback are doing a good job of making it seem close, but that is essentially all they're doing, because those tanks by hit and run, Conrad with that mouse still on 3.5k. We see Brainbreaker full HP in that E5. It is not that. It is not close. Cashback did a good job of also focusing out guns, but against this amount of HP that you're pushing into, you're never realistically gonna win if you don't get a couple blowups or something like this. I mean, the 50B getting set on fire, yeah, maybe a bit unfortunate, but it didn't matter.
I mean, it did a clip though.
Yeah.
But look at the setup though. Holy.
Oh.
HP Turbo Growlers.
Grousers.
Right, it does help on a hill. Yeah?
Yes, it does. It still is funny for me to see.
True. It's for a very specific purpose. You know? It's to be as fast as possible over the hill. Maybe there was something there for Cashback if they got the 50Bs involved immediately, but even then, man, they would need to push off straight. They're already down. Like the tanks they're fighting against suck for them because they're in 113s and stuff versus E100s and mouse and a V4. So they're already down HP. I don't think so.
No, I don't think that realistically they have a chance to win. Like, especially with the opening. Like, from the start to finish, this game was basically a disaster here for Cashback. First of all, I think they lose on tank picks. Because, like, the enemy lineup was so much heavier. then the E5 immediately gets the spot off against them. And then they have the unfortunate thing that all of the super heavies plus the V4 are basically waiting for them. Like, they just basically wait to have dinner served to them.
It was a hard watch.
I mean, the other 2 rounds, you could say, yeah, especially the first one, Cashback looked very, very good.
But this is a snowball, though.
Yeah, here they're starting to fall apart, and now 3-0 against a team that has proven in the past that they can win these tournaments. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see a comeback.
This is the snowball effect. First round is close, second is also still close, the third one isn't, and then it's just close books usually. We've seen people come back from this, but not really in upper brackets. Usually not in upper brackets, usually in like finals and stuff. Because, you know, even for Cashback, they lose this, they still continue in the tournament. And it does play a big effect on the team, in my opinion, knowing that you still have that second chance.
Yeah, then again, we highlighted already the importance of this match, of winning it. It basically means that even if you don't win the tournament, you still have the second chance to book the tickets to China, which is what I think all of the teams here are after currently. Like, yeah, the prize money is also pretty nice, but, you know, getting to fly halfway around the world is probably a bit cooler.
Is it?
It probably depends on how you look at it, right? If you...
It depends on how good you're able to sleep on a plane.
I personally do not possess that ability.
No, bro.
Nah.
Man, last time when I flew, I think I slept 9 out of the 10 hours, man. It was great, dude. I woke up, I'm like, oh, we're here. Great.
Nah, I just can't sleep on any kind of transport, like buses, trains.
Really,
planes.
dude?
It
I'm pretty
just
sure I've
doesn't
had
work.
quite a few moments where I'm like gaping with my mouth open, sleeping on a train, dude, just having a good time.
Nah,
I'm
even
pretty
in
sure.
cars, it just doesn't work for me. Anyway,
Wow, dude, that's a horrible life.
Yeah.
Honestly,
It's
that's
not
like the
fun
best
sometimes.
ability ever. Just being able to sleep anywhere.
Anyway, round number 4, and it is looking brutal. It is looking grim for the team of Cashback here that are down 0-3 against the juggernaut, the bulwark of Hit and Run here, who so far, like, yeah, they maybe should have lost a round or 2, but at the end of the day, they didn't. And now, what they did is put themselves on match point. They will be looking to close this one out, fairly soon. I mean, the fewer rounds you play, the less of your tactics, the less of your strategies you have to show. But Cashback, obviously, given the chance, will try and make a comeback. That being said, Hit and Run, they need one more to make it into the upper bracket final, and they're going to try to do so with an E100, an IS4, an IS7, a mouse, the double E5, and a CS63.
And Cashback in return, though, triple 60 TP, an IS7, a mouse, and double E5. That's 7. Both teams with 7 single shooters, but that alpha, though, that they have, that they possess in the triple 60 TP, it's mean.
Yeah, the 60 TP, obviously, with that 750 alpha, can be very, very good when you're trading. But then again, who are they trading against? Like, yeah, obviously, the CS is kind of squishy. The IS7 up close can be kind of squishy, but the E5 already starts to become annoying, right? And the story doesn't end there. There's like a mouse, there's an E4. And against all of those tanks, the 60 TP with a lowish heat pen can sometimes struggle. Profi does drive towards the hold down, takes 1 shot for his troubles, but I think that is to be expected if Monster is pre-aiming it. So nothing unusual. Pretty hard push over the 0 line though by a Hit and Run.
Yeah, Profi does take the position. It's like this layers to this game. He's looking for the CS, he won't find him. So they have the I7 and D4. If you're wondering, he spots the K line crossing. They have the 60p here in G3. He spots the 8 line, and they also have now Supporter in his 60dp looking for that IS7, but there's still an E100 and a mouse waiting for that. And already Hit and Run pushing off the hill here. in quick succession with 3 tanks, trying to find an overmatch towards the 8 line by the looks of things. And the fact that this WE5 mouse is currently not in the fight could isolate, at the very least, supporter. Because where is supporter gonna go, Key? Where does he run off to?
He currently went into the corner that is close to the 8 line in the courtyard, and it seems like Hit and Run don't really have the angles on him quite yet. Barbarian there trading against Coyote and the Mouse. I think Kubash, once he's there with the IS-4, the E5 needs to evacuate the angle. Kubash indeed just starting to push forward here. Gonna catch the E5 in the open, does get a good trade-off, but that is 3 guns against 2. Yes, Coyote has a lot of HP in the Mouse, but that is a lot of heat shooters, and there's a CS-63 that could do a flank.
Yeah, Tomic there on the A-line. Doesn't feel like coming in though. Now Liquor peeking from behind as well. They're focusing on towards Piotr and that singular E5, wanting to pick him up. 8-line pressure being put as well. But all these heat guns, as you mentioned, are able to pretty much plow through Coyote if he stays for too long. A good peek there from the IS-7 of Liquor on towards Piotr, but here comes Ice, here comes Liberty, here comes Sexy Block as well. They're pushing back in with these big old 60 DPs. Ice there looking for the connection. They find Piotr, that is Liquor from the back to shut him down. And Cash back here, but a potential overmatch on this corner on towards Kubash. But Tomic there in the CS, very annoying supporter in the courtyard, getting picked up, but Monster paying for this. Conrad has to shut it down. Can he find the angle? No, he bounces there. That maybe means that supporter gets one more shot, but also enables the 60 TP from the 5 line to potentially get another shot in towards him as well. So Conrad here takes 1. 804. Now he's going to get the supporter out of the game though, and a non-connection there from the 6B on the 5 line. And as we look at the game now, it's 6v6, but Hit and Run is up in HP again.
Up in HP, and probably down in guns too. Oh yeah, Tomic, no. Tomic does get the pickup on the Mouse here, and now Kubash trying to fight 1v2 against Liberty and Block. Kubash would have enough alpha nominally to get the kill onto Liberty, but I think he fluffs the shot, but Barbarian on the other side of the map is able to secure one more kill here. Unfortunate low roll by Kubash here, meaning he does bite the dust, but as that one settles, we are 5v3 and 4.6k HP against a mere 500.
Yeah, Cashback came strong into this match and then slowly started slipping, lost control over the tempo, and Hit and Run just with that extra experience, keeping cool, calm, and collected, and picking up round after round after round. I think it's definitely, you can see that they're the more experienced team, just better at the moments where it mattered most, like in this round and on the first 2 Ghost Town rounds, edging themselves ahead and winning those. 4-0, probably not a good reflection of how close some of the rounds were, but it is what it is.
It is indeed what it is, and for Cashback at least, this one is gonna feel like kind of a brutal beating that they just got here. The first round especially, they should have won in my books, but the experience, the team cohesion, and also some incredible angling, I guess, by Barbarian saving the day there for the team of Hit and Run, meaning that they are going to keep a white vest in this game here, putting themselves at least in the upper bracket final in good positions here to go into the grand final as well. I mean, 4-0, that was at the end of the day also a clean scoreline.
Also put themselves already in the wildcard tournament.
Yep. So congratulations to them for that already. Cashback, I think they had some very interesting moves. They tried to do what W did to Gruppa Speed at times and like surprise them. Almost worked, but I think the experience that the team around Monster has just proved to be insurmountable, I guess, for this newly formed Cashback team.
Yeah, but good for Cashback. They still have a second opportunity in the lower brackets. They did bring the heat, let's put it that way. And I think they can have a future in this tournament if they keep playing like they did. And potentially even make it all the way back to the finals.
I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. First of all, though, I think we should leave it to Insane and Toxic to analyze what we just saw, especially those first couple of rounds. Guys, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, what a victory it has been from the side of Hit and Run. That's a very clean one, 4-0. You could feel that the team against, they had some IDs, but at the end of the day, the experience and the execution was just much better from the other side.
I mean, I really respect the kind of aggressive approach, that they brought. It's really cool to see that from an underdog against such a strong and well-established team. You don't see that too often. It didn't work out for them, but I mean, they showed that they don't fear anyone, basically. And we will be seeing them tomorrow in match
Number 6.
match 6 versus W. I think
Yep.
the bracket is a bit messed up here. Yeah, it is. So we'll be seeing Cashback versus W in match 6 tomorrow. That one is going to be quite interesting because we saw Cashback dominate Aurora, but be dominated by Hit and Run, whilst W had just one match so far, and it was close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we have to emphasize is the fact that we expected Hit and Run to take the victory there, but it has to be really comforting for them to take it in such a scoreline. Opori is going to try to do the same against Grupa Speed, but knowing Grupa Speed, this is the sort of team that is always hard to take such a clean victory from. So I'm really keen to see how it's going to be going. That's going to be our last match of the day, Toxic. Tomorrow we'll be covering, like you said, the losers bracket, but I think we should take a look at the replays, especially the first round between those two teams, because I really felt like Cashback, they had it on their attack. I was really impressed by this opening, baiting with the double CS, that they could go for some opening and take control over the corners of the map, and instead going for the triple cap.
Yeah, I think we have some technical issues in the replays for now, so you're back with us here. But I think what you were getting at is this aggressive approach. I mentioned it earlier. You don't really expect that from a team that is supposedly weaker to just bring the fight to the enemy. It shows a lot of courage. And it also shows that you want to basically establish yourself as one of these teams as well, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't be playing so aggressive, but kind of more playing to this weaker role and allow the enemy team to bring the game to you.
I think this is their playstyle. They like to go with those aggressive openings. They like to also possibly take some risks, especially when they play against a team that is that strong. And that should have definitely paid off in the first round on their attack on this map of Ghost Town. At the end of the day, we will see it when we get back to the replays. The shooting was not on point. That was pretty upsetting to see them miss Barbarian, like, I don't know, up to almost 10 times in a row. Meanwhile, he was on a two-shot, one-shot situation. Very close between the two teams. And I felt like maybe they needed that round to get the momentum. And since they lost it, it was not great.
Yeah, so we're getting back into the replays. We can see again this aggressive opening here. We see this oftentimes done with like something like 3-2-7-7s or something. You don't really see it all that often with the CSs. You obviously bring way more speed and can kind of advance into the position way quicker. And then they try to kind of put the enemy into a crossfire on both sides, and they had to decide to push out one, which, I mean, it worked out for them technically, because the only thing that really sealed the deal this match is what we're seeing right now. There were so many bounces onto Barbarian here. Barbarian, I think he lived on 580 HP for like a minute, and considering how close the match got in the end, that is actually what just cost them the game. He had like 3,000 blocked.
Yeah, I mean, good opening. The surprise hit and run with this triple cap. They have like 3 miles, so hit and run would never expect such a play. And they were not in the greatest position to do with that cap pressure. They force them close, then they push out, they unleash, they try to get some kills close using the other match. But at the end of the day, they were missing way too many shots, and Hit and Run managed to take the victory on their defense. Now, talking about their attack, that was something interesting that we didn't see before. That combination of the A-line push of triple 277 and the mouse pushing over the D-line, you could see that they established a complete crossfire, and Iced was just gonna go down. And afterwards, good rotation, actually managing to pick up that IS-7 completely isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, I think we saw something similar in their match versus Aurora, that they had an IS-7 on Sand River just overcommitting.
Yep.
And here we have the overcommit again, just on another map, you know. Maybe they need to be a bit more cautious with their moves. Because there's like, yes, bringing aggression is good, but only to a certain point, right? You don't want to be over aggressive and thereby throw the match.
Yeah, I feel like Hit and Run, their experience is showing in the situation when they manage to actually stabilize the game, and they get to think about the situation. They have a lot of experience and shot callers in their team, so they're very capable of finding the right rotation, the right play. And you could see next up, they were 2-0 up when we start on Imosov. They are actually coming up with a straight counterplay on their defense. Cashback, it's actually going for the straight aggression over the banana, but you could see Hit and Run, they were very well set up for it.
Yeah, I feel like the issue could be that you saw Cashback just play aggressive in pretty much every match they played so far. So at that point, as Hit and Run, you kind of adapt to what the enemy is doing, right? So you know, okay, they'll be aggressive, so what do? We park the bus and we wait for them, which is exactly what they did here. They just aimed at them, had like 4,000 HP lead then, and it's hard to come back from a 4,000 HP lead, especially if you didn't establish very good positions in return, which Cashback didn't. And for Hit and Run, for such an experienced team, it's really easy to just pick up those final few hit points.
I mean, they have the confidence. They're 2-0 up. They have the good read. They expected possibly a push like this one from Cashback, according to their playstyle before. So good bets and good defense. Next up on the attack, match point already for Hit and Run, and Cashback had to react, had to give us like a close round at the very least, and they did. But that was not enough, as you could see. The Polish team, they managed to get some trades pretty even over the north, but they are going to take down that 60 TP over the courtyard and forcing Cashback into that 3 push. They managed to take Piotr down, but the trades were not great for it.
I feel like this match 4 was very, very standard from Hit and Run. But then again, they can afford it, right? They may have prepared some special tactics for this tournament, but you're 3-0 up. You can just play some standard stuff, hide your tactics for the next few matches. And as Cashback, you're down 3-0. You're nervous, you're almost dropping into the lower bracket. You're playing versus such a strong team. And even playing versus standard openings then is pretty hard, because you just have to have that nerve, and if you haven't played that much tournaments yet together as a team, that's not something you already established.
I mean, Becky said it. They are not completely out of the tournament now. They will have to play the losers bracket. That's an interesting team. I liked and enjoyed watching them, even though that scoreline is pretty harsh. Hit and Run taking the victory 4-0. We're going to get to see them again tomorrow in the losers bracket. I think they have potential. They have ideas. They just need some better execution and maybe better shooting also, as we could see on that Ghost Town first round. But now we have to take a closer look at the match number 4, last match of the day, Toxic. Is actually Hopper capable of showing such a strong match like Hit and Run did? Because those two are probably the 2 teams we expect to see clash in the finals.
They're definitely the tournament favorites.
Yep.
And I gotta say, we saw Grupa earlier, and I wasn't very convinced. They gave up a lot of rounds for free. They just barely managed to win their match at all versus W. And if Oper performs anything like we know them, and Grupa performs like they did in their first match day, I feel like we're about to see a pretty harsh scoreline.
I mean, that's the community prediction, 65% for Opor, 2/3 of the community behind them. No surprise there, according to the performance of Grupa before against W. I have to say that this is one of those teams that trained a lot and that is potentially, or I should say, that is very well prepared for this. You could see it during the group stage. They were very solid, almost not dropping a single round. We're going to get to see that shortly with all the details you need, the pick and bounce. Last match of the day, Toxic Opor against Grupa. Is it going to be a steamroll from the side of Opor? Is it going to be close? We're going to find out shortly. But before that, we head back to Augustus to introduce the final match of the day. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back to what is going to be the final match for the day. It's going to be Grupa Speed against Opor. And after hit and run, now with Opor, I would say the second heavyweight of the tournament is going to enter the game. First of all, the Grupa lineup, we saw them earlier today play against W. And the match that we spectated there has left me with a lot of questions as towards how well prepared Grupa Speed actually is for this. Because yes, they did win their match, but it was in tiebreaker. They could have very much lost the tiebreaker. They seemed like the better team leading up to it, but some very uncharacteristic weaknesses.
Then against Opor, which I'm going to say the favorites coming into this tournament, winners of the last one as well. A team that throughout all of the WoT7s has basically always been in the finals or near it, give or take one or two. A truly mammoth in 7v7. It's going to be hard for Grupa against Opor because they will have done their homework as well.
Yeah, Opor, in my opinion, also, together with Hit and Run, I believe, formed the two favorites to win the tournament. I mean, both of them went top of their group easily. Now, map picks and bans, we see Moravanka taken out by Grupa Speed, I think, against Opor. That is the sensible thing to do. Tundra then being banned by Opor. I think that is sort of their permaban anyway for the last few tournaments. Prokhorovka being picked up by Grupa. Follow-up being a ghost town. Opor, I think some of their players back then used to be in the Bananas team, so they're going to be very well versed there. Cliff then taken out. It's sad not to see it today at all. Sand River being the third map. Steps and Mines being removed, leaving Himmels as the possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, possible tiebreaker there. Good set of maps. So Proko coming in, always an interesting one, and ghost town between two Polish teams is always a banger, because they're both very, very good at it most of the time. But again, Prokhorovka will be the important one, I'm on.
Exactly. We already saw Prokhorovka once today, being played in between Aurora and Cashback, with a very, very bad ending for Aurora. We're going to have to wait and see whether both teams are going to repeat such a performance in the match we'll see now, or whether it's going to be a split 1-1. It is going to be a banger of a match.
What did you predict?
I started off with a 4-2 for Opor. Not sure if my change of heart, my change of mind is going to make it into the caster predictions, but I think now it's going to be more like a 4-1.
4-1?
Mm-hmm.
I think I went with something like this as well. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I said that Opor is going to do a blowout. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, I started off, like, and I went sort of with the names, and it's like, yeah, Opor is a really, really good team, so they're going to win 4 points to them, and then Grupa Speed, you know, yeah, they're still good, so one round doesn't seem enough, so I'm going to give them 2, but then I thought back towards the match that we already saw, and I was like, maybe 2 rounds is a little much.
Yeah,
I'll give them 1.
This wouldn't work against Opor, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They wouldn't give 3 rounds away.
No. Opor is a team, you give them your little finger and they're gonna rip out your complete arm. That is just what it is with them. Anyway, I believe we're about 60 seconds out from the first round that's going to be played. Talking about the tanks that we have seen appear though today, do you think, if any, are still missing? Like maybe E3, E4? I don't think we've seen either.
I don't think we'll see 3 or E4.
TVP,
Maybe
we
3
haven't-
at some point. TVP, I'm not seeing TVP where it would
Cliff?
fit. Yeah, Cliff, yeah, maybe.
Like, I think if either Hit and Run or Opur are playing Cliff, we're gonna see TVPs for
Something
sure.
like an Udes on some map, I don't know. We've seen that. We've seen that before. But I don't think so. Not with the rework mines anymore. A Forge B maybe on mines at some point could possible. People done it before.
I think that's more a 15v15 tank.
True,
Cliff.
but it's on mines. It's gotten picked in the long past. But no, I don't know if we're missing anything per se.
Oh, but maybe some teams are gonna surprise us with a tank we didn't expect.
An
I believe-
RHM Panzerwagen actually. I'm missing.
RHM Pan. I mean, last tournament we saw a 13105, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
I feel
Group
like
of
an
Speed.
A team will take an RHM at some point.
Yeah. Group of Speed coming into this one with an double IS7, double S-Conk, double CI63, and the SGRB.
Against Opur's triple A7, 277, an E5, a Bachat, and a CS63. So no lights again.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the age of the light tank in 7v7, at least for the time being, is kind of over, and the time of the CS has begun. Yeah,
The
Ketsai
time with
even
the
going
CS
with
has
the...
begun, yes.
Hmm?
But he has HP booster though, Ketsai. Not. I mean, he at least has HP because 2,250. No spotting equipment on his CS. Just a regular old HP turbo rammer. You can see Twist though, or noise exhaust, CDS, still the rammer, though, so not the full spotting setup. But Jordan also has 2,000 HP, so probably similar kind of setup from him. Ketchup takes a shot of damage, doesn't find too much, but at least they'll not lose the hill. We talked about Aurora's Proco being slow. I don't think we'll see Opor have the same issues with speed.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Opur are a team that's also known to hang back sometimes, but they always know when to put the pedal to the metal and when to floor it essentially with the speed of an attack. I don't think we're gonna run out of time on this attack here. A bit of an HP advantage for the side of Opur, regardless of having taken a shot of damage. That's simply because of the Russian heavies that are just that little bit more meaty, and also the SGRV doesn't really add a whole lot to the HP pool either. Piotrix now peeking in his Batchat. Him and Twist do not see each other though, and
They're waiting for the I7.
yeah, as soon as the IS-7's there, we're going to see the hill get taken here. Piotrix does get spotted in the Batchat, is lucky to only take one shot of damage. Oh, sorry, it was Ketsai.
Yeah, not all those bushes work 100%. Let's put it that way. They don't all give the same camo. I can tell you, like, guys have gotten spotted there before, while not getting spotted in others. I won't remember which one is which though, but I think the far left is the safest, from what I remember. Small gap behind the ones on the right.
We already see Franek here clearing the area for the STRV that's in the back lines. He's just destroying the houses that if a zero-line push comes, the STRV will have unimpeded shots onto any and every tank. That being said though, Group has been sending a lot of tanks towards that hill currently.
Yeah. In return though, I mean, Tisak is just going to be holding the hill. I was thinking he's going to take the dip, but no, he's not interested in it so far. And maybe Grupa will take it by themselves with Ilian though. Put some more aggression to spot any rotation, but it seems like Ilian is also just chilling there and waiting. So for both these teams, it's pretty alright. We are starting to near a critical point though, already in the match.
Yeah, I mean,
in terms of
5 minute
time.
mark has passed. So, that means 3 minutes have already gone by with realistically not really a lot happening apart from Ketsai taking 2 shots of damage. Piotrix is now going to make a clearing run through that 2 line here. I wonder what kind of equipment he's running, because he's only at 1800, which means that, you know, I mean, a stabilizer probably on the Batchat is mandatory, but other than that, optics, CVS, low noise, who knows?
Probably optics CVS, I guess. Or he just goes fence, low noise exhaust. There's actually a lot of possibilities there. But he's just clearing ahead of his IS7. And And the CS from Grupa sneaking onto the hill there, though. Look at Jordan. Actually managed to get them towards the outside, spots out Ketsai as well. There's some more info here for Grupa being gained, but they do have this S-Conk in 1-2 line, though, on A2. And if they can find Miku relatively free, might be pretty big for the boys of Vapor. They may also just think that there's nothing there. But it's still good that they're sending 3 tanks. Rexar gets spotted out now, but he knows that there's something there. He knows that Miku is there. Piotrix is coming quickly as well. Miku usually trades off his HP at the very least here. That's already 800. Needs to do about 3 more shots. That's perfect for the Escongo in this scenario because, ooh, Piotrix getting shot blindly from A6 because he was in line with Rexar, and Miku here is actually going to get another shot on this bad shot. If he knows HE here, that would be huge, but Miku is going to fall for this. Piotrix trying to stay safe, trying to not take another shot of damage. There is the HE from Miku, 490 coming out towards Piotrix. I think Piotrix is lucky to be alive. I don't remember the exact hash alpha. I thought it was over
515, I think.
Yeah. So Piotrix is pretty lucky to be alive. Ooh, nice blind fires there on towards Jordan. Very good.
Jordan there taking a hit or two in his CS as well. Good shot by Marcel into the pushing IS-7 though. Franek there in the S-Conk getting caught out kind of in the open, dropping down to 1700. The SGRV trying to basically align the trees in a way where he can still stay unspotted. One of the tanks getting set on fire, I believe that was Orzek here in his IS-7. So both of the teams trading blows here, but the only kill to currently have happened was Miku, that was unlucky not to get the bad shot here, and now Elian starting to push over the hill, while the SGRV trying to suppress the IS-7 in the middle.
Yeah, Orcha can't really do much. DJ now starting to drive forward as well, though. Tisek realizing what's coming from him. He has Ketsai in support, though. He's going to be rolling backwards into the dip at some point as well, trying to enable Ketsai to do as much as possible. Good the stuff there from Tisek, really dragging them out and around at any moment. And you see Grupa, they're paying for this. They're paying heavily. Ketsai just doing the damage. DJ now pushing up as well. Panzer Fury, in the meantime, joining the boys there to clean up the 5-6 line. Yeah, Grupa Speed is pushing over the hill, and they might even find Tisek, kill Tisek. But in return, man, Opor is taking everything and more from them.
Yeah, Opor here just taking the entire map. Tisek there trying to go onto the ramp, trying to face hack. Does get picked up by Tisek. By Twist here. But at the end of the day, it's still 5 Opur tanks against 6 Opur tanks against 3 remaining by Grupa Speed here, with the SGRV falling as well. Triple cap has started, so now we know where half of the tanks by Opur are. Yes, a lot of them are low HP, but it doesn't matter how much HP you have when capping. 3 seconds, 2, and then the attack by Opur is going to be complete. Pan's Fury putting himself over 3k damage, and DJ putting another kill onto the board, as the second cap does get started by Opur, and Grupa are going to be trailing after round number 1. It's 1-0 for Opur.
Good start from Opur. The Sassoon A2 almost paid off super much if he killed the bat. And then again, he got unlucky that there was a low roll of the HG. At the same time, they got lucky that they hit Piotrix on blind, you know, when he was driving through the bushes, because he was in line with his IS-7. But after that, though, man, that over the hill push just triggered the boys from Opor to just pressure that S-Conk IS-7, I think it was, on the 5-6 line with DJ, with Panzer Fury coming in as well with HP, just doing the cleanup there. And then it doesn't matter how low HP they are, because you cannot reset anymore. I don't think pushing over the hill was worth it at that point either.
Yeah, Opur just playing a very, very good methodical game of World of Tanks, taking position after position, and then the positions that they gave up, they made them so costly for the opponent team to take, right? Because like if the enemy throws an overwhelming amount of force at a position, you sometimes will be just forced to give it up, but as long as you make it worth it for your team by taking HP, by taking guns away from the enemy team, then, you know, in the long run, you're going to win. And Opur just demonstrating a thorough understanding of that here, and deservedly so, putting themselves up 1-0, I would say.
And a good start for them as well. Coming in, haven't played at all. 4th match of the day as well, which means they did spend the entire day, one, preparing, Second, probably watching to see who they're gonna play against. Sometimes, like in being in that scenario, like not playing for so long, it feels worse than even playing and losing, because you get kind of like complacent. You're waiting and waiting and waiting. You want to play already.
I mean, then again, with teams like this, they've played together for so long, they've played competitive for so long. I don't think it is a huge issue for them. They should be experienced enough to shrug off maybe playing a little late. And Opura clearly demonstrating that it isn't a problem for them. They are coming into this one swinging. Also, they have probably by now developed techniques as to how to like stay sharp. Maybe they're doing,
Breathing
one-on-ones.
techniques. They do some yoga before the game starts. Rishik tells them the big swan. I don't know.
I mean, if they're
Panzer
doing it,
Fury, gotta think of your breathing, dude. He has like monitors with their CO2 levels and stuff and oxygen levels. Like Panzer Fury, you gotta up the breathing a little bit. Yeah, your heart rate's getting extremely low right now. You're too calm, dude. And that's perfect.
I
I don't know
mean,
what kind of like here honestly thinks that these teams are like, I don't know.
they probably have mental coaches at this point. What do I know?
Yeah. Diet coaches, mental coaches, their own gym centrum.
Yeah. They're
training
probably
ground.
all on the gym arc, because a healthy mind lives in a healthy body.
Yeah, ask that to your liver, homie.
Yeah, I was gonna say a little what I know, but anyway, we are, I think, about ready to see round number 2 in between Grupa Speed, who have won a match today already, but not in the most convincing fashion, and Opur that are still undefeated today. Grupa Speed coming into this one with triple IS7, double 277, one CS63, and the STRV.
And Opor, on the other hand, quad IS7 and SCONK and double CS on their defense. Now, this is a lineup that can go aggressive on defense, though, for sure.
Definitely. I think it's a lineup that is even designed to do exactly that. That being said, I think both teams have lineups can, switch it up and be aggressive. Obviously, the STRV not so much, but every other single tank on Grupa Speed's lineup and every single tank, save maybe the SCONK on the Opur lineup, can do that. Grupa Speed with... that is a very aggressive 1-2 opening. And Opur, let's see how much information Katsai is going to get here. Double IS7 does get spotted, so I think this is going to turn into a fight for the ditch that DJ currently occupies. He's going to be alone there against Gursky, against Elian, but how much damage are they going to take for this cross is the question. The answer is going to be a heck of a lot. Gursky down to 665.
Yeah, they get the ball, but here comes Orchek, here comes Piotrek back into the fray immediately with Disek and Fury from this side, and this is what Opur wants, and here you can see Grupa trying to leave the dip, but there is no retreat, there is no surrender for them as the boys from Opur are just chasing at this point. I mean, Grupa wanted the hole, but then they realized that it wasn't worth it at the end of the day. Even Getsai swinging already in the CS, the SCRV, getting spotted out. Marcel there on H1 in trouble. Left to his own devices, even a bit of a fire ticking there as well. And now Grupa on the 1-2 line getting absolutely blown out of the water. Marcel falls, Jordan falls, Miko and Franek still alive, but what does it really matter at this point? Opur had that hole covered with everything.
Yeah, I mean, if the two IS7s make it into that hole without taking damage, then it might possibly turn out differently, but not with one of them essentially being removed from the game for just trying to get into that dip. Opur just with everything, with all the answers for the questions that Grupa Speed has. I don't think they have any more after this second round here. Opur are going to put themselves on a quick and a clean 2-0.
Yeah, it's already a bit worrying. It's a bit worrying already. Opur picking up the second round here. I mean, Grupa really wanted the ditch, but Opur wanted it as well, man. And even if there's no way they make it into the ditch full HP. This is impossible. They were always going to take damage. You saw the instant recommit back in. Piotrek and his comrade just push him back in. It was always over. DJ could have even blocked one of them, which would have 100% died. I think he wasn't sure which one to block. And then you saw him kind of go like, maybe I go sideways. That didn't work out, but for Grupa, nothing else worked out whatsoever. And even Katsai and the CS being so fast that they spot the SCRV, which means he doesn't have any real game impact either. Trying to leave the whole... It was... The opening from Opor was just superior.
Yeah, and the thing that I want to highlight is that maybe part of the plan for the Grupa Speed team was that basically maybe we lose the dip, but then the enemy has to commit so many tanks into that dip that the SGRV is going to win the game from then on out, because, well, whenever they peak, then they're going to have to turn their turrets. The SGRV can penetrate the side turrets of the IS-7s easily, but the thing was... that Opor, they were so quick with their reactions that I looked at the minimap, there was a CS63 by them already completely flanked around, able to outspot that STRV and then to make that DPMTD into a non-factor. So Opor, they're just mentally ahead, just completely with a stomp. It was a win by opening, and the reactions only made the defeat for Grupa Speed more crushing. That was... yeah, a picture-perfect game, if there ever was one.
Yeah, it was great for Opor and rolling as well. I'm going to say the same thing as I said last game, Key. Yeah, first round, close-ish, right? Not as close as with Cashback and Hit and Run. Second round, not quite. We're in dangerous territory already. Like, really, really dangerous territory.
Yeah,
especially
that also...
with Ghost Town next. Because Opor is a very good Ghost Town team.
Yeah. And Prokhorovka, that was Grupa's pick, man. So, you know, Opor was fine with playing it because they didn't ban it, but now we're playing on the map that Opor actually wanted to show to the world. Then again, in the past, there have been matches where, you know, both the map picks of the teams went like completely 2-0 the way of the other team. So
that's true.
But
it depends, though.
Yeah, but...
I think this pick thing is most important in a finals, because the upper bracket team gets to pick the first map, right? I think there is where it matters the most. Here you want to go for something you're comfortable with, but it doesn't mean that, like, Opor has never gone out of the way of Prokhorovka, in my opinion. Like,
yeah,
never.
no, like the Tundra ban by them, that is really the map they don't want to play for the past several tournaments already. And yeah, they banned it out here. They are pretty comfortable with every other map, especially with Ghost Town. I don't think they would mind Himmelsdorf, for example, either. Any of the maps realistically, but Ghost Town is the one they really think that they are able to play well against. Grupa, overall, do you think Ghost Town attack or defense sided? Or
Hard
not
to
sided
say.
at all?
I don't think it's too... No, I don't think it's too... Maybe slight def bias, like slight, but I really think that a good team can win from either side on this map.
Yeah, the lineups obviously play a huge part in this. There is some sort of rock, paper, scissors always going on, and Opor are certainly going to throw a few heavy rocks in this match here. That first being said, though, Grupa Speed coming into this one with 160 TP, 1 E100, an IS-4, an IS-7, a Mauser 277, and a CS.
Against Opor's IS-7 quad mouse, a Batshot, and a CS. What is 4 times 3,550 key?
That is 15, 16, 17, 17,200 HP?
Are you sure about that?
No, I'm not. Wait, no, it's 14,000.
I don't know how you get to 17.
Yeah, no, I had to never do math on stream, kids, okay?
17, by the way.
No.
4 times 3, dude.
14,200, okay?
The thing what Cashback did here, though, immediately pushing the cap at that squishy lineup. I mean, when I7, CS, bad shot straight into the cap, Mouse is following up, almost wait for Cashback. Can Opor do the same?
Yeah, and can Opor succeed with what Cashback wasn't able to do? It's kind of the same idea, but switching out one of the CS tanks for a Batshot, adding a bit of clip potential, but also more squishiness. Now the Mouse is starting to arrive here, starting to cut off the angles to decap from Yeah, the CS63
gotta
looking
peek.
for those decaps, but the thing is they can't get too close here. They need to reset, but they can't get too close because otherwise the tanks are
He
just
missed.
gonna...
He missed. It's only the CS now, I think. Oh, he got the reset. Jordan from behind got the reset. Will this trigger upward to push? Will it trigger them? I think it does. Look at them now driving through as a group here on towards Miku in his IS-4. Jordan, they're saving the game for a second or so in that CS63. Piotrix, they're getting blasted in that path. You can see that squishy armor not really working out for him, but still the upward, they find one. Franek is next on the chopping board. Rexar here seems to be kind of left alone by his teammates, but Franek is also left alone for group S speed. So sure, Rexar will go down, but when we look at it, 4 with still 7, make it 6 tanks alive, are able to pick up Twist here and Gursky next.
Yeah, Twist is definitely going to fall to the 2 Mouses here. It's going to be T-Sec to pick it up. Pansfjord is going to chase after Gursky, who goes down towards a one-shot here. DJ does get collapsed upon for the side of Opur, but little is it going to matter, because as Gursky is soon going to drop, that is only going to leave the hit squad by the tanks of Grouper Speed. That is Marcel and Elian alive, and 2 against, what is that, 6 enemy tanks still. Like, yeah, that's a possible comeback, but not this round.
Not this round, and Opor are gonna put themselves on match point rather quickly. And this is basically what Cashback did, no? I mean, basically the same.
Yeah, except the Mouses actually mostly pushed over the 5-6 line instead of trying to trade.
I mean, slight lineup differences as well, right? Because they had double CS. I don't think the bats really made a difference.
Although I want to highlight the one tank that Intuition over to HE, either it was a 60 TP or an E100, either way with like 950 HE alpha. That was really a treat to watch onto Piotrix, but it didn't save the day for Grouper Speed. And at the end of the round, we are at match point here in the quickest possible fashion, 3-0. Opor looking like a juggernaut, just beating through every single wall currently.
It was even so close to being capped. Jordan's HE shell, the first one missed. It hit the corner. The second one barely hitting the IS-7. If he doesn't hit that, they just get capped because Miko missed his shot. So this is a lot of pressure. Like, there's a tremendous amount of pressure on a team immediately when you get pushed like this. And I think this time as well, but it was different for hit and run. They already had, like, for example, the 60 TP in position of Barbarian. He could kind of peek before the Mouses arrived and do a big shot on the back of one of those tanks. So they didn't have issues with decapping. They also had nobody on the K line for hit and run. So they were like all really compact, close to the cap. So when the overpush does happen, all of them were able to shoot. And they still should have lost, probably. But now for Group of Speed, they were not as together, I would say. You had the CS on the K line, there was a tank towards the south as well. They were not really fighting as a group, it was more individual skirmishes between groups. And I think that Opor just wins there because they have more HP driving at it.
They have more HP, they have the clip potential of the bat, even though it didn't really like matter this round. But I think they just caught a beautiful timing there where basically they had the triple or the double mouse, not sure how many they had committed there, but basically
there's 2 left and 2 right.
Yeah, and the 2 Mouses that were basically on the right, crossing over the cap, those took the initial volley, so the tanks that were squishier from the cap didn't have to, and then all of a sudden they could just, leave the cap, completely swarm out.
I'm glad they did, because otherwise their Mouses can get farmed from 2 sides.
Yeah.
And at least with pushing over, they are able to, because then the Mouses just get shot and one of them will just explode, because everybody will shoot it.
And the thing is, on the other side of the map, yes, they also have tanks getting collapsed upon, but what kind of tank is that? Well, it is also a mouse, and if you have one tank that you essentially want to get collapsed upon, right?
You're saying they should bring 7 Mouses? Because then you don't have a weakness. You cannot get, every single one of your tanks is going to win its 1v1, basically.
Uh-huh.
Think about it.
That sounds like a big dose of copium.
Yeah, well, I got some from Fabian. He needed it after today.
Ooh.
He ordered an extra load.
Ooh. You mean the pipeline is not enough anymore? He orders loads on the side?
Yeah. Liquid. He has like 2 tankers in his backyard.
Anyway, things looking kind of brutal for Group of Speed. Then again, we have to remember that this is still the upper bracket. So yes, while they haven't really had the best showings here, and I think that's quite an understatement, even if they lose the next round or any of the possible following four, it's not going to be the end of the road for them.
No, but it's not pretty though.
No, it's certainly not pretty. As you know, one of my former clan commanders would say, I guess they're having a learning experience right now.
Learning experience. Yes, yes. The learning experience is continued until he left his clanmates to rot in the dust. Shall never forgive him.
All right, round number 4 and possibly the last one of today. Group of Speed trying to stay alive in this match, bringing super heavy power to the game. 1 E100, triple mouse, double 277, and the CS.
And ACS to round it off. Opor, I7, triple mouse, and S-Kunk, and double CS. I want to see now how Grupa plays this. Maybe every team just figured out that driving 3 tanks into the cap is the way to go.
I mean, you mean the double 277 plus the CS? And then, you know, do essentially the same thing that Opor did last round with the remaining super heavies? I mean, possibly. Well, I guess so. Jordan gonna cross
just driving a CS actually. Jordan's just driving in the cab by himself. Jordan ain't a guy to push another guy. You know what I mean? He doesn't want. He don't know. He don't push nobody.
Nah.
Right. But look at that though. Look at Ketsai. That's the ruin of this. I think if Ketsai goes on the outside straight, he will find a reset angle immediately onto them. He would need to go on the outside though, behind. You know where the bushes are?
Yeah.
We'll
have to see.
Not the first gap, it's the second gap that resets this. If he finds it though, it's basically game over.
It's 10 seconds, and I mean, Twist could go sideways theoretically and just block the shots. That being said though, resets have been found. This is why we now see Group of Speed pushing off the cap, having lost a lot of HP, but Piotrix currently in between a rock and a hard place, down towards half HP in that mouse already, in what seemed like the blink of an eye. Miku also taking shots, and Piotrix is probably just going to drive forward into the cap to try and stay alive, try and do a shot or two more of damage. Shots and trades going on left, right, and center, but Piotrix, the first one to the grave.
Yeah, Piotrix the first one to the grave. The S-Kunk in the north has to be a little bit careful to not get found. The ignite from Marcel on towards Orchek there in his mouse, and you can see Grupa now doing what Opor did as well, just trying to continue with the train, trying to continue to find the isolated picks here. Tisek wants to get around the corner, and the CS, he will make it, barely, but he will make it. But Jordan, with his CS, comes in, shuts him down, but Franek falling, and Opor down to 3 times. Grupa with 6, make that 5. Something to play for here for the side of Opor, but I don't think that it is going to be happening for them. Jordan down towards the one shot now though. Orchek, they're trying to tank it out. He'll probably get this shot towards Miku, or can he find this shot against Jordan? No, he went for Miku instead, trying to block in that 277 there as well. DJ will give Miku a shot here, but CLCK in his mouse gets the return on towards Orchek, and now you can see the damage piling in on towards that singular mouse all to his own devices. But Panzer Fury here and DJ, they could do something, Kian. Something might happen here. It's a 2v3, but DJ rocking a tremendous amount of HP. If Panzer Fury could get one of these kills here, that would be huge. But TLCK's mouse though, 1.1 HP, a 3-shot for both of these players. Panzer Fury, super important now. Elian and Jordan, they realize this, that they're in a bit of trouble against this Esco, trying to move away, and CLCK bounces against DJ. He doesn't win this 1v1 anymore. This is turning badly for Group of Speed.
Still a 2v3 though for the side of Group of Speed. DJ there with another good connection into CLCK, who misses yet another shot. Good connection by Jordan, but it's not going to remedy the situation. 614 is just outside the possible max roll of the 490 alpha of the mouse.
Or if CLCK rolls 613, I don't even know what I'm going to say. Imagine.
I mean, yeah. Jordan now spreading out towards spreading his wings in that CS towards the southern part of the map.
Fury. Look at Fury. It's moving. It's trying. It's going to run into Elian.
Yeah, and the thing is, both of those can one-shot each other, right? 490 by the 277. I mean, might be a low roll, but would be a heartbreak here by Group of Speed that fought so hard, at least in this round, to at least put one onto the board. Then again, Group of Speed are the ones that have to make a move, that have to attack. And they have such low HP as well. All of those tanks on the team in purple are on one shot for both of the tanks by Opur. Meanwhile, DJ is still on a two-shot for all tanks, and Pan's Fury also on a two-shot, at least for the CS, and possibly for the Mouse and the 277 as well. Oh, Elian there with a wide rotation as well in that 277. So they're really trying to generate those angles. Maybe they're just going to readjust and go towards the one cap, but really not sure that's a good idea.
I mean, I like that they're going outside. They're trying to generate info on the Skunk and the Mouse, trying to find where they are, so they can at least play off of that information, because they have been despotted for a long time. But I also like in return that Fury and DJ are not allowing themselves to get spotted. They're using DJ as a info gatherer, right, to try and find some positions, some angles, generate some info, perhaps generate a kill. It's well if it be possible. CLCK is going to be holding there though, and he is kind of isolated right now. Yeah, and if they find CLCK here, it'll be huge. I was already thinking that they need to make kind of a play because the CS exists, right? You can just take so much map control, outspot them, shoot them from the distance. But oh my god, they're gonna pass by this Mouse without checking. I mean, they don't know that he's there.
I mean, no one knows where anyone is on the opposing team anymore. All of them having lost sight of one another, and it's just going to be a matter of timing. And they're going to rewatch this, and they're going to facepalm themselves.
Not proxy spotted either. It's kind of funny, but they don't know where this Mouse went.
El no
I mean,
sabe.
The thing is, though, CLCK knows this. If he's paying attention, he knows that the wreck got touched. It's pretty obvious on close range, especially if you're not listening to music. You can one hear it and see it at the same time. So,
okay, so they are gonna take the advice that I wasn't sure it's a good one. Oh, CLCK with the pickup onto Pan's Fury. That should be game. Yeah, CLCK with a good one. DJ is still not spotted, however, but they should know that the Mouse must be somewhere around where the Superconk was as well. It doesn't make sense to split up in this kind of situation.
Elian will spot him, though. I mean, should normally spot him. But he left the balcony. Oh, DJ spots out CLCK. Oh, he finds it as well! DJ gets the shot! Now needs to drive towards the cab, though. Beautiful stuff there from DJ, really hammering CLCK, dude, to be honest. Like, yes, 27 seconds. Does he make this in 26 seconds?
I don't think he does, to be honest.
I don't think so either. None of the buildings are destroyed.
Yeah.
No, he
yeah, I
doesn't make
think
this.
the decision by Elian to go on towards the cap is going to net them at least this round here. I mean, 10 seconds, but he would need to destroy one of the buildings. I mean, by now
If he goes far left, he has a shot. He's gonna make it if he goes far left. He's gonna spot Elian in a second.
Oh my god.
If he finds it. He hit it, he reset. Elian is speaking now. Elian hit it. Elian hit the shot. DJ still has 3 seconds left on reload here. 10 seconds left. It is going to be... if DJ killed Elian, that would have been huge. Elian trying to expose a little bit here. All he has to do is retaliate, though. DJ here tries to find Jordan. He finds it, but Elian picks it up. 208 HP, saving Rupa there. If he hits Elian, whoo, like if you actually hit him.
Yeah, that one went down to the wire. Group of Speed able by a thread to keep playing here in the upper bracket, getting the first round on the board, so it's not going to be a whitewash, but it is obviously still a Mount Everest to climb here for the Group of Speed team here. Opur sort of getting beaten with their own weapons, with that, you know, push onto the cap, and then just trying to snowball it from there. Their attempt obviously looked a lot more convincing, but yeah, imagine that shot hit. Imagine.
Yeah, they're already lucky, Grupa, that, I mean, CLCK got outplayed by DJ at the end, let's be real. He really did, though. They're really lucky that Jordan hit that one shot against the Mouse. You remember? when CLCK was getting out traded, because he would have been on 1k HP, plus one over 1k HP. He would have just driven out a tank in the city and killed it, and it would be an unwinnable 2v2, right?
Yep.
Because they can play together. So the fact that Jordan hit that really saves them. And then at the end, I don't think Eden was hiding behind the building really well, you know? Like, I really don't think he was hiding behind the building too well. I don't know how good of a shot DJ had, but I think he could have penned him if he was a bit lucky.
Yeah, it depends on whether it's actually an outer bounce. I think he was trying to hit the lower plate and then just, you know, bounced off the lower plate and went into sort of like the track. Obviously getting the reset, but not generating the damage in the process, which ended up losing them the round, obviously. That being said, though, after 2 maps, it is 3-1 for the reigning champions, for Opur. And this also means that we're heading onto a map that we've seen quite a lot today. We are gonna go towards Sand River once again.
Yeah, Sand River is going to be the map we move to, which is... well, I mean, it's good for us to keep that they won that, yeah? I think we both predicted 4-1 now.
I mean, I started with the 4-2, but then before the match started, I switched to 4-1, but not sure if it made it into like the streaming assets. My fault for redeciding, I guess.
Surely.
Then
surely
again, if it ends up being a 4-2, then, you know, maybe I shouldn't have second guessed myself.
Well, every gambler quits right before their big win key.
That's why I don't start with it. Anyway, so Grouper Speed now demonstrating that they can actually take a round of Opur, but honestly, I think the only reason why it got so close was some individual misplays by the people on the Grouper Speed team. I mean, the fact that Click got basically out-traded so hard there by DJ, that was outrageous. It was like 3-0.
Yeah, it was not good, to put it that way. Very much not good. It ended up costing them quite a bit, to be honest.
Probably also quite a bit of nerves that it cost them. That being said, we are just about to once again go into what might be the last round of today here, because the fact remains Opur is still comfortably sitting on match point. Grouper Speed will be trying to fend the second one off here with triple IS7, double 277, and the old school double Batchat.
Yeah, against Opur's double CS63, double S-Hunk, and triple IS7.
That double Batchat, man. I love it.
Yeah, we saw how it the last time a team that brought double Batchat went, remember?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not the Batchat's fault if...
saying
you know,
operator error? Oh, like, look at this
some of
group,
it.
they're completely abandoning the North. Playing full south.
Yeah, full south, boosting one IS7 by or with one of the CSs, leaving one CS in their own spawn, and sending the rest of the heavy tanks actually through, through the dried out riverbed. However, Grouper Speed also just completely disregarding the north here. That's going to be one hell of an interesting game, as Franek in the Batchat here has taken a forward position to get some information here. He does see T-Sec. That is a very, very important piece of information for the side of Grouper Speed that they now have. Marcel already starting to push up with that 277 in a move that more likely resembles something you would see in 15v15. T-Sec already having to evacuate, essentially, because of seeing all of those heavy tanks here. Jumps over the dune, takes one, takes two, down to 1240. I think it was the right decision to repair. The fuel tank here goes down to 800.
Goes down towards 800, and Elin even shooting from the middle towards him as well. I don't even know if T-Sec is going to make it the whole way. He's still in a little bit of the open, and finally he gets safe. But Grouper is doing a good job here of taking K-line control. And they're going to continue pressuring this, but they got to be careful though, man. That's double CS there now, and even an IS-7, I think, rotating. And there is a double S-Kunk in the middle. which is kind of bad for Oppo right now because they're very locked in the position. And Vexar and Piotrix, I think they're going to push down the middle here in a second or two with the Fury, Piotrix, and Vexar and attempt to overmatch Gursky because really, I don't know if Grupa has the numbers to cover this right now.
Yeah, I'm also doubting that quite a lot. Good rotation by Opur, by the way, evacuating the K1 position with the IS-7 to stay alive. And now Gursky is actually going to get found. Hans Fury and Piotrix both able to put shot after shot into that IS-7. However, Franek from the sidelines coming in with a bad shot. Miku there able to get the first kill, follows the S-Conk into the grave immediately, however, and now that push that started off well for Opur starting to fall apart because that double batshot with the clip potential coming in. Piotrix down to 293. Does Twist have one more shot? The answer is yes, and Piotrix also goes towards the garage, leaving us in a 6v5 situation.
Yeah, Ketsai here gonna go fancy the 1v1 against that singular player from Grupa, which is Marcel. But he has to be careful because there is a bad shot and Elin looks to nail the shot. He gets it. There's a bad shot behind that though, Ketsai. Gotta be real careful with this play. I don't think this is it right now. He's gonna get clipped out by that bad shot and die. That was a foolish PCS that could have taken the North, for example, but instead he's gonna sit here. Franek about to come off reload, I would assume. Ketsai does not win this. He's gonna fall to Franek, and the Nords, like the middle, being taken here by the side of Grupa Speed, and now DJ getting pressured as well in his S-Kong by Twist there in the bad, and the Marcel coming in from the K line gives a shot as well, and Grupa are going for the throws here. They want to end Opur in this round, not even give them an opportunity to do anything, pushing straight into the middle here. Alien against Vexar. And it's looking rather good for Grupa. I mean, they gotta be careful though, not to throw it away. But it's really just Orchek with HP.
Alien there with the Grouser IS-7 taking one shot in the back by Orzek. And needs to be very careful now, actually, because Orzek can just trade this one out with his 1900 HP. Looking at the HP department, it's looking good for Grupa right now. But Alien taking one more, essentially, yeah, does make him a one-shot, so he's not really going to be happy about his push that he made here. It seems like Orzek has fired, so Alien is going to get one more shot here while Marcel finishes off Rexa, leaving only two Opur tanks alive. And I don't think Orzek wants to white peek that, because behind Alien is still Jordan in that super healthy IS-7. I think he's going to try to make the move now, because realistically there is little left to do, as Franek from the sidelines is going to put one, is going to put a second one, and Alien gets crushed under the wreckage.
Yeah, Alien getting crushed there. And Grupa here with an aggressive opening, kind of catching Opur with too many tanks in the middle for this kind of game, right? Double S-Kong, double IS-7 there in the mid. Probably too much for them, and then Tisek heavy punishment towards him with those tanks from the K-line. And Grupa really just leading the base.
I mean, what a weird game also. Like, both of those teams acting like there is no north part of the map, essentially. I think the furthest north either team went after spawning was like maximum E-line, F-line possibly even. So, yeah, Grupa Speed with a second round in this match. The first three ones were kind of brutal to them. The fourth one was, I guess, a nail-biter for both teams, and this one, a good opening, I think, securing them round number 2 in this match. Opur is still on match point, but it feels like Grupa Speed have something going here.
Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. There's still one more round for them to get the tiebreaker. Yeah, and this mid push there, it was kind of obvious, I think, that, how do I say it? It's kind of obvious that Grupa would repush it, right? I don't think that Fury should keep driving. I think it's just like peek Gursky, shoot him, peek Gursky, shoot him, you know? Not drive around, because he exploded. Like, he actually just exploded in that S-Kunk, and I think the second IS-7 there also just exploded. So I think peek in the middle is fine. I think driving through it all the way, no, that's too far.
Okay. So, Grupa Speed, after signs of life in the last round, in this one now showing that, you know, they can take, I guess, unexpected openings by other teams and completely turn it around in their face. I think the reactions that they showed, especially towards that middle push that you highlighted, We're on point, and the double Batchat, man. They came in just in time to be able to shred the entirety of that push, because the double Batchat between them have like 3,900 clip potential, which is 1.5, almost 2 tanks, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, they did work out in this game. 4K, 3K respectively in terms of damage, getting some kills as well. Good stuff by them. They did get enabled by, for example, Fury pushing down the middle. It's a freebie for them. For Franek, who was there, got a clip off on him and the i7. Same for the second ban. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot really. It was obvious Krupa would really push the middle. I think Opur overreacted a little bit because they felt like they were losing control over the game, which they were. So they tried to make a move, and they went a little bit too far with this move. But you know, it is what it is.
I think it was kind of obvious that Opur was counting on essentially establishing K-line control, and upon not being able to do so, they were like, well, our game plan is completely falling apart, so now we need to do some all-in reaction immediately. I mean, it I guess attests to like a very, very aggressive mindset and very willing to make decisions on the spot, but obviously in this past game it just didn't work out, and Group of Speed were able to take it and turn it into a victorious second point for them. They're going to try to go for the third one in a row here with triple IS7, WoT7, a VZ, a Batchat, and a CS.
And then in return, you have the 6TTP, the triple 277, the Skunk, and the double CS. So it's the IS7 versus 277 face off.
Yeah, which is kind of annoying to play as either tank. Obviously, the IS7 has a slim chance of hitting the 277 Cupola, whereas the 277 essentially has no chance of penning the IS7. I mean, maybe a super crazy high roll directly beside the gun or something with heat, if that is even enough pen, but I'm not sure.
And immediately you can see there, Opor driving through the north with those 277s, putting a lot of pressure straight. There is the A1 IS7, of course, for the side of Krupa Speed, which is a common trend we've seen, right?
Yeah, this A1 IS7 seems to be sort of standard, at least in this tournament. As we see Elian and the VZ peeking, not really able to shoot anything, doesn't really spot anything either. And Franek in the Batchat is
not gonna make it. He's gonna try again.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot easier because there was no rock there.
Yep. And
Miku was getting bent though.
Miku took a shot of damage or two, uncharacteristically so, in that A1 position. As the defense by Opur keeps unfolding, sort of hunkered down a little now in the northeastern part of the map, and Franek? No. This feels like old school WGL, where time and time again people try like a boost and it doesn't work. Alright, try number 3, Franek, and he does it.
Hey. Slow and steady wins the race. Keyhand will make another map guide out of this space.
True. And
good.
Huh?
Huh?
I guess in the south now, Group of Speed, establishing a bit of control, but the CS now driving back again. Not sure if Jordan got spotted there, but he's probably suspecting some kind of Opur presence in the F9, F0 area. He is correct in that assumption. And Group of Speed right now have taken more damage, but have also taken more map control. You have like the IS-7 at the front of Gursky to get the spots, and then you have all the snipers in the back, but so far those haven't really been able to hit a lot of shots, not really a lot of damage taken by Opur. And they seem to be content with just waiting here.
There's some grouping happening from Grupa though. There's some grouping happening from Grupa. Jesus Christ. That's like a Keyhand level pun.
I wouldn't sink that low.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Relax. But yeah, you can see Grupa now on B1 and D4 making a move towards kind of like we saw W key, right?
Yeah, so Ilian, Marcel, and Gorski are now going to form the front line against DJ, and obviously that VZ with its powerful 1k alpha clip. Oh, that's an unfortunate timing for DJ to shoot here, as Gorski is going to collapse on him. He's going to be careful not to shield DJ too much from the from his own allies, as DJ goes down to 889. Is Frontek able to shoot him from the middle, or is he just gonna let Marcel and Ilian do the trick here? Does Ilian have the single shooter gun? I'm not entirely sure.
I wasn't paying attention to it. But yeah, finally they're on the outside, and it's just like WK, the same move that Grupa made. It's the move that cost them almost, right? In the tiebreaker, if you remember. Now they're pulling it in an Uno reverse card here against Opor, using it for their own gain. Orchek coming in with that big old 60 TP, finally arriving. But look at this though, Piotrik's down, Rexar next to go. This is really not looking good for Opor here. Whatsoever. I mean, Rex are trying to scatter to the wind. Takes one from Ilian.
I think Ilian actually has the single shooter gun. Rexar now down to 365 HP. Had to burn his repair kit as well. Ooh, what a snipe here. Ilian able to pick up the 277, and I'm not sure he wanted that shot to go where it did, as the CS63 makes its way out of render distance. However, Grupa Speed still on the same kind of HP, but not the same kind of tanks. The overcommitment happening here. Ketsai getting collapsed upon by Twist, who doesn't have a gunner, who doesn't have a driver, but who has Gursky, who's not able to reload in time, but now he does get the kill. 6 versus 3.
This is not happening for Opor right now, because the cap can just get started. I think we're going to a tiebreaker key.
Unexpected after the first 3 rounds, but not unwelcome here. The 60 TP trying to guess in which one of those pesky bushes the Batchat is located. Well, now he finds out, and pays a bit of HP for that knowledge. Now the Batchat does repeat it while still spotted. Unfortunate for Ozek, that one doesn't connect, but the heat melting through the armor of the 60 TP like a hot knife through butter. He does get the pickup, leaving only 2 tanks for Opor alive.
Only 2 tanks for Opor alive, and Opor maybe should have seen this move coming, because, well, let's face it, it's exactly what happened before in the match between Grupa and WK, and they're utilizing this move by themselves to push onto this B5 tank, which is always seems to be a lack of support, to be honest. And as a result, it's going to be a tiebreaker.
And Spans Fury raises his gun here, admitting defeat. It's going to be 3-3, all even. And what a comeback by Grupa Speed here. That didn't look like they could get a whole lot done in the first 3 rounds, but my oh my, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Nobody saw this coming, I think, me at all. It was really ready for the 4-0.
Yeah, I was also like getting ready, but I guess the Grupa players have something to say in the matter. Almost like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of thing, right?
They better win
Just
now, though.
Two-Face.
If they won 3 rounds to lose in tiebreaker, I swear.
That would be crushing for them. Then again, like, imagine what's happening like on the Opor TeamSpeak right now. You're up 3-0. Then, you know, first round, kind of unlucky. Second round, what's happening? Third round, why are we at tiebreaker?
I don't think Opor expected this either.
Nah. I would be very surprised if even one of the Grupa players expected it after the 3-0. But then again, you know, thinking from round to round, and now they have put themselves on match point in the tiebreaker. I guess we can have one more look at the pick and ban, if memory serves correct. Himmelsdorf was going to be the tiebreaker, so I guess not really favoring either side. But we will have to wait and see. Opor, I'm being informed, picked defense.
Defense on Himmels, no real surprise, I guess.
Mm.
Almost all maps you just pick defense for the time going in your favor. It's never really a bad decision, except for maybe on Tundra.
Yeah. Then again, I think if you have some tactic on Himmelsdorf attack that you're like super convinced of, and remember there is actually like big stakes in this match, where you maybe would want to use that already, then I wouldn't think it's out of the realm of possibilities someone would pick Himmelsdorf attack, but yeah, defaulting to defense is obviously the more common thing. But this round now is going to decide who already locks in either a spot in the WCI wildcard tournament or possibly goes to China by winning this WoT7.
I mean, it's still a bit away though. Even if they win this, they're still quite a few steps away from China. They would have to win again in the upper bracket, then win again. I mean, this is a shorter road though. The road is shorter. Well, let's see. First, group speed against Opur. A match that went from 3-0 to 3-3. The remontada, as most people would say, coming in strong effect here.
Yeah, currently the hype train definitely rolling, and even the locomotive probably waving the Grouper speed flag, because after coming in swinging into the tournament and the match, Opur certainly have had, yeah, sort of a rougher road in the second half of the match that we are just watching. But things are going to and will be settled on, well, I guess the classic map on Himmelsdorf in between both of those teams. And I guess shortly we're going to have the answer which one of those teams is going to lock in their spot in the upper bracket final, and which one of those teams is going to the gruesome, dark, and bitter place that is known as the loser's bracket.
Let's see what they both bring in this matchup. Face off against one another. Group are probably very happy now about that very close Ghost Town win. Opur probably not quite the same feelings about this Ghost Town game that they had and the Sand Rivers that followed. But let's see.
Yeah, the teams are obviously going to get a few seconds more time to just, try and think about the next round, what strat they're going to use, which tanks they're going to play, and I am informed we should be continuing extremely soon with what will be the last round of today, of this match as well. Afterwards, by the way, we are going to rate Ducky, so all of you who weren't able to complete the drops yet will be able to finish it there. Also, if you got one of those crucial primes, never forget to leave him with Ducky. He's going to keep it nice, cozy, and safe.
Yeah, true. Late night squad gaming. Anyways, lineups. Opur, double 60 TP, double 277, triple E5.
And for Grouper, we have a double 60 TP, one mouse, 277, and the triple E5 as well. So in the end, 1277 getting switched out with one mouse respectively.
Yeah, that triple E5 for both teams, a lot of DPM in that, double 60p, the alpha, and just the 277s that Opur has for that mobility. They are defending with this lineup, and looks to be kind of 1-2 centered in the beginning.
Yeah, Piotrix, the only one to drive towards the 2-cap by the team of Opur. Everyone else driving down 1, 2, and 3 line for the side of Grouper Speed. It's a different kind of ball game. Double E5 and 1277 getting sent towards the hill. 1 E5 and the mouse driving towards 8 line, while the rest is going towards the southern part of Himmelsdorf. And immediately, very aggressive positioning by Opur in the western part of the map, where the 277, I believe, drove over the rubble to get out of the courtyard. Does spot out the E5. I guess spots being exchanged here. No damage being taken yet. And Opur, they are playing they are playing hyper aggressive in the southwest here. But that is not where the Grouper Speed tanks are.
It's not where the Grouper Speed tanks are at all. They're going over the hill. But there is this 60 DP though, Kian, on the 5 line. Jordan in his 60 DP. That is in a bit of trouble there. Piotrix is going to find the face first, actually. Ooh, spots Mickey, spots Gursky. They missed out. Alien missing as well. That's a lot of info, though. And there's still that 60 TP that is trailing on the 8 line. Can they find some damage upon it? You can see the Grupa team, they're like a slow-moving train down the 8 line with the double 60, the mouse. They have established the cap now, though, and they haven't really taken too much damage. I mean, Marcel's taken some, Jordan just about getting saved, taking one more on the way out. A big one on towards Twist, though, by Orchek. And now Opor starting this around, though, with the extra HP.
Indeed, Opor currently 1500 HP up at this point, and now edging closer. Twist realizing he can't hold that street anymore, otherwise he's gonna get sandwiched. Takes one more on the way out, though, down to 1200. But I think the 8 line, they can't really push. Opor, that is. T-Sec learning this. Really, they're 1500 to the face. And now the repush by the E5s and the 277 on towards the cap here. They are gonna get crossfired by the E5 from the window. They are trying to find Piotrix in his 277 that just drove around, but I think he's tracked right now. He's currently unable to make a getaway, and this is still up for grabs.
Up for grabs for either of these two teams. Piotrix there with no engine. Sadly, was not able to make it around the corner, but he has paid off his life. There's a 3k difference here. Gursky down towards the grave as well, and now the Grupa speed tanks back in that snake-like movement with all of them in the 8 line right now. They seem to be a little confused to where they want to go or where they want to reach, because Opor just came in, did some damage, killed the tank, backing off now with Grupa speed, surrounded. Like, there is no better form of surround. The only thing missing is a guy at B0.
Indeed here, things not looking good for Grupa. Out of positions, out of HP almost here. T-Sec would make that 8-line cross very, very costly. Good trade here by Ozek, and you can see Jordan taking 1100 by the 60 TP E5 combo to the face. A last-ditch attempt by the team in purple here to push into that courtyard, to push through the 8-line, but they are pushing to their death as Marcel also falls. Ozek still alive and kicking in his 60 TP in the courtyard, and Opor, after losing 3 in a row, are seemingly able to do it.
They are seemingly able to do it. It took them the additional 3 rounds to close it out, but as the dust settles, they will win. Arguably deserved, although Grupa speed, great comeback though, from 3-0 back to 3-3. Sadly losing out in the tiebreaker, but I guess that's just universe equilibrium, you know, balancing out.
Yeah, Opor, both of those teams basically being Harvey Two-Face in this, showing us great gameplay and also showing us questionable gameplay. This time, however, in the tiebreaker with the better end for the team who Opor. We are going to see them tomorrow, I believe, in the upper bracket final. This means that Grupa Speed are now getting relegated downwards into the losers bracket. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers though.
Damage numbers there, I mean, pretty balanced between Grupa. Nobody really dropping, you know, the ball in this game. Finish was fine as well. Piotrix there, yeah, well, he crossed over, but honestly though, like, they repushed him and they did a lot of damage in return for it.
Yeah, they did so much damage. I think a big part of the problem here for the team of Grupa was that, one, their E5s that went over the hill, he got spotted super early, and two, the move or the rotation with the heavies through the banana, through the 8-line was a bit slow. They did end up paying a lot of HP. They gave up a lot of information, and Opor, they were just, you know, hovering like a butterfly, stinging like a bee, taking every opportunity they could get to get ahead in the HP department, and then converting that into kills, into pickups, and into the positional advantage that we saw in the end, from which there was no comeback possible. Realistically, for the side of Grupa.
Yeah, well, once that A-line got shut down, right, and the guy on the cap, which I think was Gursky, they were just kind of lost in the 8-line with the 6 of them. Right? Really nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And then Opor, I mean, the last ditch push, they have to try. It was an easy shutdown at that point.
Yeah, the game was decided before that. Anyway, Ducky, I think we had quite a fun time watching the first 4 matches of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 12 WCI edition. It does roll off the tongue quite easily, though. So I guess for today, that's quite enough from the two of us. Please don't forget to tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST, where also some American teams are gonna join the fray. That all being said and done, though, Toxic Insane, please take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, we expected a pretty easy match for Opur according to the performance of Grupa Speed before, but at the end of the day, it went all the way to a tiebreaker, and Opur is gonna make it in the finals of the winners bracket, but they are gonna have to perform better to get a chance to win against Hit and Run.
I mean, either way, both Hit and Run and Opur secured a spot at least in the wildcard tournament for the WCI, which means that they will, if they don't win this tournament, be facing off versus North American and APAC teams to get another chance to go to the WCI tournament. But they both still are in the upper brackets, facing in the grand final, one of them at least. And they have a chance to qualify directly, which obviously is what they want to be doing.
Yeah, definitely. We will have some losers bracket matches to cover tomorrow. All of those teams that lost today, they are not out of the tournament. They are going to get a second chance. You can see the match number 5, Aurora against Grupa Speed, and then number 6, W against Cashback. Those teams... they didn't play against each other today. As you can see, if you watch the match 1, match 2, those are a bit mixed up. What's your take on those?
I mean, I feel like all of the matches we have left are going to be quite interesting because the showings we had are so mixed that I don't really know what to expect out of any of these teams except of Hit and Run. Hit and Run has been solid in the one game we saw, and you know, all other teams were like kind of mixed in the way they played. So tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day for us.
Anyway, Toxic, we should take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between these two teams, Opur versus Grupa Speed. We had the feeling Opur would take it in a pretty easy fashion, and they had a pretty convincing lead, but Grupa Speed managed to get back at that match. We're starting on Prokhorovka. You could see Opur, they managed to find the weakness on that Grupa Speed defense and went for the 2-line push.
And this 2-line push doesn't only grant them access to the 2-line, obviously. They also get the entire control of the middle. The only thing they had to watch out for is Piotrix not throwing his tank away. I think he managed to survive on a one-shot. Probably could have handled that better, but I mean, he did stay alive, so kudos to that. And at that point, you know, Grupa doesn't have much of the map left to play, and they are in a really awkward spot.
I mean, they tried to go for the heel push, which is probably the most common reaction, but I think it was too late. They had to do it instantly when they were having the trade over A2 with this S-Con, because you could see Opur in return is gonna take down the IS-7 that is covering the base 1, the SCRV is falls back, and then this is a pretty easy cap pressure from the side of the Opur team. And next up, you could see on their defense, that was really great from Opur and horrible for the side of Grupa Speed, because this opening completely countered the initial aggression.
Yeah, I feel like Grupa, you know, they saw Strat online and they thought, okay, this could work. But Opur maybe saw the same Strat and thought like, oh, that's kind of a similar lineup, you know, let's go for it. And I mean, Grupa just completely countered. The match is basically over after 1 minute. They just have to pick up the HP, and this is how we expected the match to go. You know, but Grupa being able to come back after such a strong 2-0 start from Opur really shows their mental strength.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're the team. We have seen it against W. They may struggle against some teams that are not the favorite, but on top of it, they're definitely capable of taking the victory over the favorites. They did it in the past against Opur, against hit and runs that were known as Raki in the last tournament, and you could see that we have seen that a lot, right? That aggression with three fast tanks to go over that base two, triple cap pressure, and like some very heavy tanks like Mouse coming to give some cover and just push out when those tanks would go close. It was very close. I mean, you can see those decaps. Miku missed it, and I think was it Jordan in the back that got it. So Opor, very straightforward tactic. You just go for the triple cap pressure. You force something to come close. It was Miku in this situation, and then you push out, unleash, and use the overmatch. And that's a great use of the mouse in here too, I have to say.
Yeah, I found it quite funny. We had Piotrix again, almost throwing his tank away, being alive at like 28 HP, just because he didn't push out of the cap quickly enough. But then again, it didn't really matter, because everywhere else on the map, Opur just looked so strong, and the Batchat is still in the game, so he just kind of stands behind these corners and takes the occasional shot, is still able to deliver his damage, and in the end, it's another not all that close match for Opur as a win. And I mean, this could have ended sooner as well if they didn't get the lucky decap.
So then Grupa on the attack, something similar. The triple cap, double to send in the CS, the coverage with some super heavies in the back, Mouse, E100, you could see. This tactic has been played like what, 3-4 times today? That way, that approach in the attack. I think it's 3 times. We had hit and run with the pretty interesting A line play combined with the Mouse pushing the D line. But 3 of them, Grupa, Opur, and Cashback, they went for that base to straight aggression like this. So the teams probably also trained against each other and maybe established that it was one of the best way to get a shot in the attack on that map. And Grupa, it was probably closer than what happened for Opur, and even at that point we had the feeling that Opur could still go for the 4-0, but they managed to take the victory and get back into that match.
Yeah, I mean, this was probably the closest match of the series, and maybe even of the day. I was very confused that Opur didn't see the opening of Grupa Speed coming. I don't feel like they were really ready for it, which is pretty weird given how common this tactic has become. And it's not just this tournament, right? Similar stuff has basically always been played. If it's 3-2-7-7s or a CS, a Batchat, whatever, pushing into the cap is very, very common. So them not being ready for it was very strange.
Then it was interesting to see how Grupa managed to bait Opur into pushing in the middle of Sun River. They had a great setup. You could see great reactions. They were there on time with some overmatch to actually take down Pons3 and Piotrix in the IS-7. In return, you could see that Opur, they had double CS out of the fight. The IS-7 is also out of the fight and is only starting to join now. So good read from the side of Grupa Speed, and probably a mistake there from the side of Opur to commit in here.
I mean, it's a good bait. It's not really a bait you have to fall for as Opur, but then again, you can't really blame them, and I feel like this is the point where they start to notice like, oh, wait, we were up 3-0, now it's 3-2, we kind of need to start playing again, and maybe they started panicking a little bit because their next Sand River was again just them not being ready for a push here, exactly this push. Daki said it like, Opur just kind of not defending it very well, and also not having any vision. If DJ just peeks higher on the ridgeline, he has all the information he needs and he doesn't really lose anything. So it's very, very strange to see Opur do these kind of small mistakes.
I think we're not gonna see any team's defense like this again. Like 2 times it happened, 2 times we had that sort of defense. Like it was Grupa against W before, it's Opur having something similar, and honestly, that rotation, repushing the A, B line, combining with the crossfire on the mids, taking down the tanks one by one, you could see. Opur, they trained a lot, they were probably comfortable and confident playing this tactic, but this reaction, this rotation in the attack is pretty well countering it, and you could see Grupa, the HPs were even, but they were already 2 tanks up. They're gonna take down Rexar next up, so a very comfortable win on their attack, and I have to say, that defeat they had, no, not that defeat, almost losing against W in the first match in the tiebreaker, actually taught them how to break this defense.
I have a question for you.
Yep.
In this situation here, when you go into the tiebreaker, would you rather be in Opur's shoes and get to choose the side but you don't have the momentum? Or in Grupa Suite, you have the momentum but don't get to choose the side?
It's better to have the momentum all the time. I mean, on this map, on Hills, you can make something happen in the defense, in the attack. I think it's much better to have the momentum. I would prefer to play like as group as speed. You could see even there that they had the idea, the rotation, they had the cap pressure going, but Opur was pretty fast and on time to get the decaps down. No tanks over A7 to go for a triple cap from the side of Grupa. Maybe that was a mistake. You could see that at the end of the day they were kind of forced into pushing out, and Puretrix baited them to actually push after him. At the end of the day, he's gonna get traded. You could see the HPs. Opor was up on HP and up on position, more importantly.
Yeah, like you see Grupa, they're just basically in 3 squares on the map, surrounded by yellow tanks, and they have to push out in one direction. It doesn't really matter what direction. You just lose so much HP, so the match is just over. So getting squashed into that corner is very, very bad. But well done from Opur, you know, coming back from an almost remontada is not easy to do. They proved it. But tomorrow, if they want to have a shot versus the hit and run we saw today, they need to step up their game.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, it's never easy to play against Grupa Speed. They're an experienced team. They played well. They punished them. You could see that you can also make some mistakes. They did on Sun River on their attack. They got baited into pushing into the mid. Some of the rounds were also very close. They ghost town on their defense. They almost took it. It was a matter of like a mouse in a 1v2 situation, almost getting the clutch situation for a 4-0 victory. So I have to say that, of course, Opor will have to perform better tomorrow against Hit and Run, but I'm not too worried for them.
I mean, we'll see, right? They have a night to sleep over this, you know, recover a bit. And they also don't start with their matches tomorrow. They have the 2 lower bracket matches before that they can kind of watch and see what happens. You know, maybe there is a small meta shift on some of the maps. Maybe we see some counters being played versus the Ghost Town strat, most notably. But for now, I think that's it for us today.
Yeah.
And I'll throw it to you for the end segment. Thank you for the day. Thank you guys for watching. And I will say peace out. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we get to see you tomorrow for the second day. And tomorrow, like Ian mentioned, we'll also have some NA matches covered. It's going to be at 16 CET. So don't hesitate to tune in there. We wish you a good night and we'll get to see you tomorrow.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.